Hello to all the gaming gamers out there in the chat. Happy weekend! Yeah, it's that time again of the week. Feels like these happen like every day now almost, because it's become such a routine thing. But yeah, we are once again back for some weekly tier list action. The end is near, because today is like the second to last of the lists for the servant classes. Man, it's been a long ride so far. Pretty crazy. Which part will have bees? Well, if today is the second to last, and today is covering Avenger and Pretender, you can probably channel your inner Sherlock and figure it out. Surely you can do it. Imagine that. Anyway, hopefully you guys are having a good weekend so far, and hopefully everything is good. Very cool. Today's list actually, entry-wise, is the shortest of them all by quite a bit. But there's definitely a lot of spicy servants here, so I'm sure it's still gonna be a fairly long stream anyway. At the very least. Time to lurk and farm with the stream in the background, nice. I was farming myself earlier too. I finally started catching up on some CE drops. I got 3 drops in like 20 minutes. It was the best feeling ever. It was so fucking good. Excuse my language. So I'm finally catching, because my rate for drops was so bad before that. It was like terrible. So now it's finally starting to average a bit better. Very cool. One more drop and I got my second MLB. Probably will farm a little bit on the evening as well after I get the video to render. The tier list, that is. But yeah, we'll see. So far it's been pretty good. Alright, let's see here. Hello. How you guys doing? Hey. There we go. How many boxes am I at right now? Oh, I didn't count. 80? 70? 80? Something like that? I've been farming quite a lot actually already. I didn't realize the boxes were coming along that nicely. It feels like I haven't done that much, but I guess I have. Because the runs themselves are pretty fast, I'm not gonna lie. I'm farming 90 plus, so doing one run is really fast. So in 1 hour I can get a ton of runs in, maybe that's why it's been so fast. So I think I'm gonna definitely hit that minimum 300 easily from this event. Very cool. Well, I don't have my alerts and DTS enabled right now, but I did see Miku's resubbing because we haven't started yet. Hey, thanks, man. Thank you to 64 or 65 months, and welcome back to the Go Gang. But yeah, as usual, the alerts and DTS are disabled, and then I'll just, if someone happens to sub or resub, or even gift subs if they're crazy enough during the stream, I'll read all of that after the list is done. Also, wait, this is the new Sabaton song. I listened to this when it came out. It's actually pretty nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's fairly generic for their standards, but it's catchy, so I like it. It's a good song. Very good. But I'm happy to see them explore some older history again, because they tend to mostly just cover modern history in their songs. So to go back to some Templar stuff is pretty cool. They should go even deeper, honestly. I feel like a lot of people would love to hear them make songs about, you know, mythologies and whatnot too. Great band. Spicy. They're the one power metal band I actually like, Bleach. Like I don't like power metal otherwise. Like I'm a big rock and metal head, but power metal, not a genre I really like. But Sabaton, I don't know. Maybe it's the historical themes and whatnot. I fuck with that shit. It's good. It's great. I love them. There's so many good albums and songs and whatnot. Great band. It's like the one power metal band that does it for me. History buff is real. Gonna watch the live stream for OZ4? Of course. That's we're gonna start with that on Wednesday, and then presumably the content goes live, and then we're gonna, you know, do gacha and whatnot immediately after. Yeah. Also, Shadow, was Pokemon your request from yesterday? I hope you saw my announcement on the Sub Friday channel. I had to move it because the other game that was picked was Nier Replicant, and I really wanted to finish it. So that took like the whole of yesterday. So it might even be possible tomorrow as an extension. We'll see. But at the very least, I'll, do it next week at some point. Okay. That was the OC4 trailer. I did. Pretty interesting stuff. I guess stuff we can expect to see on the announcement stream on Wednesday then. Most likely. Alright, I'm not gonna keep my co-host waiting for too long. I'm just gonna ring him up. I actually don't know who's gonna be here today. Maybe 2, 3, I don't know. Well, let's find out. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, there we go. Nice. Get 2 people on the line already.
Yeah, Plushie will be here later. It looks like what I did last week.
That kind of later. Okay, I see. That's cool.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just keep you guys as is on the overlay then, even if you're not on the corner. Because if Plushie joins later, then I don't have to do any adjustments. I feel like it's fine.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Pretty cool.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, yeah, how's the morning, by the way?
Just started. It's 4 a.m. Let's.
Nice.
And it is.
Yep.
I took what most people call a nap. Like an hour and a half ago. And I was already minus on sleep because I had to get up early for a job interview, and I was also like up late doing DoorDash and going to the gym.
I see.
Wait, but isn't it like actual morning there? Did you sleep at all last night?
I mean, I slept some. Like I slept a little over an hour, but
that's
yeah,
that's not a lot of sleep.
Yeah, it was. You'd be surprised how many people went McDonald's late at night.
That seems to be a theme.
That's so weird. Like, once it's past 10 p.m., I'm like, I don't want to order.
It's one of those things that a lot of people, like, they really start craving, like, fast food, especially for some reason, McDonald's specifically late at night. They eat it, and then they're like, oh, fuck, that was amazing. Then they wake up later, they're like, oh, that was a mistake.
Yeah, I got like $8 for a delivery of, and it was just this, a hot and spicy McChicken with no lettuce.
Wow.
This is like
he was really craving for that shit.
Yeah. The tip was notably larger than that. It was also kind of funny because I went back to the store shortly after that, and I noticed an identical order there. I think what it was, I think like the parents were out of the house that night because like it was a kid that came over and picked it up. So I think he placed an order for one, and when he didn't get it immediately because he didn't know how DoorDash worked, he placed another one. So.
Oh, I see.
Well, that's odd, but they do them.
Interesting.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I'll take it.
Oh yeah, someone asking in chat how many drops I have. I think I'm on 7 right now for the lottery. So 1 more for the second MLB.
A lot.
Yeah.
My favorite part of the lottery. My favorite part of the lottery is when the game freezes.
Oh, that's a problem for you? Oh no.
Yeah, on the lotto box thing. Have you had that bug yet?
Oh, I haven't opened any boxes yet. I'm just farming.
Oh man, you're in for a treat. It's an NA exclusive bug where the game just decides to give up.
Oh, I see.
When you're
hopefully they fix that by the time I start opening, because I tend to open the first 10 during the lottery to get the big apples, and then all the rest I just open after the event is over. So hopefully it's fixed by then. But yeah, you guys.
I can't open my shit right now because I used Registry Edit for trying to download Google Play games because they have a deal where you can get like 8 times points for a few days.
Oh yeah, the PC stuff you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they give bigger like bonuses to PC, I've noticed.
Yeah, but they won't let you install on anything other than a C drive, and that's my smallest drive, and it has my it has Windows on that.
Yeah,
So I was
presumably.
trying to use regedit to like force it to do something else, but yeah,
Damn, you drive a
it's
pretty tough
frozen again.
bargain, Panzani. I assume I can't really do that probably, but I see. Well, as much as I would love to sell out. But yeah, you guys are ready to talk some Avengers and Pretenders?
Yeah.
Again, it's not a huge list, but we're probably still gonna be here for a while. That's for sure. I don't even know how many are left on the last one. We already did the breakdown many weeks ago before we even started these extra classes. But yeah, it should be like around 30 or something as well, I think. Because the splits were fairly even from what I remember.
This is the smallest by like just a couple, though.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Right.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have the blood sports we did last week. I think
it's gonna be hard to top that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say we're more closely aligned when it comes to Avengers and well, I guess there's gonna be some disagreements with moon cancers, but
there's some spicy things here, but I feel like most of these are gonna be fairly agreeable, and some are even straightforward, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess Plushy will be joining later, so I'll mention that during the intro as well. But yeah, gonna do the usual intro. Then there's your guys' introductions. I guess it's Otto, then Dio, and then I'll also mention after your guys' intro that Plushy will join later, and then the rest of the intro, and then again the same old, as always. So yeah, let's see here. Clear my throat while I still can. Okay. The end is near, gamers. Yes, we're back again for another iteration of the weekly servant class tier list, and this is now extra classes part 2 of the gold kind. And as you can see, we will be covering the Avengers and the sussy Pretenders this week. And with me today, I have some lovely co-hosts, so I'm gonna let them introduce themselves right now.
Hey, hello. I'm Otto. I don't know how I am completely unprepared to do this because I was listening the entire time. I'm Otto Bean on YouTube, Otto Beano on Twitch. God bless our departed friend Plushy.
And this is Rio Emerald once again, wishing sincere condolences to Plushy for his. Wait, no, hold on. Is he the dead one or is? Yeah, he's dead to us.
Yeah.
I mean, well, for now, he'll be back. Don't worry.
Okay.
If not one, the other.
All right, so yeah,
he'll rise in 3 hours.
Yeah, so jokes aside, to clarify,
on the 6th day he rose.
This will be a very similar case to last week where Otto joined late. So yeah, you will be seeing Plushy, but that will be later on. So he'll be here too, but we're gonna just go ahead and start as is. So whenever he shows up, he's just gonna show up, and yay, maybe he can give out takes or whatever if he has something to say about already placed servants. But we'll cross that bridge later when that happens.
Yeah, he can come in after we've already placed a unit, start yelling at me, saying I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I'm not bitter.
That might happen. Indeed.
All I'm saying is the thumbnail for last episode was really good.
It was great. Yeah, I did see it.
Yep. Rio lost social credit.
It's plummeted.
Character is being attacked.
Very good.
Hey, that's your fault for waging war on the ancient Chinese empire.
Yeah, true. Right, so again, to give small disclaimers here, compared to last year, we separate low stars and gold servants, so that's why this is only gold servants. We covered low stars already before we started the extra classes, so if you want to see them, check those out. And also another major comparison to last year's is that I'm not going to put too much emphasis on sheets. I do have this AoE looping sheet though, because this is pretty objective data, which is, easy to use as a comparison. Not always the most relevant thing ever though, but, it's still nice to see some numbers. So for this one, I want to give a shout out to Opal, JR, and Tamala. for compiling this and keeping it up to date. Very nice. I also do have a stat sheet as well to get some more comparison going, mostly between the attack numbers, between DPSs. Again, just for the sake of comparison, really, not that big of a deal. And of course, shout out to Mr. Copyright Suck for making this lovely template tier list for us to use, so my life becomes that much easier. What an MVP every single time. So yeah, the links to the sheets, this tier list, my co-host channels, everything that may or may not appear also later on, yeah, it'll all be linked in the description of this video. And also in the description you will find timestamps. Now, even though this tier list seems to be shortest entry-wise, I'm sure a lot of people still don't want to listen to the whole thing, which is understandable. So feel free to click on the timestamps, jump around, you know, check your favorites or whatever. That's probably what most people are going to do, and yeah, you're good to go. But do also check the final placements timestamp at the very end, because there will be maybe some shuffling either during the list or some before we lock it in at the end. There's also a small discussion there. So yeah, just in case, do check that out as well. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, we should be good to go. So in this list, we have 26 Avengers and Pretenders of the Gold variant. And of them, I believe 4 are new to this list. I did try and double check, but I'm pretty sure the last 4 are new and everyone else before that were already last year. But yeah, I hope I'm right on that. But yeah, quite a bit of new servants, considering this is also the shortest one entry-wise. But yeah, even though it is the shortest, I highly doubt this is going to be super short regardless. It's still going to be fairly lengthy, if anything. And as of the placement order, or as for rather, it's going to be the same as last week, because we're doing multi-class now. So instead of like covering one class fully, we're just going to mix and match, because it's going to be fully based on the release date of servants. So even rarity is now not in order. So it's going to be alternating between some 5 and 4 stars here and there. I feel like that was a cute twist on these multi-class lists. So we're just going to purely go from the oldest release to the latest one. Simple as that. And again, if you look at the screen right now, it's pretty obvious how it works. So yeah, let's get cracking here. We have no day 1 servants this time. I mean, this might be the only list so far that has no day 1 servants, because the Avenger class did not, or Pretender for that matter, they did not have any servants back then. But year 1 we still had some Avenger releases. In fact, we're going to see a lot of Avengers before we even see the first Pretender. But yeah, the first ever Avenger release to the game, I believe even before Andy Mayu. We have the original Count of Monte Cristo himself. We got Edmond Dantes. We will be seeing the other one too later on, but we're going to start with the OG. So what we're working with here is an AoE quick, I want to say farmer. I don't really like him as a DPS personally. I'll get to that more later, but he still can do some interesting farming numbers, even if it's kind of single core tied. Now, as an Avenger, this is going to be a common theme. They're going to have very high attack overall. So when I say that his 12.6k is literally below average as a 5-star Avenger, you know it's crazy pump numbers. It's not a whole lot below. It's ever so slightly below it. But yeah, says a lot, doesn't it? That also means their HP tends to be a bit lower, which can be a bit scary sometimes. Now, he's double bust or double quick on his deck, which on hindsight, I think I like it nowadays, especially with the release of Summer Scotty. Definitely gives him a nice little edge there, no pun intended. His gains cards, the arts one is pretty bad, and the quick one's also not that great either, on base at least. The skills definitely help, but on base, the numbers could certainly do better on gains. I think his star generation, at least overall, it's alright, so there's something. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn, 50% attack for 1 turn, and 32% debuff res for 3 turns. So it's like a mana burst with some utility on top, with a fairly high cooldown. I don't like this skill much at all. It's like whatever. The debuff res is not going to be reliant or reliable. It's good to have, but yeah, Invul Pierce also, it's good to have, but it also doesn't have the best uptime. Granted, you might not always need it on a high uptime. I just don't like the attack buff. I prefer a smaller attack buff spread across more turns, because uptime is something I like to see. So could do better with this skill. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown as well. He gets 50% MP gain for 3 turns, 30% battery on use, and then he gets this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever he crits the enemy, he removes the latest buff from them. So with this, he can now definitely do some single core black rail looping, which actually you'll see it very soon as well after we finish covering. The numbers are pretty decent, but again, single core looping it has mixed value these days, but you know, he certainly with this can do a lot of looping. The buff removal, again, it's good, but he has also some issues with critting as well, so it's going to be fair, you know, sometimes inconsistent too. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, he reduces one enemy's MP gauge by 1 tick, clears his own debuffs, and gains 20 stars on use. It's an alright utility skill, but again, I would prefer the Drain to be AoE as well, considering he's also AoE. Some people might bring him for like single target stuff too, but unless you have a Jack copy, I would just bring him for AoE in case you actually do run him on bosses. So overall, it's not the worst kit I've ever seen, but it's certainly not the best one either by any means. So yeah, then the Avenger passives, you're going to see a lot of these today. There's the good old trio. So the first one, 20% more MP gain on damage taken, then all party members besides himself get minus 10% debuff resistance down, and this also includes the whole party no matter where he's placed, which, you know, is an enabler for Karen as well from last week, if you remember that. 8% crit damage, and then 3% gauge per turn. So depending on the Avenger, the value might differ a bit, because there's not for not all of them, the crit damage, for instance, will be the most relevant thing, because Avengers have a terrible star weight on base. It is like, it's not as bad as like Berserker, but it's certainly still very bad. He's anti-Avenger himself, which is pretty amusing, but honestly, considering he mostly hits neutral, it's not the worst thing. Granted, it is a rare enemy to fight. He has a buffed MP, which is cool, does AoE damage, does a 100% curse amplifier on all enemies for 5 turns, and in an overcharge he places a 500 curse on enemies for 5 turns on base, scaling up to 1500, and also does a 20% defense down for 3 turns after damage, on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. So farming wise, the MP kind of sucks, I want to say, doesn't really help too much there besides damage. But, you know, if you're doing bosses, the defense down can be some ramp up. I don't think his curse damage will have all that much high potential, though. Even if you spam his MP many consecutive turns, the curse itself is just, you know, weak. And the amplifier, I feel like, could be maybe higher, too. Again, he has pretty decent, like, you know, single core farming numbers, but he's not really I guess you could try multi-core as well, but he doesn't really have anything to share with the allies either. So I don't know. And as a DPS, I don't like that his crits are inconsistent. He has no absorb, which is needed if you really want to do Avenger crits, because he's not Buster, so he doesn't get like absorb from Koyan, etc. I think he's kind of fell off quite a bit. I think he's just okay, personally.
I mean, ask a year 2 or 3 player, and they're gonna say he's the best. But like, when was the last time you actually used this guy? Like, he's a character I think everyone used a ton early on in the game, and now never again. I don't think he's like I wouldn't use him for farming is the thing. I think actually at this point he is just more of a boss killer, because that you know, the 1-turn invincibility pierce paired with a 1-turn attack buff, you know, you got to hold that for the right turn. It's the removing buff from critting, which is a lot easier to do that in like a boss fight situation where you can kind of control crits a little bit easier.
Also, being able to debuff cleanse and having a little debuff resistance sometimes can have some impact.
I kind of really wish he had hard defense though for bosses. He feels a bit squishy sometimes.
Oh yeah,
that's because he's quick as well.
He does have Domon synergy. I don't think it's really that valuable, because he doesn't really contribute anything to it outside of, well, I mean, he's got a good deck and he's got a good attack stat, but like he's neutral everywhere and he doesn't really uniquely bring anything to the table that that a lot of Domon friends would want to.
I mean, no one's taking him for multi-core, let's be honest. He You either have to be very self-sufficient in spamming your NP, or contribute to the party to help others spam their NP, and he is neither.
Yeah, he's pretty much fully
Yeah, if it was like a
selfish.
50 battery, then it'd be more reasonable. But 30 battery does kind of hurt in that regard. I am a little bit disappointed by his buff. I don't know why they made it like only one buff per attack. Like it's an objectively worse version of Barghest's. Like she does the exact same thing, but she applies a debuff instead of having to crit to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's completely unusable.
Yeah, no.
It's just he doesn't really do much to define himself. He doesn't have like uniquely high damage against one group. He isn't like, I mean, like he does have pretty good refund, and as I recall, it is possible to like 2-2x with him, but I just don't think it's I don't think he's the guy that you'd be bringing to irregular nodes anyways, unless he's hyper.
Yeah, he's kind of like like a baseline B tier unit at this point.
Yeah, I would say probably like B tier as well, yeah. Just flat B. Like, usable, but doesn't really bring enough to the table to be like someone you would use like often or even sometimes. But he's fine. Just fine. Okay. Alright, then the other early 5-star Avenger, they were released pretty early on from what not early on, well, early on too, but like close to each other, pretty sure. And also, I think both were before Ande Mayu as well, in terms of the order. But yeah, it's a big favorite of people. We got Jolter. There she is, the OG. With this, are we gonna be done with John faces after this? Well, I guess, funnily enough, we might have one next week. With the OC4 release, but for this year's tier lists, I guess we're gonna end with the most popular one probably. So yeah, John Alter, single target buster DPS, and honestly, kind of nowadays can even see some use in farming too. Interestingly enough, with her buff last year, so she's gotten a bit of a glow up, I want to say. Very famously has like the highest attack in the game, I think still, right? Because it's like still quite a bit above the second, if I had to guess. It's 13.2k on base, which is pretty ridiculous. So they were definitely not shy back then on giving her a very high attack stat. So she still has that at least. Very cool. Just double buster, double arts on her normal deck, which honestly I kind of like it. It offers some decent, MP, better MP spam potential and also sub crit potential too. Some people might say maybe you should be triple buster or something, which I don't know. I think this is fine too. MP gain on the arts cards is okay. Quick, not so impressive though. But hey, 7 hit extra on a near 1% MP gain is not bad either. First skill is 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 800% absorb for 3 turns. So with this, she can actually be a bit more of a reliable crit DPS just from her own side already. Obviously, supports make it a bit easier as well. But it's just nice to have sub kind of absorb on a DPS Avenger as well that wants to crit, because again, the base absorb is that bad. Second skill on 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then further gives dragon allies another 20% attack for 3 turns. She herself, unfortunately, does not have the dragon trait, but in maybe some multi-core farming, giving 40% to someone could actually be very significant. So I don't hate the skill now that she has some, farming presence, I guess. It's still a bit basic though, on a limited 5-star. Third skill, here we go, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% buster for 1 turn, invul for 1 turn, 50% battery on use, and then does 1k damage to self, which cannot be lethal as a demerit. The demerit is not that big of a deal, honestly, in most cases. On bosses, it can be a bit awkward sometimes, because you might need that invul sometimes to stay alive, but it is also 50% battery and a big burst to your MP damage for that turn as well. So it can be a bit awkward because of the big burst and hard defense tied together. But on farming, it's obviously not as awkward because you really don't need the invul there. You just pop it when it's her time to do her thing. It's a very bare bones kit, but honestly, it kind of has some gas though still, which is, I guess, all that you need from someone with a really high attack. Could be better, could be worse. Then we have just the Avenger passives again, so 18% increased MP gain on damage taken, minus 8% debuff rest for party members beside herself, 10% crit damage, and 4% gauge per turn. I like the passives a little bit better on her than Dante's, but overall they're fine. They're not amazing, they're not terrible, they're pretty okay. She's also anti-Avenger because I guess they all hate each other. How about that? Very niche case, but sure. Upgraded MP is cool. Does damage to enemy. Buff blocks them for 1 time flat, so there's no turn duration on that, which is cool. So either it gets cleansed by the enemy or it eats a buff instance from them. Both pretty cool. You get 30 stars on use as well, which is great. And then you do a 500 curse on them for 5 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 2500. I hate the overcharge, but everything else, the buff block and the stars are nice for sure. So she's, again, there's not a whole lot in her kit, but I still think she is semi-legit as a DPS, and then she can even see some farming use. She doesn't have like a super effective or anything like that, which you would ideally want for, the highest level of farming, but she still has good numbers though, right? So I think she's good, right?
Well, here's the thing. Her stat long is so high that the skills being just okay kind of don't matter. When you have to realize that her effective attack stat is like 14.5k, right?
Oh yeah, because of the Avenger modifier too. Yeah.
And she's still the highest attack stat in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And just giving her a 50% battery, and the crit absorb, you put her in like for a boss fight, you're using like double vich, you're able to stack that crit, you're able to stack on the charisma. Her MP generates stars. Like, she actually, people act like so Jean was super hyped, then she fell off, but I think she's back. So
I think the buff to her 3rd skill and the addition of more supports that work really well with her definitely gave her a nice glow up again.
Yeah, so I mean, she is still the no brain unga bunga buster beat stick thing, right? But like, she does it well.
Yeah,
she does it even better now.
Well.
Yeah,
it's like 50 battery. It really does a lot for your flexibility. I've mentioned it many times. Like, it does suck that it's only 1 turn, but like, you use that on a turn where you're going to break a bar, so you're already facilitating another reason to use the skill. Because oftentimes bar break gimmicks,
like make the awkwardness a little less awkward.
Yeah. Also, she is chaotic evil, so she's able to crit even harder with Domon. Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of chaotic evils on this.
Oh yeah,
this list today.
Edgy class is edgy. Jalter, I would say A tier. What do you guys think?
A+.
A+.
Yeah, she does a lot of damage, and she does a lot of things. Like, if you're going in there and you just need damage, like, and you get like that Buster Brave Chain, she's gonna ruin people's lives.
She's functionally, and there's some downsides to it, but I'd say there's more upsides to it. She's functionally a better Kentoki, because Kentoki's thing is he has that 1 turn of burst damage. He's usable against most every class, and he has a 50 battery. That's literally the only reasons you use him. But she also has that 1 turn of high burst damage. And she's neutral, so you can use her against most anything. But she has a functional kit outside of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't use Kentucky for like bosses most of the time because he has nothing going on, and he can get one shot because he's a berserker too.
Yeah, but she can actually do some farming too.
Mm.
Sure, she doesn't have the 50% damage bonus he does because he's a berserker and that's a fun class. But she still does really good damage for.
She has a bit of spread attack too for multi-core, which is cool.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of dragons.
Mm. I could be probably okay with A+, honestly. Frigate. Sure. Right, then we get a couple of 4 stars next. Also Avengers. We are going to talk about the Gorgon next. So, AoE Buster DPS. Again, you could try farming, but it's pretty clunky with her batteries. So I would probably just call her a DPS flat out. So 10.7 can attack. Is that the highest of all 4 stars? I forgot, or it's at least one of the highest.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
It probably is the highest, right?
It's up there.
Yeah, because it's like Salieri for 3, it's her for 4, and then Jalter is like all the Avengers, of course. So yeah. Yeah, it's high, it's cool, nice. She's double Buster, double arts as well, much like Jalter. Hurricane's dome base. Like, the arts cards are not terrible. It's a bit deceptive because her MP gain is so low. They're okay, but again, nothing insane. But the other cards, though, they will not give you any significant gains by any means. But the arts cards, at least, are okay. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% attack for 4 attacks, 2 turns. Like, what are these numbers? It's so weird. And then she gets 600% absorb for Buster cards for 1 turn. It's so weird. I mean, I get that the number is huge, but like it's like 4 attacks, 2 turns. If it has to be hit based, at least it's 4 instead of 3. Because then if she does an MPBB, you would be very sad if that extra doesn't benefit from that 50. So you can at least get it for that 1 extra attack on the turn you use it on if you have a Brave Chain. But I'm still not a huge fan of it being so limited in this way. And the absorb could have been 3 turns as well, I feel like. But oh well. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 3k revive, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 50% power mod against immobilized enemies for 3 turns, and then a 30% battery. So this happened on when they were buffing a lot of those Medusa faces, when Medusa Rider also got the same thing. It definitely makes a little bit more sense on Gorgon, I want to say. It still is kind of harder to use on her too, but it's certainly nice. And obviously with this, again, she can farm too, so yay. Definitely helps there too. And her MP wasn't even that spammable on DPSing as well, so it's kind of nice to have some battery. Pretty good skill, I want to say. Yeah. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 105% chance to petrify 1 target for 1 turn. So again, this also works for the immobilize. It's any kind of debuff that prevents the enemy from moving. Doesn't have to be stun, charm, it can be anything like a petrify too. It's a bit of bonus chance on base to combat some innate resistances potentially. Otherwise, it's kind of a weaker skill because I feel like it should do something else still. But well, or at least be AoE. I feel like it would maybe be fair to be AoE because again, she's AoE, so she still has the same thing the Medusa. They both have single target stuns, but they both have AoE MPs with their anti-immobilized P mods. So yeah. I feel like she's Gorgon of like she's the next step. She should have AoE stun, but oh well. It's an okay kit for a 4-star, but nothing too remarkable, I want to say. Avenger passives are back, of course, so 18% increased MP gain on damage taken, minus 8% MP, or not MP, party debuff resistance besides herself, 6% crit damage more, and then 3.8% gauge per turn, which is really awkward. I remember, was it with this new buff that this ended up being really awkward? That it was like just shy? It was something about that. I forgot how the numbers go, because the MP also has some battery too, right? There was something about it that just prevented her from upgrading her comp or something in farming.
She's 1% away from refunding 20.
Because her MP, well, yeah, I think we're about to get into, but the MP is like 15% after the buff, right? So that's why she needed the extra percent to get, because she's going to be 5% short. Yeah, that's really awkward. Very awkward.
Yeah, less than 1% away from it.
Yeah, shame. That's really is a shame. She's anti-rider, which is fine because most of her damage is neutral anyway, so at least it's a common class this time and not an Avenger. Upgraded MP does damage to all enemies, then all party members get 15% gauge. There it is. And then a 1k curse on enemies for 5 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 3k. I guess they also have a lot of curses too, I just realized that again. Avengers do be cursing people, which I guess is lore accurate. Again, for farming, it's a bit awkward because she's just shy of upgrading her comp, but I kind of do like, it's a sizable spread battery on a now slightly more spammable MP in bosses at least. Because, 15% party, that's quite a bit, though. Yes, awkward for farming, but for bosses, certainly not the worst thing to have.
So this...
Okay,
Go ahead.
you said a passable skill set. This is not a passable skill set. That first skill sucks. Her third skill sucks. Like,
The third skill is a bit better with the buff to the second, but yeah, they're not great overall.
No, it's not.
Also, I don't think did I use the word passable? I think I said okay for a 4-star or something, but even then, honestly, it's probably...
It's not okay.
Yeah.
I think it's bad. I think she is really bad. I don't think the buff helped her much at all, to be honest. Call me a hater if you wish, but I think that
Hater if you wish.
This buff, yeah. Make sure you attach the if you wish part there. I don't think it helped her. I don't think it made me more likely to use her at all, because
that's when you phrase it that way. I mean,
look, I'm not opposed to using AOE 4-stars, but like her NP doesn't have a stun chance on it. It's not even a worse Kashin Koji. It's just a pointless a pointless power mod. Oh, good. Every 6 turns, you get a 50% damage boost on one enemy. Unless you're bringing other immobilized things, which is not super common. You're not building a team around that often. Like, it's, I don't know. It's just bad. It's bad.
I don't think it's too hard to work around that. Like, we do have more supports these days that are able to take advantage of the stuns. Like Domon has terror.
Yeah, I was about to say chaotic evil again.
Yeah, chaotic evil. What a shocker. Lohi can AoE stun. If you want another turn, like you can switch over to the other Mystic code and you get a guaranteed stun for 1 turn on 1 enemy.
You're not pairing AoE Lohi with AoE Avenger Gorgon here. AoE, like, what kind of team building are you doing there?
I mean, like, if you're doing some multi-core stuff, like, and you want to make Gorgon work, because she is also animal characteristic, so like, she can
the
function.
Koyan Dark synergy is not bad.
I like that she has really high AoE damage. Like, even if it's not going to be happening all of the time, like the fact that she is topping AoE charts as far as 4-stars go, and for that 1 turn, like NP1, her versus Kama, she barely beats Kama against that 1 target. Also, I guess if you used her with Kama, you could get her bonus for some reason.
Yeah, charm works too.
Do that, but also her single core damage is actually pretty crazy. She out damages a lot of shit, I don't have the numbers on me right now.
Well, yeah, for a 4-star, it's very good. Yeah.
But she's able to single out 1 target, like between basically on each wave, and they just get fucking demolished. Like her turn 3 is like oh yeah, you got it. You got it right there. It's almost 400k on turn 3. You can switch it up and use her first skill on turn 1 or on turn 2. And what that means is either you get 50% on 1 and then 50% on 3 and 100% on 2, or you get 0% on 1, 50% on 2, 100% on 3. She just has really nice buff values, and she's able to double up on her anti-immobilize skill. So like, I think she is a like. Also,
But
I feel
doubling
like
up
that was
on that's only if the only time doubling up on this on the anti-immobilize matters is if you're because to get any value out of that, you're having to run 2 Vitches. 2, you're having to use the stun uh either you're somehow getting her battery without Vitch on turn 1, like for a boss fight, for example, not from the Vitches, because otherwise you're having to stun on turn 1, or you have like a stun on turn 2 and then it resets the next turn after the cooldown reduction. Like I just think it's because it's not even AoE. It's not even an AoE stun is the problem. That's the main thing. Is I could understand if it was an AoE stun, it would give her something, but like you're not taking this for a single target fight. And for an AoE, it's not even barely.
I think there's kind of a merit to seeing her kind of a similar servant to like Yamato Takeru, where she has way more damage like on one guy, and then you get bonus. I think there could be some merit to that as well.
Does that every turn? He doesn't need. He doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, this is also a 4-star as well. So.
I'm assuming that's like a farming scenario. That's probably what the comparison is.
I still would like to see the AoE stun too as well. Yeah.
They saw. They were like, "Oh, we'll be funny and we'll be cheeky and we'll buff the Medusa units. What do we do? Petrify because the Mystic Eyes." And then they handed it not to the guy who does the good buffs. They handed it to the one that they keep in a dark closet to sometimes make the bad buffs that don't really help anything. There's 2 guys that make buffs with single, by the way. There's the guy who knows what he's doing. He does like the melt and the Balbon buffs and everything like that. And he's like, yeah, this works. And then there's the guy they keep in a dark closet and sometimes feed him. They don't feed him a lot though. They don't feed him a lot, and they let him do it.
Yeah.
It's I guess another servant you can like try to force her to work with is Kid Shi Huang.
I'm gonna break your legs.
Oh,
anyway,
dude!
So, I think she's
Round
C tier at best.
Oh shit!
I think
Plushie
she's a
is
C
here.
tier at
What a
best.
tie, big. Hello.
I mean, hey, sorry. I usually don't jump into. I wasn't planning on jumping in this early. I might dip for a little bit earlier,
Sure.
but like, can you guys just rewind a bit? Go back to that Buster looping damage sheet.
Yeah.
Can you just look at her position? Like, I'm not saying this is like god tier, but why are you guys downplaying this so much?
I feel like Neo is
Because
mostly
that's one enemy.
downplaying. I feel like I'm okay with her, and so is Zado.
I have 3 big enemies on wave 3, Rio. That happens all the time.
What's the damage? What's the damage not against the other enemy?
It's just wave
like
2.
That...
It's just wave 2. No, just look at wave 2 damage, because wave 2 damage she doesn't have the stun. She has it on 1-3, right?
Well, you can also swap out for the
2-3,
other
right?
Mystic code, and then you can.
Oh yeah, true. Instead. Just use old plug, so it's 1-2-3, dude.
And then also you'll be able to, if you want to, you can stun 2 enemies on wave 3 instead of 1 on.
Look, I'm just saying.
Also, you don't have to use it on turn 1.
It can be 2-3. It can be 2-3, right? Yeah, because of a pen fight.
Because you don't have to cooldown reduce until turn 2.
Look. All I'm saying is, look, I'm not saying single core is everything. In fact, I am quite anti the whole single core only sentiment. But you guys fucking walk past this number like 3 times and you decided to ignore it.
I saw the number, and I'm choosing to ignore it.
He just doesn't care.
Why?
Right, I don't care.
Why don't you care?
Because she's awful to use otherwise.
Okay. So do we have a servant that is like basically only usable in single core Buster looping? Like Like I feel like a lot of people only care about that when they look at characters like Arjuna Alter or Cuckoo. Like I'm not saying Arjuna Alter can only do that. Arjuna Alter is obviously an S tier character, but a lot of people when they look at these characters, they're like 70-80% only looking at their buster looping. So I'm not saying you should rank her just based on the buster looping, but I'm saying ignoring it is insane. Like you're actually insane.
I think
Like,
she's still
you're
pretty
out
good.
of
Like
your
again, I
fucking
feel like it's
mind.
fine to rank someone. Again, that's kind of always been a criteria where I tend to rank servants based on what they do the best. I mean, it's great that if they can do multiple things better, they probably get points out of that. But I wouldn't like downplay someone a lot
But
if she's not like
now-
amazing against
now,
bosses, for instance.
I'm mainly talking about Rio. Yeah, I'm
I'm saying like overall. Yeah.
Because bro, you literally walked past this 3 times and you decided,
Hold on,
I
hold on.
didn't see that. I didn't see that. No, I still didn't see it.
I saw it. Look, and also you jumped me because I was airing my grievances with the character, but I didn't say like
no. I didn't jump you. I didn't jump you. I wait until you said C, and then I jumped you because I think C is a bit low. Maybe
it's low for way too low for this 4-star ranking.
Maybe later on if we had a bunch of god tiers, because I forgot the roster to be honest. But like if maybe later on if all the 4 stars are god tier, sure we can bump her down to C. There's no way this is a C. Even if she has a passive where she says after 3 turns she spontaneously explodes, she's not C.
Okay, but that damage sheet is also like I don't like because that's pretending like
Okay.
That's pretending there's only one enemy.
No.
Rio,
not pretending there's only one. It's also pretending her first skill isn't a problem, where it's 4 hits, 2 turns.
But for farming, it's kind of okay. It's not the best, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. For farming, it's not a problem. Okay. But like I'd imagine people are using.
I'm not
her
saying putting her in A+. I'm not saying putting her in A+. But like, dude, you look at that looping damage, and like Otto said, there's so many ways to circumvent it. You can use the stun.
You know what's funny? This is kind of how me and Otto were when we saw a first Emperor in C last week. This is the exact same case. I wouldn't put her on C either, for that matter. But because you literally talking about, you were mad that Rio said C. That was like me and Otto last week when you guys were talking about Emperor being on C. I mean,
that's fair, right? Like.
It's like the same case.
Here's the thing. This is like so, it's obvious though. It's not even like, oh, we have to go to this boss fight or whatever. No, I'm not trying to bring up last week, but I'm just saying like, isn't buster looping like the easy way out to like praise a servant? Like, I'm not saying you should overrate it, but like, isn't it like the most obvious thing that you can point out? Like, oh, even though she's kind of jank in most stuff, at least her buster looping damage is fine. I just, or not fine. It's actually like if you only focus on one target, it is better than like 5 stars, right? Like we can't really deny that. I guess the only thing is like if she was permanent, people would have a stronger feeling towards that for sure, because people don't have this character. Okay, people do not own Gorgon. That's like a general thing. People do not own Gorgon, so they don't actually feel it. But I just feel like this kind of numbers, like you guys wouldn't even be putting her in C if she was permanent. Again, like it's just a feeling thing, maybe. Because,
I feel like you keep saying you guys, but again, it's mostly Rio that I'm trying to downplay her. I think Otto and me are fine. We're fine with her.
Is like her kit is a combination of almost everything I hate. It's the stupid.
I can kind of see your points, but if she does one thing really well, does it matter all that much? She still, I would say, has uses.
And forces you into certain team comps. It's just an amalgamation of small annoyances that just make me actively dislike using.
Like I get you. There are some parts about the skills. There's awkwardness. There's bad numbers, but again, for farming, it kind of works still.
Earlier, you mentioned something, and I was running numbers for it, like what the numbers are for those that you don't stun. So there's 2 sets of numbers. There's ones if you use first skills on turn 1 and 2, or on 2 and 3. If you don't have stuns for them, and you do it on 2 and 3, it's 49k on turn 1, 74k on turn 2, 234k on turn 3, and that is no stun. The other is 74k, 99k, and 183k. Like, these are these are all pretty good numbers.
All right, I
even
concede.
outside
You
of that.
guys do whatever you want. I'm going to shut up about her. I hate this character, and you guys do what you want.
I would say B
Man.
plus maybe personally.
Sure. I'm just saying it's not
She's
C.
ugly, by the way. Fun fact.
I
My
didn't mean
last thing
to.
I'm going to say about her.
Wait, is
I think
she?
she's ugly, and I hate her
Wait,
design.
why?
Such a
Rio,
hater.
I don't even
Rio,
like monster girls, but
Rio.
look at this face. How is that ugly?
Rio, you have
It's
to understand.
such an ugly sprite. It's not even a real Lamia.
What?
Rio, every time you call, I do dislike her legs. But
Yeah,
here's the
I'm
thing.
not about the monster girl parts, but I assume by ugly you mean the face looks like shit. Like she looks fine.
No,
Rio is
No,
secretly
the face is what it is. It's everything else about her design that's ugly as well.
I think she's not animal enough. Anyways, wow.
Okay, well that had to be there.
Here's the thing, Rio. Every
Not
time you
enough
call a
talent factor.
character ugly after you rate them low, it's actively hurting your argument. Okay, like people.
Yeah, it
are
makes it sound more
very-
personal. Yeah.
People are very like I agree. People in the comments are very unfair to you sometimes. I've read them. But at the same time, you're not helping your own case by just throwing a jab at their appearance because like that clearly doesn't matter. You know, like you could have just not thrown in the jab and people would have felt like you were more convincing. I am just saying.
I think there's
but yeah.
definitely some point to that.
But yeah, Gorgon annoying, right? Like how many hits of attack up? Look, we didn't really dock that much points from Saber Ibuki for that, right? Like, look, I know it's bad, and I agree everything about her CQ performance being mid, like because she just doesn't have a lot of stuff. She's like very bursty, but then her MP's trying to be sustained for some reason, and it's just weird overall. And then like again, the PMod uptime is deceptively high in farming, and it's like really no, it's not deceptively high. I should say it's high in farming, but like it's really bad in not farming, right? So
Thank you.
So I agree with everything about the CQ, but I think just from the farming, that's why I said like even if she spontaneously explodes after 3 turns, she would not be in C in my book. Like maybe B to B plus.
He's about to make an argument that would make her better.
Oh, I mean, after 3 turns though, if she can explode on one, I mean, honestly, I feel like Sojiro kind of proved it. I feel like Sojiro is good, but like people didn't really put him in every team. So neither did Hayward. I think cost is in it. This is just kind of a tangent, like unrelated to the character, but I feel like high cost self-sacrificial servants have slowly proven themselves to be a little bit like, it's great to have the option, but it's very often too expensive to run in a team. Right? It's kind of like 210 common is kind of like the either the best example or the worst example of that, depending on how you want to like see the term best. Like it's the best example of demonstrating the point, is the worst example in terms of like people don't like him at all. So anyways, yeah.
Needless to say, I did not expect the 4-star to potentially be the most heated topic this time around, but yeah, it might be.
Before you leave again, is the next servant animal enough for you?
There you go.
That's a dog, Otto.
That's a dog, bro.
Yeah, I feel
It's a yes or no question, and I'm not hearing.
You know
yes
what?
or no.
I'll probably just chill here because I was gonna do something, but I don't think I have enough time to do it anymore.
well, it's up to you. You're welcome to say.
No,
but yeah,
it's fine. I might not comment if I don't have much to say about the character because some of them I really don't.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You just play it how it goes.
Isn't a white woman now.
Anyway, after that Gordon debacle, I don't know what to call it. We're gonna talk about the next 4-star. Let's talk about Hessian Lobo. Yeah, so this one is permanent though. Single target quick DPS, also rocking a fairly high attack, especially among 4-stars, but especially also even among Avenger 4-stars, still pretty good. Not that there's a ton of comparison because there's still not a lot of them, but attack is nice and high. Granted, the HP is very low, so that can be one of the scary parts about Lobo, being a quick servant as well, with no hard survival. Deck is double arts, double quick. The arts cards are okay, and the quicks are passable, I would say. Gains are they're okay. As for an Avenger, they're actually probably decent, all things considered, for what it's worth. First skill on the 5-turn cooldown, he gets 1200% absorb for 1 turn and 40% defense for 1 turn. So it's a weird burst skill where he gets like a burst of defense and some offense in the form of the absorb. Just weak, is weak. It can be nice to try and mitigate some damage if you're expecting to get hit harder that turn, but it's just it's a weak skill. Also, I should note I have a grilled copy of him as well on JP. He's one of my go-to single targets on Avenger side. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns and 30% anti-man power mod for 3 turns. The man attribute and not human trait or anything like that. Decent, very decent. I wish the man attribute thing was 50%, I'm not gonna lie. I think they could have easily done that, but certainly, while it's basic, it's still a passable skill at least, because it's, you know, he's gonna be hitting neutral most of the time anyway, and man is the most common attribute, so still pretty good. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, one enemy gets minus 50% instant kill resistance for 1 turn, minus 30% attack for 1 turn, and then all their buffs gone. Very cool skill. Especially, funnily enough, YouTube won't hear this, but right now on my stream there is the Koyan Beast music playing, and on that fight, Lobo is amazing, and this thing helps for sure as well, because you get the animal thing there and the demonic beast, and you also the buff removal in that is very cool. So he also always just demolishes her. Fun fact. But yeah, this is cool that he has some full buff removal too. Nice. Otherwise, the attack down could have been maybe 3 turns. Or at least 20% 3 turns. And the instant kill res is like whatever. He's a boss killer, so it's not really relevant at all. Kind of a bare bones skill set, sadly, but there's some things to like about it. Avenger passives are back, of course. 20% MP gain on damage taken increased. 10% minus debuff rest down on all party members besides him. 8% crit damage, and then 3.5% gauge per turn. Decent passives to boost the performance up a little bit. His anti-alter ego, which is not the best thing ever, because it's kind of a niche case anyway. Buffed MP is cool, so before damage he gets a sure hit for 1 turn, gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns on MP use, does damage to the enemy, and then there's a 60% chance to instant kill the target on base, scaling up to 100%. I really wish the crit up was higher too. 20% is not a whole lot, because it's just flat, it doesn't scale. They should have made it at least scale with overcharge or something. But oh well, sure hit is pretty cool to have. And honestly, the MP can hit pretty hard. That's one cool thing about him. If you hit, like, especially if you hit, you know, good affinity. On neutral, I feel like he's still, you know, not the best choice, unfortunately. And again, one of my problems that I mentioned earlier is that he can die fairly easily, having no hard survival. Just some lesser defensive options with the attack down and the defense up. I think he's okay, but maybe my view is a bit more skewed because, again, I have a grilled copy. I don't think he's amazing or anything like that.
I've never really been disappointed by this character. Like
if you ever fight a ruler, he clears easily. But again, that's not very often. Like there, he's like just really, really solid. But I don't really bring him a lot on neutral, even with the grilled copy. I mostly just bring him when he can do really good damage.
Yeah, I prefer his form of buff removal over Dante's, which isn't really saying a lot, I guess.
Yeah, it's on command. You get you remove everything.
Yeah. His first skill might be a little weird looking, but it's basically just an absorb. The defense is a bonus. But him having the anti-man bonus, that is pretty nice, because with anti-man he actually has really solid damage, like single target quick NP with an upgrade, and then it's also anti-trait and 3 turn buffs. Pretty good. I do hate that his crit is so low though.
It is. But, and his crits are inconsistent too. He doesn't always generate a ton of stars, and the absorb is 1 turn with the Avenger base, so they can be very inconsistent too.
Sure, the crazy part is that's the upgraded MP. They should have done 50%.
They should have, because it's not even the most spammable MP out there, really. Because if you don't have a lot of support buffs active, you can really feel that it's going to be a bit harder to get his MP back up, because he has no batteries either, or MP gain or anything like that. So they could have made it 50% on the crit for sure.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. I agree with Rio. Should have been 30, 100%.
50.
Or 50, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, 30 would be better too. 20 is just way too low.
Jesus.
My speech is jumbled because I thought it was 30, but then I remember, it's not.
Yeah, 20 is a weird number there.
Yep.
It's
Yeah, it should be.
very weak. I don't know why they set it so low, to be honest.
They can make up their
I think
mind
it's-
about Avengers. Sometimes they really hold back, and sometimes they just don't care and just let all out. There's going to be many examples of both in this list. Like, it's so weird. They're very inconsistent with Avenger design.
The buff is probably old, right? The MP upgrade.
Yeah.
It's at this point, it's kind of on the older side, but it's not like a super old one because again, it did add, one new line at
mean-
least instead of being just a damage up.
It's been like 5 or 6 years, so. Like,
Dude, aware.
If it's within
Kinda old.
Yeah.
if it's within 2 years, it would have been 50. That's just,
Yeah.
I mean, even when did Yangqing get his? Didn't he get 50?
Yeah, that was a lot later of a buff, though. I think
Yeah.
he got. I think he got that buff around the same time Yonching got his second skill
Costume.
buff, where
Oh,
it
that was
went
actually a
from,
good
like-
skill buff too for him. That's his best skill. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Uh,
think
Lobo.
this guy's
Oh.
best use case is against rulers that spam defensive skills. Or like have heavy defensive skills. but
Yeah,
that's
he's good
kinda-
against your favorite
yeah.
servant.
Yeah, he'll absolutely dumpster.
It would be slightly better if it was in Vulpir's over sure hit, but the buff removal still helps for sure.
And also, no good welfare Avengers yet, right? Am I crazy?
Not
didn't buff
really. At least for
Mars, so-
deep raw damage, not really. Yeah.
I'm actually so depressed when they did. I don't even like her, but like, why didn't they buff her? They buffed both Ryoma and Rokuni, and the actual one that deserves it the most gets.
Yeah, I'm
nothing.
shocked she didn't get a buff, but yeah, we'll talk about her later as well. Or for Lobo, I would say maybe biased. I would say B tier, but I can see maybe C plus too. He's just okay.
B tier. Upgrade him to an anti-trade. Like, come on.
Yeah, maybe it's worth the B then. I just don't want to sound too biased. So I wasn't sure.
Is it an anti-trade? It's a 30% power mod.
It's a 30%. Actually, no, never mind. I forgot.
I mean, like the damage
but
still winds up being pretty high.
but still B. I mean B still like.
I mean, they're both
again,
the
like,
attack and the power mod are both 30% on a 5-turn cooldown with 3 turns
Yeah.
buffed. It's still pretty good uptime though. I don't know.
This also might be the only time I'm pulling out the no competition.
That's also a thing.
The-
Yeah.
I genuinely, because like when people are like, "Oh, there's a ruler. How do I deal with it?" Other than bringing ridiculous berserkers or supports, I mean, I feel like most people at this point probably borrows like a big jolter because she's just like, okay, or Monte Cristo. But like, if you can't borrow or you don't want to borrow, then it's just that he's the only one.
Yeah, pretty much. There's not a whole lot of choices.
Yep.
We'll go with B for now, and we'll see how the list forms. All right,
Okay,
back to
I
what
have
was it?
to BRB. Something's going on with my computer, so I'm going to
Oh.
reset it. I'll be
Yeah,
back
no
in
worries.
like
You'll probably be
5
back
minutes.
before I finish the next kit.
Oh,
if
yeah.
Chances are. So yeah, sure.
I'll be back.
Yes. Okay. So next 5-star is an Avenger again because we're still a bit ways away from getting the first pretender. But yeah, we got the big Nobu, Mao Nobu, Demon King, whatever you want to call her. Triplet, so many different forms and whatnot. Yeah, interesting servant. Amalgamation of the Nobus. So AoE, Buster, Farmer, and DPS. She's an interesting case. She kind of just keeps popping up to the spotlight quite often, which tends to surprise me. But I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. She definitely does still see use. So 12.6k attack is great. Again, that's what you would expect from all these 5-star DPS Avengers. It's good. Triple Buster, there it is, the first of its kind here. I would say makes a lot of sense for sure. Gives her that really nice DPS potential with her face cards. Her MP sometimes doesn't even hit that hard. A lot of the times you just could do really big crits on her instead. Depends on the enemy if you can hit anti-trait or not. The gains cards, they're good. There's just 2 of them though. The arts card in particular is very solid for what it's worth. Starting can be okay too with some higher hit counts on the cards that give you stars. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then every turn it increases by 30%. Wait, is that how it works?
Yeah.
It increases, yeah.
Oh, 20% is the
Yeah.
increase. I'm stupid. It's 30% on base and 20% is the increase. Okay. Yeah, okay, I had those two backwards. So yeah, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns on use, and then next turn she gets 20% more attack, and then last turn she gets 20% more. So it's 70% on turn 3, basically. 50% on turn 2. Okay. But then you also get Burning Field, map effect on herself for 3 turns, and then she gets a 1k burn on herself for 3 turns as a demerit, which sometimes can sting a bit. So you're gonna be a bit wary about that. I guess it cannot stack though, which is kind of nice. I assume that was already the thing even before Koyan was released, but you know, small mitigation there, I suppose. Burning map also gonna be nice on her. But yeah, that attack up is pretty crazy. It scales really well. So imagine, like, she already has a very high attack stat. She's triple buster, and then it spikes at 70% just from one effect, and you can stack this. So it's pretty interesting. A lot of raw damage.
5-turn cooldown.
Yeah, it's like good uptime too. Yeah, like even the base 30% is already good. Like that's already good. But then on turn 2 it's already really good. Turn 3 is like, okay, that's insane.
Yep.
All right, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 1 turn, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn. So basically you're pretty safe unless the enemy has invul pierce. And then if the map is a burning field, she gets 50% sky attribute power mod for 3 turns. And this is also this is not a snapshot, right? This is just a buff that's always there, and then it just, you know, if the map happens to be burning, she does more damage. I think that's how it is, right?
Yeah.
It's not a snapshot. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a check. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't like blank gets like dimmed when it's
Yeah, that you would have to have burning, and then it stays there for 3 turns no matter what. So yeah, it's a check.
Yep.
It's a
Okay,
bit
back.
niche because welcome back. Sky attribute obviously not the most common thing ever,
I
but
haven't
for an
listened.
Avenger, it's great. What was you saying?
I mean,
I
well,
was just
yeah,
saying I'm
it's
back. I was gonna
welcome.
ask what I missed, but I clearly haven't.
Yeah,
listened.
we're barely getting started here. Yeah.
It's not really 1/3 of all servants, but on a very technical level, it's the 1/3 of all
Yeah,
servants. It's
I
like
guess.
probably a quarter.
But yeah, it's
still,
even better
right?
because of her class, if anything, because she's expected to hit neutral most of the time. So it's actually
And
not a
her
bad
MP,
niche.
because they usually align.
True, that is true.
Yep, they're usually the same. If you're divine, you're sky usually, not always.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, but good points. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, 30% gauge on use, and then again, if the map is burning, she gets 30% buster up for 3 turns. Yeah, again, because she can apply the burning field, it's actually a very solid skill because of that. If she couldn't, it would be like okay to good, depending on if you have the map or not. But because she can, then this is a pretty it's a basic package, but it's a tight package though, honestly. It just works. There's a lot of raw damage and then some survival too. So can't really be too mad about it. The stars could maybe be like 15 per turn, but that's kind of like nitpicking if anything. You know, Koyan helps too and whatnot. Anyway, Avenger passives, and that's it. So 17.5% MP gain on damage taken increased. Party members get minus 7.5% debuff rest besides herself. She gets 2% crit damage, which is a bit sad. Would be nicer to see, like the one servant so far who you would like to see that number be a bit higher. And then 3.3% gauge per turn is a cute little bonus, sure. She's anti-alter ego as well, which even though she hits neutral most of the time, it's sadly not an enemy class you fight very often. I feel like a lot of them are probably divine though. So
yeah, true.
Yeah, that's something at least. But yeah, on that note, the MP then. So before damage, she removes all defensive buffs from divine enemies. So that can be some cool utility. There's a 1k burn on them for 5 turns, flat, no scaling. And then the overcharge is the super effective against divine enemies, the base 150 to 200 range. So if you're not fighting divine, the MP is like, yeah, it's there mostly just to enable more red chains or whatever, then you're just going to rely on face cards. But if the enemy is divine, you can actually get a lot of damage out of her MP as well. But yeah, she is very capable of hitting very hard with her face cards as well. Just a full red, very high raw numbers of buffs and attack, and just, yeah, she's legit.
Yeah. So what's about to come out of my mouth is probably absurd.
Okay.
But she is frailer, but even more offensive cuckoo.
Wait,
Like she does
Oh.
more damage than Cuckoo. I mean, I guess it doesn't sound that insane, but like Cuckoo's already an offensive monster, and I think her offense is actually higher. That first skill, Cuckoo is like middle of the road. Like, Cuckoo's 50 on the skill 1, and Nobu is 30, 50, 70, so it's like literally middle. And she
Yeah.
has an anti-trait on top of. She has, well, she technically has like 2 anti-traits, but they
with
also
really
like
high overlap.
yeah, they overlap
Mhm.
a lot. So it's kind of like Ushigozen, which we'll get into later. Ushigozen literally overlaps, but she has a very similar case because, usually she hits both the PMod and the anti-trait, and she's Buster, so she's double stacking all that stuff. So she is just a monster of a
And
servant in terms of offense.
So much offense.
And you're double stacking it early, because if you're like, say you're taking her to a boss fight,
yeah, you can just double skill
press
1.
skill 1 and 3 immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can press it twice immediately. Yeah.
Like that's
Well,
already
I don't know if
60% from the
press-
30 Buster and attack, which are mixed buffs,
Yeah.
and that's without the stack and the attack going higher with turns.
But yeah,
I'm double
buffing
stacking the attack for sure.
Skill
Yeah.
the attack. Yeah, on
Yeah.
turn 3, that's 140% attack up. Like
Mhm.
that's a lot.
Yeah.
And then
You're also
and then
doubling
the
on
fact
the
is
second skill, like,
And she has
which is,
basically
like, 100%
effectively
PMod.
over 13k attack on base anyway because of her class. So
I mean, against
and-
Divine, she has single target
Yeah,
damage,
so-
which is like, I guess
Yeah.
it's expected.
And-
Divine Sky, sorry, but yeah.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out as well, as far as Sky servants go, like there's only like a couple Sky servants that aren't divine.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's the list. Yeah, from looking at it
So-
real fast here, I see a lot of divine servants for sure. Yeah.
I think it's just Lartoria and I'm not. I think Ruler Artoria might be divine. I can't.
Yeah, it's a
remember.
really good overlap.
Yeah, she's
Quite a few
Goddess from
bosses
Maybe
that
Gobinia.
end up
everyone else's.
as divine. So
Damn,
it's
how
like,
many rulers
you
are
know,
there? Oh, Ruler
There's
isn't. Well, I mean, Arjuna
5
Altar
rulers too.
gets this. Oh my god, Arjuna Altar gets like vaporized by
Yeah.
one Buster card. It is funny.
It's like what
I
he
think
does on
she's
his
like,
boss battle.
Yeah, true.
Oh yeah, someone
I
asked,
think
are we
he's-
gonna factor in Nobukatsu with this? Like talk about Nobukatsu as well?
no.
I mean,
I feel like Nobukatsu can work with her,
He's-
but you might go with the premium supports instead. But you
Yeah,
can use
yeah,
Nobukatsu.
yeah.
It's fine too, you know.
Yeah,
It's a final
That's one of the
bonus.
issues with him and Maonobu. Like the thing that she likes the most is like she likes getting big crit buffs for her Buster cards and Absorb and Stars. And well, I mean, her best support is already fixing that problem, so it's
Yeah,
not
it does
that big of an issue
everything.
for her.
The thing she likes
100%
the
crit is
most-
100% crit, but I'd say if his first skill was AoE, it would be a lot better for her.
The thing she likes the most is the same as Nobukatsu, is herself, her own skills. So she would probably rather double it up than, just
Yeah.
pair with Nobukatsu. So it's I think she's like A plus to EX, but
I think A
depends on
plus
how much you wanna.
minimum.
Yeah, A plus minimum. Depends on how much you wanna like.
I still feel like she's mostly like the best
Burn
value
is
get, best bang
unstackable
for your
with the
buck
Clan
is
Light, like you said,
DPSing. You
but-
can do some farming as well, but definitely in like she can just demolish some bosses. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. I don't
I
think
mean,
she's.
she-
Oh man, I pray she doesn't get an MP upgrade. Holy crap! Please don't.
If she gets an MP upgrade, that's a little much. I don't know.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Because like she has a very, because the thing is she has power mods and she has a niche, so she's clearly not designed as a general attacker. So I think if you upgrade her NP, then she becomes an extremely strong general attacker, and just then
But
Shardy destroys divine enemies. It would
here's the thing, I
delete
kind of
divine
agree
enemies.
with Watermelon Buster though. I feel like she should be with Jolter. Maybe
Yeah.
she's a bit better because she can Buster loop.
I might prefer her maybe a
man.
little bit over Jolter, but I'm still not sure if it's EX. I think we're gonna start with
Yeah.
A plus for now, and then again we'll see
Yeah,
how
we
the
would-
rest of the list
but-
forms later.
Yeah, she definitely has the potential to be EX. Like this is.
She has the
This is the-
damage
the
numbers
clo-
at least, but the question is, what are her, the stuff
mean,
that she's
the
missing enough
gorilla
to,
deck,
or is it
so-
enough to overcome that stuff
Well,
and not
yeah,
always
the
hitting
gorilla
niche?
deck-
It is kind
I
of funny
guess the
because that
gorilla deck
release
really
she was
makes her a single
terrible. Like
target.
at release, I think most people thought, and probably rightfully so, she was bad.
Well, we didn't
honestly,
even have
who-
Koyan or anything like that.
Yeah,
And she was not
I think
missing the
Koyan,
buff
like-
too.
I think Hoi and
Buster
Light
deck
was
with no way of getting
insane.
storms.
Yeah,
is
her
not good.
kit when the supports were not there yet on launch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
'cause I
Hoi
just
and Light was a huge glow up for her. Oh, sorry, I keep cutting off.
well that and her just two good skill buffs. You know,
Yeah,
what two good skill buffs do to a person? You know,
What is she
giving
missing? I
buffed
feel like
up
she could
power
maybe use
mod to
some
attack 'em.
utility. She has like almost no utility
more
at all.
Earth and Divine. Well, I mean, you gotta consider it's Sky. No, I'm replying to chat. Like it's not just Divine. It is Sky. Like there are non-divine Sky enemies, not just servants. That
Yeah, the
exist.
farming is not always like that. Bosses
And
tend to
again,
be.
her farming damage is like she doesn't need to hit. Like when I say she's like cuckoo but more offensive, I'm assuming not hitting trades, dude. Like, I mean, I guess when not hitting trades closer, like they would like be like equal. A big reason why she felt a bit higher is because maybe she had class score or something and a lot of like high end stuff. But still, like it's pretty close.
We'll
Sorry.
start with that, I think.
But
Yeah.
she is
Potential for
the
EX.
closest to heaven. Yeah, the closest to heaven for now.
There you go.
Oh,
That's a
boy.
good way of putting it. Alright, let's talk about Spishstar, the Cat of Worms. Oh boy, can't wait to read those comments again.
I love garbage.
Oh, you know what's good though? You know what I'm happy about? That because we're doing a triple split this year. Jinako is not on the same list as this girl. People are still
yeah.
giving me shit to this day about last year's list.
Yeah.
So at least they're on
can't
different lists, so
believe-
people
Nah,
can't directly
I
compare
can't
them.
Jinako above Space Ishtar.
Wait, were people mad that Janako's good?
No, okay.
they
so
were
here's the thing: people were mostly mad because Spishstar wasn't as high as they wanted to be, and then they were like trying to find reasons to flame the list, like, oh, but Jinako is high. This list is complete garbage. They're like, you're trying to find any reason. She was the scapegoat. Everyone
worry.
deflected.
I'm
Like,
here
even though
to-
they're not even compared in no way whatsoever, they're completely different servants. Like, oh, but Jinako is this high. She should be at least this high. Like, what the hell, dude? So yeah, people, I don't know,
Instead
man.
of focusing on Janako, they can focus their hate on me.
I still sometimes
also
get
hate
comments
this
about that a
character.
year
No,
later.
well-
You'd be surprised. So in
well,
random
to be fair-
videos, it's crazy.
Spishtar is better at quick looping than Janaka.
Yeah, true. She should be top tier, clearly.
True.
But yeah, okay.
I have
Banter
her
aside, we should probably
MP4
just cover the
Grail. I
serve
have
and
not
then
used
do a
her
fair
in 3
evaluation here.
years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, Spishstar, AoE
Actual
Rainbow
tragedy, bro.
Farmer, because I guess you could try DPSing with her too, but I don't really love her as a DPS too much. It can be done. She's a bit on this, at least on the art. If you bring her arts, then it's safe. It's safe. It's not crazy, but it's safe. It works, I guess. So yeah, she can kind of just pick whatever MP type she wants, but I feel like arts is the one that most people go with. But she does have options, I guess. But yeah, high attack, 12.6k again, as to be expected with 5-star Avengers for the most part. Double Buster, double Arts deck is fine with her as well, even if the deck itself cannot be changed, just the MP. Arts cards, they're okay. They're just okay. Quick cards, they're whatever, not at best. Otherwise, not a whole lot of gains there. But the MP refunds quite a bit and the skills help, I guess. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then allies beside her get 30% attack for 3 turns. Why was this number not the other way around? I can't fathom that. It's so weird to me, but yeah, okay. And then party members besides her get charm immune for 3 turns. It's weird. Like, why do the allies get more attack than her? I never understood that part. It's just weird. But yeah, for herself, it's obviously not the greatest skill ever. It's literally just 20% attack for 3 turns. And a lot of the times, the comp you're going to bring with her, the other servants might not even need those buffs. In bosses, Charm Immune can be nice. And if you bring her multi-core, the 30% can be nice though. But a lot of people just run her in single core as well. It depends of the comp. It's mixed value skill. Second skill on 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% MP damage for 1 time, 3 turns, in an invul for 1 time, 3 turns, and then you can choose your MP type of all the card colors for 3 turns. Well, not extra, of course, but yeah. Yeah, why is the MP damage so weak on this skill? It's so weak. I mean, I get that she has a bit of ramp up, but man, it's like, just add something else at that point. Like,
All her numbers are 20%. That's
Yep.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I
It's
guess.
they're all 20.
I guess
including
that's
her
true. I never
chance
made
to
that
not
connection, but
land
it's
her
man.
card buffs.
Yeah, including the chance to screw up.
Yeah, speaking of which, the third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% battery, and then there's an 80% chance to get a rainbow for 20% 3 turns, but there are individual rolls as well, so you might not land all of them. And you obviously want to land the one your MP card type corresponds to, ideally, but a lot of times it just feels like you're with it. It's not the biggest deal ever because it's 20%, but it still sucks if you miss it.
Here's the thing. I think this is completely fine when she misses, but not for the good reasons. But it's because I think it sucks, so it doesn't matter if I
Like because of the values, you mean?
really don't. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't care.
exactly. It's
Look,
not the biggest deal
I
ever.
openly criticize Durga's rainbow. Like, I guess you can use her with Yui. Oh, that would suck if you want to use her with Yui. But I don't know. If you want to crit with her, I would just pick a not arts card. I don't think that's that big of an issue, to be
Look,
honest.
I believe there was one time, and this was on stream, where I went like 7 or 8 uses of the skill in a row where the arts buff missed.
That's crazy.
It was like the worst experience of my life.
You should run Buster, bro. I'm telling you.
You know, this was a while ago, but it's what made me hate her. Well, hate is a strong
made
word.
a lot of people.
I just never want to use her.
I feel, to be honest, like that was. I think that's brought up like more than it's even warranted. Again, because it's 20%, dude. It's like I have a.
It's just frustrating. We're not into the MP yet. It's just a frustrating thing because sometimes, you know, back in the day, the looping calculations were so tight that like she needed that arts buff to work on some nodes,
really?
Right?
Do you mean quick? Oh, well, I mean, if you're doing like one something, her refund's not that bad, right? I genuinely feel like her refund's not that.
I guess we should probably cover the rest of the servant before we start discussing the servant itself. We're kind of diverging from this skill now, but yeah. Anyway, overall, the skill set, I feel like it's bare bones at best. It's weird. It's quirky. I don't know. It's could be better.
I guess it's worth pointing out that her third skill, if it works, she does become Yui synergistic.
Yeah, if it works. Yes.
Well, yeah, but like if I want to crit with her, I would just, I can just change it to either card types that have crits. So I would not care. I would not use her with Yui personally. Yeah.
Well, this time we have a lot more passives than just the Avenger stuff. So 15% debuff versus cool, 6% crit damage is pretty mixed value on her. She usually doesn't crit at all, but depends on, I guess, your card type as well. Flat damage doesn't really do anything. Another 27% debuff versus cool, so she has like, what, 42% on base? That's not bad at all. 22% increased MP gain on damage taken, and then minus 12% debuff for all allies besides herself. Another 10% crit damage, and then 3.5% gauge per turn. So there's a good amount of passives that are, for the most part, pretty nice to have. So best passives so far, I guess, kind of by default, because we've only seen Avenger passives otherwise. She's anti-archer, which again is fine because most of her damage is neutral anyway, and it's a common class, so yeah, sure, it's okay. No MP buff either, so she only does AoE damage, and then she gets 100% extra effectiveness for 1 turn. So there's not just damage, it also increases the gains on it. And then also before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 60%. So at least there's some ramp up on the MP itself too. Just a very basic MP as well, really. And obviously the effects stay the same. It's just like the numbers change for the damage to accommodate for the card base numbers. Space Star. I don't remember the last time I used mine. I don't think she's bad, but I don't know. She's just like they don't do anything with her. They just don't do anything. And I feel like they could do something with her.
I like to call her the strongest blank slate.
Yeah,
because like that is just what she is. Because yeah, you might feel like because I've even seen people run her with Quick in Challenge Quest because Quick has the highest damage scaling for her MP. So her MP damage is slightly higher even without any buffs in Quick mode. But like it really is just not about her. Like which card type you pick with her is heavily dependent on what supports you want to use with her, and there is definitely some attractiveness to that. If you ever want to just use one character, but you want to experience the vast, different array of
Yeah,
supports
she
in the
has that
game,
nice
then yeah, Space
flexibility at
Ishtar.
least. Yeah.
Yeah, Space Ishtar is your pick, but like honestly, if you want to go with practicality, I'd say most people use her as an AoE arts looper.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're using that as a baseline, then I don't think that is impressive at all. Like her damage is still fine because she has that ramp up. It's so iconic that I still call it the. I feel like a lot of people call it the Spishtar ramp up, the 20% MP damage.
I guess
up
she
for
was
3 turns thing.
like kind of the first to get it.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, but sorry, can I say something?
Oh no, I was just agreeing that people call it the Spishtar ramp up.
Yeah. But like
Yeah.
it's just she just doesn't like a lot of things. If you run her Buster, you'll realize that's just Mao Nobu, but a lot shittier. If you want to run her in quick, arguably in farming, it's just Dante's but worse. But I feel like in challenge quests,
A lot
probably
worse.
actually still Dante's but worse.
Her
It's
quick farming is so bad.
well,
It's
her quick farming
Because
is
she can't
unusable.
Black
Yeah.
Rail.
Yeah.
She can't even 50%.
Yeah, this is listed as a K scope here with the best comp.
So it's like
The people had to
she
do
gives you
arts
such
on one
choice.
and then quick on 2-3, right? That
She
was
gives you
what
such
people were
choice.
doing.
You can AoE arts loop, or you can Buster crit with Buster, or you can Buster crit with quick.
I mean, honestly, I
Those are
guess
your
it's
two
to be
choices.
expected because, like, if you want to have the exact same hit count data for both a quick and arts MP, you either make the arts MP like the dumbest shit ever, or you make the quick MP the crappiest garbage ever. And then, unfortunately, they choose it to be the crappiest garbage ever. And like, look, I complain a lot about AoE arts loopers, but man, she is actually just. I genuinely believe when they design an AoE arts looper, especially like universal classes, they're just like, okay, so let's take Space Ishtar and then add something. You know, Kama is like Space Ishtar with anti-charm. Nidochris is Space Ishtar but with 100 battery and insta-kill. Marie Alter is Space Ishtar but with anti-curse.
In this Ibuki, who is a
Melusine is
berserker.
Yeah, Melusine is Space Ishtar, but with a bunch of random weird shit. And then Space Aresh is the Rin that makes Ishtar looks like a bastard child. So there you go. It's just, but hey, at least Space Ishtar counters her in terms of class, right? That's
Yeah,
the
of
one thing
course.
you can laugh about. But yeah, I don't know, man. This is just, I still wouldn't put her in crap because like obviously she still
No,
works,
not
but,
crap.
man, this is just such a. I think they definitely could buff her. There's so many cool
They could. I'm
ideas
surprised
where,
she
like,
has 0 buffs still. That's actually
yeah,
surprising.
where she can get like different effects depending on what MP type she's in. There's so much potential to do something cool with this character, and they just refuse to.
They
She
could
just
make it
doesn't-
so that she gets different effects based on it. That would actually be very cool.
Yeah,
But they
like, come on, it's the cool. Yeah, this is like
she's just a servant that doesn't really justify usage beyond like general use. Because like she's replaceable to varying degrees by like all of her competition. And like if we're if meeting specific damage thresholds like on turn 3 traitless, if that's not an issue, then I just don't see any reason to use her over her competition, like ever.
Bro, I actually blame her for making Lasengo think that like one turn card type change buff for Emiya is good enough.
It's not. It's such a bad skill.
I think it's her. I think it's her fault. I'm gonna blame her on that. I mean, it's Rin fucking over Archer. But like, I don't know, man. It's just yeah.
I would say
But yeah,
B plus to A. I don't know.
I'd still put it in B plus at least. Like, come, I
Probably
still
a
think she's,
minimum
like, more
B
usable than
plus
Dante's.
still because the
I actually
versatility.
think she's more usable. Well, is she more usable
Than
than Dante's?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably
I
at
think
least
so.
B plus.
Look, I can make her a shittier Mao Nobu, and I think that's still pretty good. Okay, like that's. Look, that's.
Do we go with A
that's
tier
still
then?
okay. No, I don't think
No,
it's A
B+.
tier. I want to drive in the
I'm fine with
idea
B+.
that Space Ishtar.
Yeah, I'm
really
okay with
kind
B+
of
too.
needs
I mean, people are.
needs something, man.
There's gonna be the same people from last year coming in. They're gonna be mad regardless. So you know what?
Wasn't
there
she
you go.
B+ last year? I feel like
No,
the
I think
comments
she
are
she
the
was
exact
she
same.
may have been A tier. I don't remember, but
A. People are mad with her being A. Okay,
dude,
look,
she was still super popular. Okay, what can I say? That yeah. So people are gonna be
it's
mad when their
fine.
favorites are not super high. You know.
No, it's fine. Arash Kigal makes every Rin fan just
True.
forget this character.
You know what? Stay tuned.
it's-
If you're mad about this, stay tuned for next week. Is all I'm gonna say. So yeah, don't worry about it.
I mean, yeah. Space Arash came out, and every Rin fan that was defending.
Dude, it's like that
"Oh,
meme, you know, with the Toy
You're not
Story
even
meme where the
Rin,
kid
dude."
has the toy. It's like, I don't want to play
won't
with
play
you
with you
anymore.
anymore.
He drops Space Star and then he has Space Arash at his
play
hand.
with you
Yeah, that's
anymore.
basically what's happening now.
Space
made a
Arash
good
is
one.
also so blatantly like fan servicey. Not like because she has like a sexy outfit, but it's.
I mean,
like,
yeah, there's a lot. I mean, they were
It's a
very much
dating
well aware
sim.
of how much people wanted a new Arash Giggle, so they went super all out with all the fan service and everything with it. So
They
and made
built
sure
a
she's great
dating sim
gameplay
I'll
wise.
mention it more
Characters,
next
kid.
week, but
Yeah, next week for
but,
sure.
but
bro.
I quite like Arash, but I always was rooting against Summer Rush ever happening because I found the people constantly yelling for Summer Rush very annoying. So
It was one of the
just-
most requested things always. Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
and
yeah.
then you
Anyways,
120'd.
he 120'd her on a bet.
I was gonna
Fun.
120 her anyway. I already had the copies, so
Dude, you're actually like
already had her in P7?
Yes. No. He is the 1%. No, not even 1. He's the 0.1% that actually caved to MP8. So he has
don't tell
universal.
them that.
So he has universal coins in his inventory. He has universal
I
SSR
have
servant coins.
270 I have 270 universal
Nobody
points.
has that shit, dude. That's like 10 times rarer than USOs. That's like time
Well, there
limited
it
within
is.
a week if you caved to FGO tariffs. That's how you get those. Okay, like.
All right,
Anyway, sorry.
but yeah,
You
we'll go with the
exposed
B
me
plus for
rolling
now.
NP8
It is what it
Spacer
is.
Ash.
Yeah, but yeah, stay tuned next
It's
week.
so
Space
funny.
Rush. It's gonna be a thing. All right, next 5-star Avenger. Still no pretender, but yeah, we're gonna talk about Tyra. Fairly popular servant too, I want to say, because you know, still an Ushi face. So we got a single target quick DPS and a I guess a solo or two, to an extent. Yeah, 12.7k attack, great. Again, still good stat lines for attacks on these Avengers. She's double arts, double quick, which I'm still not sure how I feel about that. I feel like
I
more
hate
Buster
it.
would be nice, but yeah.
I'd rather have triple quick, bro. Get out of here.
Yeah, even that would
Like,
probably
with
be
this crap.
better. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
it's a weird deck choice. Does Ushi have this deck like OG, or is she double Buster,
Oh,
double
yeah.
quick?
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably why she
Yeah,
has it then.
that's-
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
Damn it.
Yeah, there
Imagine
had to
if she
be
had two
some
Buster
reason.
cards.
Mm.
Yeah, she'd still be worse than Monte Cristo.
Imagine
Wow.
if she had 3 quick cards.
Mm.
I mean, either way, I would have been. I think this.
But
is
yeah,
like, I
at
mean,
least
it's
the
obviously not
gains,
worst deck
the
possible.
arts cards are still decent on gains for what it's worth, but it does hamper her damage potential a bit, unfortunately, with
Yeah.
her game plan in mind and her main card type. Right, first skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 200% power mod against Genji enemies for 3 turns, 100% crit damage for 3 turns, 30% battery, and then allies beside her get minus 100% absorb for 3 turns. So it's basically absorb because it's on the 2 other allies. It's you know, the reverse way of doing it, but it kind of works. But yeah, 200% against Genji, that's a lot. It obviously is not a very common niche, but you know, as time goes by, she becomes a little bit more stonks because they will inevitably keep releasing servants that do have Genji traits sometimes. Even after her, there's been many servants like that. So it can be very interesting because that 200% is a crazy amount. Just an absolutely crazy amount. So yeah, even if it's not common. Second skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets the guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, and it is also stackable with other guts. Cool. Then she gets 100% instant kill resistance for 3 turns, and then this on guts activation buff for 3 turns. So whenever guts activates on her, she gets her unique thirst for vengeance buff for 10 turns, which basically increases her MP damage. So yeah, guts is... That's why soloing is pretty good for her, because she can get a lot more damage because of these stacks as well. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a dodge for 2 hits, 3 turns, 30% attack for 3 turns, 30% quick for 3 turns, 15 stars on use, and then all enemies get a 500 curse for 3 turns. There's the good old Avenger curse again. Pretty good skill, actually. That's a lot of stuff. And I like the flexibility of the evade on the offensive skill, that it's not just 1 turn. Pretty good
It's
skill.
kind of funny looking at this and comparing it to Saber Deerman's first skill.
Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is.
Where's my
But one is a
ridiculous
permanent
quick single
4-star and
target
one is a
MP upgrade?
limited 5-star. So, but
Yeah,
yeah, still.
yeah, it's
No, but
I'm
Otto,
just looking at it because they have similar effects. Yeah.
Otto, where's my extremely overtuned SSR single target quick MP upgrade?
Yeah, true.
Why is it this?
Yeah.
Where is it?
I mean, this was not a bad
anyways.
buff either. It's still pretty cool. But yeah, pretty good skill
Well, shoot,
set,
the
honestly.
assassin tier list was 5 weeks ago. You have to let it go.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
we
I
haven't gone to
refuse.
melt yet next week. Like,
True,
come on.
true. I want to say
yeah,
this
I thought you were talking about Kama. Oh yeah.
No, I guess he
No,
means in
Milk
general,
is-
because there's been several over to single target quick MP buffs. There's the Bob one, two, and whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, true.
the
Yeah,
buff from
yeah.
One Piece. Yeah, right.
But yeah, I want to
They
say
started to
this.
realize it was a mistake.
I want to say
Sorry,
the skill set
sorry.
is the best one so far. It's it has a lot of stuff and a lot of nice stuff too. So I mean, it doesn't say a whole ton because most of the skill sets so far haven't been super impressive. But yeah, it makes sense. It's good, even if there's some niches in there that are not so common. Avenger passives are the only thing she has for passives. So 22% MP gain increased on damage taken. All allies besides herself get minus 12% to debuff resistance, 6% crit damage, and 3% gauge per turn. It's alright. Decent. Helps with all the stuffs. Especially for solos, the first one actually can be a bit more valid than usually on your Avengers. Because normally you kind of don't want them to get hit, so... Yeah, and obviously granted, this doesn't mean they have to take damage, but you still prefer them not to be targeted because they might have like hit-based intervals or hits, evades and stuff like that. She's anti-rider, which is fine. Not sure how many, I assume you might know, Plushie, how many riders are Genji. But yeah, there's probably some
I
out
have
there.
no idea.
Yeah, I guess I'll open the
Rider
trade
Kin-
list
I mean,
once I've
Rider
covered the whole
Kintoki.
list, so we'll see it better there. But yeah, there's probably
Does
some at least.
Murasaki's not?
She should be
No,
Genji, right? Because they have
Takeda is
technicalities, even if
Genji.
they're
I
not
don't think
directly
she
there.
is, but she did.
She
write
wrote
the
Genji
tail of
Monogatari.
Well, there's
It's-
Kintoki
it's
Rider at least,
different.
I guess, at the very
Yeah,
least.
Kintoki Rider.
No, it's just
and
original flavor
Ushi. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
and Kentucky.
Oh,
So,
Takeda Shingen is, of course.
Yeah,
It's like
Takeda.
a
Yeah.
Descendant
it's a
stuff.
far
like
away
half of them are
descendant, yeah.
like half of them are writer characters. It's kind of
Yeah,
funny.
like the Descendants or whatever.
Not writers, writers.
Yeah.
Wait, when was the
What did they write?
When was the lotto that has a Kintoki at the last wave?
I don't
Is it
remember.
this one
Gosh.
that's happening?
That's
right
asking really specific stuff.
now? Okay, it might not be this one. Never mind.
Anyway,
Okay,
her
so I don't
MP
think
then, it's pretty cool. So it's a 10-hitter single target MP, so it can generate some stars too. So before damage, it removes all buffs from the target. Very cool utility to have. And then does bonus damage also, 25% based on the per mark of Thirst of Vengeance you have. You can stack it up to 4 times for a 100% nice bonus. It's going to be really hard to get that though, but even just 1 can already be a cool boost to the MP damage. And then, of course, again, more curse shenanigans. 1k curse on the enemy target for 5 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 5k. So I still, even though you might not always have Thirst for Vengeance stacks, especially if you're running team stuff with her, then it's even harder to get that. At least I still like that the MP has the full buff strip before damage. That's very cool.
It's kind of sad that it's 25% because if they made it a smaller amount, I could see them doing some sort of thing like they did with Charlie, where they gave her another.
Yeah,
one
another way to get them. Yeah,
but
yeah.
but
No, I just
it would have to be.
It doesn't
something
matter.
Very specific.
It doesn't matter if it's 25%. They should buff the second skill anyway to start with a stack. Like I don't care if it's 25%. Start with 1 stack. Like how bad could that be?
Because in normal play, like in team play, this is never gonna. This just doesn't trigger.
And you have to. It only makes her good for solos. Like her the way it works currently. The only time you get like actual value out of her is either anti-trading, to which case she does decent damage.
Well, I mean,
if you want to
I'm
say
buffering.
words
Oh
like
yeah, let me open the list.
yeah.
Yeah, there's all the
I-
Genjis.
I used to be one
There's
of
not
the
a lot
biggest
Genjis.
like Tyra proponent. Like I used to like push Tyra very hard at like in terms of her gameplay, and she did get a buff, but like I agree. I have to agree with Rio. I think the skill 3 buff does actually improve her team play, but her team play is kind of like, especially with a lot of other stuff, like with Jolter's MP upgrade and skill buffs, and with like Monte Cristo, it just feels a little bit lackluster.
And her deck is not the best for critting either, like we were talking about.
Yeah, like in solos, it's a little of a problem because you get every card every turn technically, but I think the skill 2 is too polarizing because in a solo, if you bring her, especially now with a Pen 5, you bring her, right? And you use Atlas to reduce the cooldown, that clock also stacks. So 1 guts would give you 2.
Okay,
like,
so
it
some people are
caps out.
some people in chat are saying like she's like a great anchor and even better than Herc is, but one of the main problems with Herc being an anchor was that, you know, it's just someone that's going to take up your party cost that might not even be needed. But now you're arguing that a 5-star is a, you know, even better case. I would argue against that. It's even more expensive. And you need a C on her too, so that's very expensive, very, very expensive. Okay,
anchors. Boy, do I hate anchors.
Mm-hmm.
So
her team play is better than Herc, but yeah,
her best point of comparison is definitely Kualter, because they
buff removal
both
on MP, kind of.
Yeah, buff removal on
she's
MP.
Way better than Kualter
and evade. I'd say she's.
I think our solo's better than Kualter. Team play probably.
Yeah, I prefer Kualter on teams than her on solo. Ku sucks on solo.
Yeah, but like she still works pretty well in a team. I would still say that.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Well, yeah, she
just doesn't get her second skill procking.
I think it's genuinely. Well, can I even say power creep? Because I think Jolter's buff hurt her as well. Like they're just like better de facto single target Avengers than her, I'd say. Unless you really need buff removal, which I mean, against like Tez, right, in Lost Belt 7, like people really want to buff removal against him, so that's pretty good. But I don't know. I think the skill 2 is too polarizing. Like in a solo, you can actually get to 4 stacks pretty easily with the cooldown reduction thing, where like she actually starts with 2 kind of.
Yeah, because these stacks last for 10 turns, so there it's very doable.
Yeah, during her first death, like it's a bit of a waste. Like a lot of my solos, you'll see Tyra having like 6, and it's just like, oh wow, it just actually it looks like a lot. It doesn't do anything. And in a team, it's just always at 0. So it's kind of unfortunate. And the again, the skill buff plus skill 1 is like a good sort of crit. Just she has like instant crits. I don't know. She's I'd only put her in like A at best. I honestly.
I was thinking flat A as well.
As a Tyra fan, I pushed her so hard, but man, that MP upgrade not happening was very disappointing to me.
Yeah, I think we got our first A.
I am so sorry.
I mean, she still has room. I think they could buff her more. She's kind of popular anyway.
All right, so we need to start being mean to servants because we don't have enough.
I'm trying, but start.
Yeah.
All right, starting with the next one.
Yeah, okay, maybe not the best example, but yeah.
Oh,
but
well,
yeah,
I
speaking
mean, I
of
can
which,
be mean to him and still put him in EX. Like, boring as fuck.
Look, yeah, exactly. He's extremely strong, but he's boring gameplay.
But yeah, I guess with that, now we get the first pretender a bit deep into this list already. But yeah, they're live, and it's the big one. The first ever pretender released to the game is of course Oberon. So he's a support, but he also is AoE buster himself. And if you're crazy like me, you might even sometimes farm and or DPS with him too. But most people will use him as a farm support or even a support for like some kind of min turning as well. He's flexible, and that's cool. So yeah, his attack at 11.8k. Now we no longer have Avenger numbers among his peers, which there's still not a ton of them. It's just below average, basically. So again, don't take that too seriously because again, there's not a ton of data still yet. He's double buster, double quick, which honestly I don't really like his deck. I find a lot. I tend to struggle with his gains. On paper they're not terrible. Like the arts card itself is good, but I kind of tend to struggle with getting his MP if I want to DPS with him. It just doesn't happen.
That buster card that fucking hits into an invul. Man, it's beautiful.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Dude. Oh man, I love that.
Anyways. So I think the deck could definitely be better if you're actually going to use him like that. All right, then the skills.
I like him having 2 quick cards because it helps with like mighty chains.
Yeah,
His
it does, but I still
clicks
I
are
find his
usually
gains to be
bonus.
very lackluster. It's probably because they gave him so many batteries. That's why.
Yeah,
But I don't like his
I
gains. They
guess
feel
there's that.
bad. I've used him a lot
And
like
his
that.
MPs is,
I don't know what
and
it
his
is.
MPs and AoE sleep. They're very scared of that shit. Like
Yeah.
they are very scared of like AoE spammable crowd control.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
But it's just like every time they do it. I mean, he's honestly, I prefer this over like RNG. Like, yeah, you know, he just sleeps you can't do anything. But hey, at least I know what I'm working with instead of Hashin Koji, where my spider webs breaks 40% of the time. Anyway, sorry.
Anyway, yeah, the meat and the bones. Then the reason most people ever bother with him, the skills. So first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the party gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns and 20% gauge. Simple, effective, it works. There it is. Single core, multi-core. Yeah, it works. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target gets 50% battery this time. And you get 20 stars on use. And also the target you use the battery on, they get this delayed buff for 1 turn, which is also treated as a buff, so you can't really remove it. So after 1 turn, they get minus 20% gauge. For buster looping, it tends to be irrelevant, because, you know, you tend to not refund anyway. Some exceptions apply, of course, but yeah. And of course, he's used in other stuff besides buster too, which in sometimes, it can be a bit awkward. But it's not a bad demerit still overall, I would say. On DPSing, it can be a bit awkward though. You know, it's not very nice. But for farming, it's totally fine and good because, you know, it's the famous someone can get 70 and then, you know, others can get 20. It's a lot of battery. And then the really funny third skill. So on an 8-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target ally gets 50% buster for 1 turn. And then they get this MP damage multiplier, so they get 100% more MP damage. So it's just basically doubles or their MP damage effect as well, which also includes craft distances. So that's why Black Rail is like their Oberon and Black Rail just married together. You know, everyone knows this by now, hopefully. But then there's also this delayed debuff for 1 time, which is also treated as a buff, which ignores debuff resistance and immunity. So there's literally nothing you can do to avoid it. So at the end of the turn, you remove all your buffs, you go to Eternal Sleep, also goes through everything, cannot be removed or prevented, and then they also get a taunt for 3 turns. So, and also they cannot be swapped out as a bonus demerit. So they're going to be basically a vegetable after that. Enjoy. But a lot of the times this is the fight finisher anyway, so the biggest demerit is watching those animations happen from the second skill and this. To slow you down. That's the biggest demerit.
Yeah. Unless you don't finish the fight, and then you're in for pain.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. So that's been my experience
Yeah.
with the LEFS.
But honestly, on another note, it can be
new.
interesting as well, because sometimes if you are actually doing bosses, you can use this as a non-finisher as well to get someone killed. That's the funny part. Yes,
Yeah.
you're gonna lose out
Yeah.
on damage if they're not the DPS you want to have killed, but it can actually be used because it's a full buff strip too. It makes someone very vulnerable with the 3-turn taunt. So yeah, it could be used in that sort of way too.
George can turn anyone into a dragon, and he can turn anyone into George.
No, he can make
That's
people
really
vegetables.
Oh, I thought you were going to say turn anyone into a potato.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's literally what it is.
Well, he's also anti-potato for 1 turn. Right, there you go.
But yeah, there's the skill set. It's basic, but it's amazing because of the versatility, I guess. There you go. Got a bunch of passives. No Avenger passes this time, I guess, because, you know, Pretender. So we got a couple of unique passes, starting with the first one. So all party members get 10% more debuff success rate, except against foreigner enemies while he is fielded. Pretty cool. But then there's the funny demerit as well. So all Merlin allies get minus 20% buff success rate up while he's fielded. So if you bring a Merlin with him, the buffs can start whiffing, which is from Merlin, that is, which is pretty unfortunate. They can't really be paired together because of that, because, you know, you're gonna have to RNG otherwise. Also 1.5% arts up. It's basically nothing but cool, I guess. 11% debuff success rate up for himself, bonus, so that stacks up even better with the first one.
This is why Kashin Koji looping's not that bad. and swap it
Yeah,
in
true.
for
Yeah,
passive.
she can. Yeah, the debuffs AOE success rate up can be very nice on someone like her, for instance. Yeah.
It's actually pretty good. And like
Yeah.
Summer Kama can not care about like magic res.
Yeah,
It's
for
pretty nice.
sure.
Yeah,
Tem-
that is of course when you're able to use him with Kashin Koji because she does kind of have
Oh,
tight
she's triple
respawn.
Scotty. She's triple Scotty,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Because she's
kinda.
30 battery charge. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's usually how it works. Yeah, there you go. 30 charger.
But in
is
some other
triple
cases,
Scotty
there
charger.
could be a merit.
Yeah, Dana is the one I thought about recently because his art's down is RNG.
Yeah.
Or wait, no, never mind. That's a buff. Haha, Space is char. Lol. Guess
Yeah, of course.
the Space
Anyway,
is just good with her though.
At least the
Sorry, 'cause
quick
the
up is
double.
10%. That's nice because the arts one. Well, there's only one arts card, so it being small is like whatever. But yeah, he has 2 quick cards, so bit of a boost there. And then his other unique passive, he's mental debuff immune and curse immune. Very cool, actually. Not bad at all. Some really annoying debuffs there. He's anti-caster, which is really unfortunate because pretenders are just not very good against the cavalry classes.
Yeah, but that's just a lore thing.
Yeah, of course,
that story,
yeah.
yeah.
But I'm just saying, like gameplay-wise, it is unfortunate. These are all lore reasons, but yeah, gameplay-wise, sometimes they happen to be unfortunate.
Very weird that the append skills are all lore based because it leads to some awful appends.
I mean, I feel like it's fine because again, a lot of the skill effects and effects on servants are lore-based too, and they can suck as well. So might as well just keep up with the theme of some of these being just terrible because of lore.
Can't wait to use my 3-star caster that does dog shit damage against one foreigner in the main story.
Just you wait for one multi-core comp where Oberon can only clear wave 1 casters because of that stupid append. That's just
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
happen.
ready
We all
for
know
it. I'm
that
sure
shit's
it already
gonna happen.
there has been scenarios like that too.
This is annoying. Yeah.
Anyway, the MP then. So, does AoE damage, removes all offensive buffs from all the enemies, puts them to sleep for 1 turn, and then gives them a full 1 turn of invul as a demerit. And then also the MP does super effective against lawful enemies, the base 150 to 200 range. So obviously the order of operations is interesting here because the sleep happens, then the invul happens. So you can't accidentally wake them up unless they don't get the invul and unless you have invul pierce, for instance. So they kind of stay asleep. But obviously the awkward part is if this is a DPSing situation, whether you use his MP to overcharge someone else, well, this someone else now has to have invul pierce. Or if you're doing like a brave chain, well, again, you're mostly just going to get refund, not really any damage. So sometimes you might want to MP last as well. It's weird. It's like, it's nice for delay, of course, because it's safe. Because, chances are you could skip all the enemy turns, which is cool, but it's not the best for damage.
It's meant to combo with Muramasa's anti-invul crit up.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. I guess that's true.
Gross.
Yeah.
My
joking,
mind sat
but
there for
no,
a second going
no.
like, what does he mean? I'm like, oh no, don't you dare bring that darkness in here.
No, they're in the same story. They literally work together for like a little bit, in the story. That's probably why
to kill you.
Well, the ranking at least can happen instantly. Do we have anything to add to him? Any cool tidbits that people don't know? Because I feel like the ranking is a given, but any cool
he's
tidbits?
Only useful for that one. There was only one lotto farming node where it was optimal to use his MP, and ever since then I've never used his MP for damage.
True, but actually, I want to say I think it should be 0. Like it's actually annoying how like sometimes MP5 Oberon matters. And it's just it makes things more convenient. So it would.
Sorry. You cut out, so I thought you stopped talking.
No, I was gonna say like sometimes in multi-core, MP5 Oberon does make things easier, which is annoying. Like people are going to push like, oh, well, you should pull for MP3 Oberon because this happened like 2 times. And then if you're only farming, I don't even think she's that good in TAs. I see a lot of people mention her in TAs. Like honestly, a lot of TAs nowadays.
Are you thinking about another servant?
Did I say?
Well, I mean, he's got long hair and he's pretty. So like, I don't know.
People thought she was Monica.
Just go in your eyes.
He was Monica.
Difference.
But anyways, but people thought it was Monica in the trailer. But yeah, like there a lot of TAs in recent memory, the big damage check turn isn't even turn 3. Like they have like more HP on 1 than on 3. So sometimes you don't like a lot of times I don't actually use him for min turns anymore. So he's just that one thing. And also one last hot take. This is like not even as a joke. I genuinely believe his skill 3 should just be a rainbow buff because like instead of people are like, oh, you should release a different color version of Oberon, just make it rainbow. Like who cares?
They should.
He's using
Yeah, it probably
he's
could
using every
be
card of anyway.
rainbow. Yeah.
Fuck what?
Yeah,
Like
Busker
I
has
agree.
had it too good for too long. Actually, hasn't had it good for that long. Oh my god!
Like he's still used with
Hey,
arts and quick
Buster's
because
Sandpits
of the
is
all the other
eventually
stuff. But
balanced.
yeah, they honestly it would be. I think it would be fine if it was a rainbow. I think that would be fine.
Yeah, he's almost like a game like he's like a mystic code. You don't even treat him like a servant anymore. He's like a mystic code. Just make it like apply to every card. Who cares?
Ouch.
But yeah.
But yeah, he's essential. There you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty much. We don't really have to go through all the same stuff because we've been talking about it for several years now. But yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah.
Get a
I
copy.
was gonna. Yeah, he's actually part of my. He's part of a weird multi-core comp that I'm using for the current 90++ on an A. On turn 3, I have him use his NP first. Then I have Summerbuki remove the invuln. Then the last one is.
I can one up you, by the way. I'm farming 90 plus right now with two. I'm using Ishtar, Tametum, and Oberon. And Oberon, because most of he's a support one. Some of them are base copies, and he has the MP wave 1. I literally have to use his third skill on himself on wave 1 to clear it, and it works.
Yeah.
It's consistent though, because my Ishtar and Tametum are big enough. They don't need the damage on wave 2 and 3.
I really wanted to point out that I was using my 120 Bakken for the third NP after the.
I've just been doing the 90 plus and using Habitat and Balbon. Like I don't know. I haven't been doing anything weird like that.
I haven't been doing anything because I don't play any. Okay. I actually have one interesting tidbit about Oberon.
Okay.
Now that I think about it, so there are some solo runs of him, where if you're fighting against multiple enemies, right? You give him an Invul Pierce CE, so he would sleep 2 people and then only engage 1 unit at a time, and the enemy's action, they only have 1 action because 2 people are sleeping.
It's based on the amount of enemies, not how many take actions.
Yep, but he's still crap at soloing, so who cares? That's it.
Yeah, that's cute, I guess. Anyway, yeah, that's Oberon. All right, next up, back to Avengers for that.
I'll be right back.
Subber time, yeah, sure. Next up, Subber Kaba. So yeah, it's time for another big favorite, I guess. So AoE arts DPS farmer extraordinaire. Yeah, her attack is giga high, huh? It's not quite Jolter, but it's certainly insanely high. 13.2k. Very good. She's double arts, double quick as well. Which is fun because she doesn't really have like a ton of crit potential or anything like that. So being able to spam, I guess she's mostly about spamming her MP, so it's not the worst deck, I guess. Arts cards are fine on gains. Everything else passable. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, dodge for 2 hits, 3 turns. I mean, it's very basic, but it works. I kind of like that it's dodge as well instead of an invul, because then, you know, you can stack it with Castoria's invul, I guess.
True.
So it's kind of nice that it's in it like that. Basic, but it works. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and all enemies 100% chance to charm them for 1 turn. Now, this can still whiff if they have some innate resistance, which, again, if you're using her to, like, single core farm, which some people probably still are, or maybe even you do some multi-core, chances are there's a servant on the last wave, and if you're going to use her MP there, they could resist it depending on their class if they have some resistance, in which case you want to cry, because her MP damage takes a huge beating if you miss a charm. So, yeah, it's still not foolproof, unfortunately. High cooldown as well if you're not doing farming. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery, then this on-attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever she's normal attacking, she inflicts this special debuff on the enemy, which makes her deal more damage against them. Like it's she gets 10% more damage, like power mod basically, for all of these stacks, and they last for 3 turns. And it stacks up to 10 times. Sadly, the MP doesn't do it though, and it's also after damage, right, on the normal attacks as well. So it's cool though. If you're doing bosses, it can certainly be quite a bit of a damage boost, regardless of the awkwardness. Yeah, that's the skill set. Not a ton of stuff, but you know, she's kind of straightforward with her high numbers anyway. So I feel like that's why they kind of held back anyway with adding too many effects. Although passives though, we have it's one of the longest passive lists in the game probably. 20% debuff rest is cool. 10% quick up is also cool. Then the Avenger passives, 18% increased MP gain on damage taken. Party gets minus 8% debuff rest besides her. 8% crit damage, kind of relevant for her. 3.8% gauge per turn. She mostly refunds okay anyway, but it's cool to have some bonus. 2% crit damage, instant kill res, and mental debuff res. Barely anything, but it's a bonus, I guess. Flat damage sucks, but hey, charm immune is pretty poggin sometimes. So yeah, that's a lot of passives. Pretty good stuff for the most part. Anti-Lancer is totally fine because she's mostly hitting neutral and it's a common class. Not sure how the debuff resistances of Lancers are. They tend to have some on base, so there's that I guess, but otherwise not too shabby. Unbuffed MP, so does damage to all enemies, gives them a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. It is after damage, but against bosses can be some ramp up. And then does super effective damage against charmed enemies, the base 150 to 200 range. So again, there it is. So if you don't land that charm, the MP definitely does way less damage. But she could still do some good hits anyway because of her numbers being pretty overtuned, at least most notably the attack. Helps with the class modifier too. I think she's good, but I don't think she's like game breaking or anything like that. She's just good. Very good.
Slightly more interesting is Spishtar, I guess. Just man, these AOER sloopers are just kind of depressing. Okay. Yep, these AOER sloopers are kind of depressing.
Don't you have this one grailed as well?
Yes. And I don't use any of them. It's just yeah. It's I think again she's better. She has like card damage. She has like better like better burst damage. In most cases, but again, it's just an AOER slooper. Who cares? Her damage on the first 2 waves are pretty bad for AOER slooping, I'd say. It's like actually I think in terms of common AOER sloopers, if you don't count Nidochris, it's actually like neutral. It's actually like bottom. Like first 2 wave damage is just bad. It's like really bad because you have to hold the MP damage up as well for the charm. So it's horrible.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yep. Like I had a period where I aggressively compared all these characters, so I kind of like I still remember a lot of the number relationships, and her first 2 wave damages are just bruh. So not very interesting. I'd put her, man, should I even put her higher than Spacer Star?
They're the same or maybe a plus higher, I don't know.
I think better
slightly
than
better,
Spacer Star.
She's better than Spacer Star Arts for sure.
But is it enough to be a plus higher? Or is it still the same tier?
If we're considering Spacer Star Rainbow, I think maybe the same. Oh, but Spacer Star is higher than Dante's, right?
Yeah, but you can only use one of those card types at a time.
Hold on. So can we see the list?
Well, yeah, it's a difficult thing. Like if you want to consider the card change, it's more fun that you can use other card types.
I have a proposal. We move Space Ishtar down.
Oh wow!
No,
I think that's too low. B is too low for her.
I actually think if you want to consider the different card types, at least you can have fun with Koyan Light or well, I mean, look.
Yeah.
If for some reason,
I'm not discounting the fun factor. Actually, no, I was like, I'm sorry if that came off as sarcastic, but I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, and also if for some reason I then pull Castoria. If I'm like allergic to Castoria, at least I can still use Space Ishtar, especially with Koyan Light. Her card changes not just 3 turns as well. So I think I would actually rank them the same. And also again, like Space Ishtar first 2 wave damage isn't that bad. Like Summer Calm was wave 1, 2 damage. If we're just looking at the board,
she's a bit higher on wave 1 and 2.
Yeah, so it's just annoying.
Actually, no, wave 1 is better on Kami, right?
Yeah. As a grailed Haver, Okay. I think she's slightly better. I don't know if it's a full. I don't know if it's half tier, but she's like slightly
They're
better.
probably close
I
enough to
think
be on
she
the
is better,
same
but I
tier.
don't think it's that
Yeah.
much better. I don't think it's worth putting her in
yeah,
like a
same
tier above
tier.
though.
Yep, same tier.
Yeah.
Dude, they should have given her the same buff they gave to the other comma for consistency reasons.
Dude, that'd be so good. They should do
that
that.
would be-
Buff for MP. Dude.
I'm just saying
Ooh.
it's for
Dude.
lore. It's lore. You guys just said lore is good, right? Like,
Yeah.
come on. Yeah, look, come on.
They should do it. I'm
Look,
saying they should.
they should do
All
it.
right.
We can spam AOE charm. They can't move.
Okay, they give her like more like assassin commas NP, but now she has rampant quick for no reason.
I mean, sure.
Ramping quick.
Look, here's the elegant solution that I had before, which is I think the MP could apply like 2 stacks of the burning love thing before damage. Like that's like a very mild increase, and and it does affect the MP. The MP doesn't give it, but it does affect the MP. So like maybe they could just.
I feel like it doesn't have to be 2. Just
Wait,
make it
no,
all attacks and and they all do it before damage. I think that would be
Shut
fun.
up.
yeah,
If
they don't wanna upgrade her
that's
MP,
literally
then
what
sure.
Marie does. Shut up.
Otto wants to defend Marie.
What? I look. That was totally a coincidence.
Apply the debuff.
Okay. Otto.
So you get
Otto.
damage on the
Otto.
MP.
You can literally search Smobcast. I made this suggestion before Marie Alter even existed. So
You know what?
that
Yeah, if
is
that's true, then it holds up.
like that, dude.
He's got the receipts.
It is. I do think it is an elegant way to solve this problem because obviously, just giving anti-charm is like it's not plausible, especially not on the AoE. Like, yeah, I thought the single target one was impossible, but they did it. Not on an AoE, dude. There's no way they will do that after screwing a bunch of characters like that. So there's no way. But yeah, same.
I think I'll go with the same tier for that. We'll see again. There you go.
But yeah, I want to make it clear. I think in arts mode she is superior, like pretty superior than Swishtar. But Swishtar has 2 more modes you can play around with.
All right, let's talk about. Is this the first welfare? Right? Yeah, actually, yeah. There's not a lot in this list in general, but yeah. And yeah, the one that we kind of briefly mentioned, I'm also very sad I did not see her buffed with the new addition to the evocation shop. Just it was this week, right? It was literally this week, so very
like 2 days ago.
unfortunate. 0 buffs on Ranamaru X. But yeah, let's see what she's up about anyway. AoE arts, Avenger. Can do maybe some DPSing with her. I feel like she was meant to be a farmer, but man, her tools nowadays, I don't know, she definitely needs more. And I still don't understand why they didn't buff her. Her attack is a bit below average as well, below her peers. Not there's a ton of them anyway, but yeah, still decent for a 4-star regardless. Double Buster, double arts on the deck. Her gains cards are really bad on base. That is a less than a 1% arts card. Things you love to see to hate. I don't know what words. Things you hate to see. There you go. My brain is mush. Okay, first skill at a 4-turn cooldown. Targeted skill. The target gets 5k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and cleanses their debuffs. It's cutesy, I guess. Mostly you're gonna use it on herself if you bring her. You would not bring her as a support. There's way better options even on the free side. But, cute, I guess. And at least the cooldown is not 5 turns. But otherwise, I don't really love it. It's fine. Passable for a welfare at least. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, there's a 40% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn. Does a minus 20% defense down on them for 3 turns. You get 10 stars on use. Man, 40% though. That is like not even consistent at all. Unfortunately. And that's not even factoring in any resistance. Defense down at least on 100% basis. Alright. Stars on her. If you don't have the first skill, they're just going to be, given to your supports, I guess. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 20% battery, and then another 10 stars. Yeah, same case with the stars. Again, if you don't have the first skill, they're just going to feed to your supports, which is not always the worst thing ever, honestly. But if she's going to be your DPS, then you probably want him on her. 20% battery also. It's small. It's just small.
Yep. Small battery.
Yeah. I mean, this skill set, it's passable for a welfare, but she needs more. Or an MP buff. would be cool too. We got some
Never gonna
passives.
happen. The time has passed.
Yeah, I guess it was
We
the
got
perfect
2
time,
chances,
so
man.
it might just be hopeless for her now. We'll see. 16% increased MP gain on damage taken. Cool. 6% minus debuff for some party members beside herself as a demerit. 2% crit damage. Barely nothing, but again, she's not super crit focused either. 3% arts and 3% gauge per turn though, so it's like the third Avenger passive but with a twist, so it's a bit better for her because it's her main card type as well increased. She's got the Foreigner passive as a plot twist, so 2 stars per turn and 4% debuff res. Maybe gives her a bit more viability in some cases, but even then again, she's not really a crit servant, so... And if you're going to pair her with a Foreigner, man, they're just going to steal all your stars anyway, so I don't know, but it's there, I guess, sure. 15% debuff res, cool, and then burn immune, why not? We take it. Very good passives for a 4-star at least, so there she does really well. She's anti-caster, which, you know, is fine again. Neutral case, common class on Avenger is totally fine. Non-buffed MP as well, there it is. So it does AoE damage that ignores defense on all enemies, cool utility, and then before damage it gets 100% star gen for 1 turn, base overcharge getting up to 300%. It's a 4-hit AoE art, so it's not even with that, I feel like it's not going to generate a lot of stars though. So you would need a Brave Chain as well to go with that. Yeah, she's just, I would say, just underwhelming. Like, if you have EO as well, would you ever pick Ranmaru? I wouldn't. I don't know about you guys.
No.
I wouldn't.
I actually just made a video on this, so I did some calculations. If you want convenience or you want to run like frontline only looping comps, Salieri is better than her.
Oh
If you
yeah,
wanna
that's
run,
true
like, more
too
damage
now.
comps,
Yeah.
then EO's better than her. So she actually the only thing she has over other people is that Van Gogh synergy, and she has 2 Buster cards. So there is you can save her by brute forcing the best crit support in the game on her. Other than that, I don't really see anything worthwhile about her. Just come on, man. What is this? Like actually, what is this? I am baffled that she didn't get a single buff.
She got robbed.
I feel like when she was brand new, people thought she was decent.
No, because they're like, oh my god.
I mean,
this
back
is
then
just
we
like
still
Space
didn't
Ishtar.
have them. It's like she was the budget Spishtar, and that was when Spishtar was top tier as well. So she was okay by proxy.
It was a lot less saturated at the time because it was just Bishtar and Kama and Salieri. But now we have Nita Chris, now we have Marie Alter, and then we have like 4 or 5 more AoE arts rulers, which is kind of hilarious because we have like 4 of them back to back.
Dude, she's like Summer Kama, but the charm is pointless and also inconsistent. Because she doesn't have anti-charm. Like, why does she have the charm? They're like, let's spill some ink on Summer Kama's kit, and then whatever covers, let's just not put it in her kit, and then make it a welfare. That's amazing, dude. I don't know who designed this shit, but there you go. Very unfortunate because
if you pair her up with Oberon, it's like a slightly over 50% chance of charming.
I really want more Mika Picasso servants, and then her being one of them is just tragic, bro. At least she's free. Everybody can enjoy the amazing art, but other than that, I don't know, man. Like, her art legitimately is like one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's nice. The design is cool, at least. We'll have the giant katana. Yeah.
You'd expect someone that's such a big reference to the one. You would expect that person to be like more strong, but apparently all of the other Ranmarus out there were bitches too.
Dude, the best in the entire planet, 40% chance to charm. I wouldn't want to visit Ranmaru planet, to be honest. They're probably not a very not a very charming bunch.
Maybe she's a narcissist. Maybe she's used to not having to try.
She's such a nice person. Also, like, Ranmaru's relationship with Nobu. It's with Nobu. I'm not going crazy. I watched that one movie. Anyways, I don't know. If I squander Japanese history, don't kill me. Yeah. Anyways, there you go. Sag.
I would do C or C+, maybe C, just flat C.
Yep. Where's the buff, dude?
Just flat C, yep.
Where's the buff?
Oh, someone's gotta be down there.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
Where is the buff,
Don't worry, she'll be
Masengo?
joined shortly.
They'll
She'll be
they'll
joined
be
shortly by
expecting
many
two
others.
bodies with the ship, Ranmaru.
It's actually insane why they didn't buff her. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was shocked too. But yeah, next up, we get the first 4-star pretender in Hephaestion, also known as Faker, I suppose. Makes sense. Double pun with the class as well. So yeah, single target arts DPS, also permanent, which is pretty cool. Attack just under 10k, not that there's a lot of competition. Puts her above average though, cool. She's double buster, double arts. I like the deck on her as well, because she's mostly about MP spam to begin with. Her arts cards on base as well are actually fairly decent, which is nice, considering she has a big battery too. Good. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts at buster for 3 turns, and then she gets full class advantage against caster enemies for 3 turns. So this is basically turning her as a rider against casters. That's like the same thing. 2x damage, 0.5 taken. Pretty cool. Because this honestly, like you might say, like, oh, it's kind of stupid because she's a pretender, but it's kind of cool actually, because it does give her a little bit more coverage. Because normally she would be pretty bad against caster, but with this, it's definitely yes, it's not going to be all up all the time, but it's certainly a viable thing. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown, 120% battery. Well, there's your instant MP on command. I feel like it's still a bit overkill, and maybe they could reduce it and do something else too. But you know, at least if you ever need the MP, it's there. Oh well. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets a taunt for 1 turn, 50% defense for 1 turn, 30% MP gain for 1 turn, and then she zucks all the curses to herself. She's like hey, I want to be like Van Gogh, I guess. For her, sadly, it's not really a thing she wants to happen, but it does happen. Now, unfortunately, that it's nice that she gets MP gain, but unfortunately, because it's 1 turn, it's considered an offensive effect, so the MP gain does disappear before the enemy attacks her, so she does not get even more MP gain from them attacking her. So maybe it should have been like MP gain on damage taken, but at least it still helps her, you know, her face cards, her MP refund more, so yeah. Oh,
Am I crazy or they keep doing this?
They kind of do, yeah. I'm not sure if they know it. It seems to be designed in a way that they think it works like that, but it doesn't work like that. Again, it's still nice to have, though, for the cards of her own side, but it doesn't work defensively in this case.
I hope it's intentional, because like if they actually want to balance someone around this, then and they screw it up because they don't know how their own game works,
they have to address them all.
Yeah.
Why not just make this like basically consider a defensive effect? That would solve it. That would just solve it. Just let it stay there for the enemy turn too.
Yeah.
I would just change a lot. But honestly, it's still a great skill.
We have a defensive NP gain. Like, no, because like they definitely know about it, because like Percival.
Oh,
like,
true. I forgot about
Percival. There is a defensive MP gain buff. They are separate buffs, though, so they know what they're. I think they know what they're doing, and this is intentional.
Yeah, but the difference is that they're separate buffs, but the difference is that MP get on defense tends to be higher, right? Because it only works on defense. This being 30%, I don't know, makes me feel like it could have been like 50% if it was her own face cards only. But I feel like they were like, oh, maybe it's the enemy attacks too, so we gotta reduce it to like 30% because she's gonna get double the gains, but she doesn't, because she doesn't get the bonus gains from the enemy.
I mean, she already has really good gains.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's and it's not a problem. Her gains are very good, but I'm saying like in this the effects, like I'm trying to assume what they thought was happening here. It might be a mistake, honestly.
We will eventually get a servant that, because like you can also argue they don't want Constantine to spam too much.
Yeah, maybe, especially now with the MP buff. Yeah. But honestly, I still like this skill. It's great. The defense is definitely going to keep her up, even with neutral damage taken most of the time. So yeah, it's fine. The skill set is pretty good overall.
She doesn't really work that well with Van Gogh, though. Don't use that third skill.
Yeah, true. Well, you wouldn't really pair them ever together anyway, but yeah. Definitely not.
I guess if you do the skills right, it doesn't matter, but still.
But yeah, the passives then, 12% crit damage. It's a high amount for a passive, but crits are still not really a huge thing for her, but it's cool to have, I guess. 10% crit resistance and star gen, cool. We like those too. 12% arts up, amazing. Like, yeah, yes please. And then 10% MP damage, yeah. Like, this is some premium stuff for a 4-star permanent. Absolute premium. She's anti-Lancer, which is really good because she's a pretender, so that's one of her better matchups. Great as well. And the MP, so does damage to the enemy, and after damage they get minus 10% Buster and Arts Rest down for 3 turns. And then before damage she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn. On base overcharge, and then scales up to 50. So there's no ramp up for the MP damage itself, and the debuffs are after damage, but the debuffs at least ramp up a little bit, which is cool. Yeah, she's just very easy to use, straightforward. I think she's really good. Very flexible, great. Very, and even as a 4-star especially, just kind of a standout servant. Very good.
She has really good coverage because she has
with the
coverage
bonus
against
this caster thing as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
The only problem I find sometimes is I don't know why. Maybe I'm expecting too much because of the 100 chargers. Sometimes when I want to use her, like throw in a team, her damage is still not like crazy good.
Yeah, her MP is very spammable, but the damage itself is still not insanely high. Like it could be better.
Yeah.
Here's my take on her. I think like as a pretender, I'm probably not going to use her, but I think as a single target rider, because of that 100% battery, it's far more useful to me than
for farming.
For farming, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It also does make up for the damage because it's a full class advantage instead of 1.5.
Yeah, because normally it's
like,
1.5.
Even then, like as a pretender, like she has bonus against Lancers, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's definitely,
yeah.
You take her against Lancers and casters.
So, but that's already a lot of coverage, to be honest.
Alter Ego.
Yeah,
that's honestly kind of the cool thing with this character. It's 100% battery, a single target NP that does like damage, and you can use her against like 7 classes. So,
she tends to be glued to Black Grail or event damage Cs, but that's not really a terrible thing because it's very it's so good on her though.
I don't think it's a negative to be.
Yeah, like if her numbers back it up, then why not?
Yeah, like I think she has a good kit. Like,
and we only recently received the first 5-star single target pretender is kind of rare. The only reason that it doesn't feel that bad if you're fighting like alter egos is because Kama exists. But yeah, this is still okay. Yeah, I think she's really good as a 4-star. A lot of people
very versatile.
Would just
like
use her
flathead
because like
screwdriver. Like, she's not going to be very useful if you're like trying to get behind the engine at a weird angle, but she's going to be useful in like 9 times out of 10. Unless of course
she fits into a lot of things, literally.
Yeah, A to A plus, I guess.
I would say A to A plus as well.
Yeah, I think as a
maybe we'll start with A.
It's close. 4 stars, so A.
Yeah, we'll start with A, I think. But I think there could be an A plus later. We'll see.
Oh, it means in this list probably.
Yeah.
In this list.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't really gotten to very many of them, I guess.
Yeah, there's been mostly 5 stars.
True. Oh my god, there's an Avenger. Anyways,
we'll start with A. Okay.
I forgot about that Avenger level thing.
The next one, 5-star pretender. This one is a nice one, for sure. We got Lady Avalon, Lavalod, Female Merlin, Proto Merlin, you name it. What's the mascot name from the thing that she's supposed to be the magical girl? What was that called again?
Big Sister, what?
No, it was like magical something, I forgot.
Purin is actually...
Purin. Purin.
Yeah, something like that.
What? Purin, yeah.
Majimari, yeah, maybe that was it,
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, Lady Avalon. She's a really amazing art support. So let's see what we have. Attack stat obviously not very high, but she's a support, so it's totally fine. Her HP could be honestly higher, because she's mostly going to take neutral damage anyway, but it's, again, because of how she's usually paired up with it. Even her own gameplay, it's very defensive as well, so it's totally fine. Full arts on deck and MP, of course, makes sense. Even the arts cards on base are actually pretty decent on gains. She can definitely have some good MP uptime. And the skills. So first skill on 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill, 1 ally gets 50% art stuff for 3 turns, 3k max HP for 3 turns, and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. Very good. Yeah, it's hero creation, but blue. Yeah, there you go. It's good. The crit damage, obviously, maybe not the best like here in this card type compared to like Buster, but it can definitely have a lot of uses too. So it's just nice that it's still there. I'm happy that they kept it in, honestly. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% gauge, and also overcharge for 1 step 1 time, 3 turns. Not even that bad on her as well. Her overcharge actually scales decently, much like OG Merlin. But yeah, especially, again, because she's like, if you bring her and Castoria, you beat every content in the game ever. So yeah, this especially is just very good synergy with Castoria as well. Very, very good. Third skill on an 8-turn cooldown, the full party gets an invul for 1 turn. All enemies get their MP reduced by 1 for 1 time, which is this is done in a really cool way that it can be used preemptively, so it prevents them from getting the tick the next turn basically. So if needed, you could pop this turn 1 and not feel too bad about it. Very cool. And then she gets battery based on the number of enemies, 20% per enemy on the field. So in most boss scenarios, I would say you get 60%, which is pretty nuts, honestly.
Yeah, it also doesn't waste the invul, because like if it's a drain, then you'll be like, oh, I'm gonna use the invul to block the MP up.
Yeah, that too. So not only can you use it turn 1 to block, but also like in case they happen to be, because it would be awkward otherwise. Because they want it to be the same as Merlin's Illusion, where it's like a panic button as well. So you still want to be able to tank an MP. So that's why the drain was done in a different way, so you don't get screwed out of that. So yeah, it does have a high cooldown, but it's your panic button that's always gonna save your ass unless they remove your buffs or invul pierce. So it's still very good.
This guy gets it on level after 50. I'm joking.
Oh no. Anyway, it's an amazing skill set. It works. It has synergy even better when you see the MP. But yeah, it's good. 4% arts up, yes. 11% debuff success rate up. I guess, is it even relevant for her? Because this is not a debuff, right? So wait, I guess it is a debuff. I guess it is.
A debuff.
Yeah, it is a
it's a
debuff.
debuff.
Okay, so it does help a little bit. Yeah, because it's not a normal tick down because it's in the form of a debuff. Yeah, true. Okay, so it helps a bit. 5% gauge per turn, amazing. She gets 20%. She gets like an append for free, but then you can also get the append. So yeah, 20% for free on start of battle gauge. Yeah, great, really good. 10% crit damage, instant kill res, and mental debuff res. The first one maybe not the most relevant for her, but the other is cool. I have actually had scenarios where she can actually crit semi-hard too against like knight classes, so it could be funny as well, honestly. She's anti-saber, which again, honestly, if you had to have one, it's not a bad case because she's a pretender, so could actually be some okay extra damage. And then the MP. So on base MP1, the full party gets 3k max HP for 3 turns, 5% gauge per turn for 3 turns, scaling up to 5k max HP and 10% gauge per turn, and overcharge is 5 stars per turn for 3 turns, scaling up to 25 stars per turn for 5 turns. So while the overcharge obviously is not a huge amount of stars, it does last for a long time as well, much like Merlin, so that's cool. And then there's a lot of comments going to be like, oh, she's pay to win because they tied the MP region to MP level, which, yeah, I guess there's some merit to that, but even on base copy, she's going to be giving you so much stuff anyway that even an MP1 is still going to be very strong. Like, I think she's just amazing, and like especially with Castoria, it's just a ridiculously broken comp. Like, you just bring those two, and any servant as the third one. Maybe Arts one, obviously the best synergy, but yeah, you just clear everything. It's easy mode. That's the easiest thing you can do in this game. So,
like, dude, after looking at Rhinus and her NP buff, like, yeah, this isn't that bad.
Yeah, it's not.
I think Rhinus's NP is way more pay to win. Like, we're talking
because
about
the gain also scales with level.
Yeah, it goes up to 50%.
I get a couple percent more versus I get 20% more charge. Not 20% more. 20% more
gain.
MP gain for 3 turns for everyone, as well as 20% more defense down.
Well, that's like all support NPs. Like, oh, Castoria is pay to win, you get 20% more attack. Oh, Van Gogh is pay to win, you get 50% more crit. Like, it's
no, but they're secondary effects. They're not like the only effect.
It's funnier though because then you compare. Then you have Waver who has just the same scaling for his defense down. Also, he has an upgraded NP.
Yeah. Well, I feel like this is a very unanimous EX. But anything else you guys want to add to Lady Avalon?
No. I mean,
not particularly.
Yeah, she's just amazing.
Uh,
Like, if you love arts, she's
keep her on
basically a
level
must-have.
50 copy, and she's useful.
Oh god.
She's particularly appealing to Minturn players because all of her offensive skills are in the first and second skill. So, and arguably her bigger offensive skill is her first skill. So there's a lot of flexibility you can do with this character. Obviously, this is like for 1% players, but that is an additional appealing side about her for certain weird players. So this is
Yeah,
cool.
It is
I
useful to
will
keep
say
around
one
a
thing
level
though.
50 copy, though. Yeah, because that's what I do.
I
Like,
I will say
why
one
not?
thing though. I think like before Merlin got his buff, I always like to call her just like yeah, she is literally the arts Merlin, but I also think she is just way better than Merlin in terms of the kid. But after the Merlin buff, I think
Yeah.
it's a healthy like she's better with supporting arts where the overcharge can probably make well not just mostly Castoria, but like maybe some other support MPs have like really good effects and then Merlin's all in on crit. So I actually like that. It sort of like separates the two even more, which should be the case. Yeah.
And I use her in multi-core because like sometimes when you're using like multiple DPS units, the overcharge can be useful.
Yeah.
95%
question.
that's Total Eco, but
yeah.
yeah.
My question is it because of Tonalico or is it because your
It's because of
Castor is bond
Total Eco.
15?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not because your Castor is bond 15.
Because it lets you use last resort on turn 2. And that's 50% party charge.
She
So
would
AoE
actually
wave,
be
and then 50%
Would I pick
party
her
charge
Merlin over
in return.
survival? Well, if we count like other servants too, then her and Castoria is just alone just beats the whole game. So
yeah. She would probably be pretty nuts in multicore if she had like well, not the exact same buff. She would have a different effect, but also has a 10 battery tag to it, like base Merlin. But I don't think she needs one though.
yeah, she's
Nah.
perfect as is. I would say.
Arts doesn't need the 30 spread as much because Castoria already does the 30 spread.
Yeah, but she's bond 15.
Okay,
I feel like that's gonna be. We need a different solution for that though. Anyway, Lady
Instead of
Avalon,
increasing
amazing.
bond.
There you go.
Sorry.
Okay, so we got a couple of 4-stars lined up next, and the next one also a big standout among some 4-star DPSs. We got Summer Erise, to pronounce her name correctly. Eris, whatever, it's sulfide. So yeah, single target arts DPS. What was that?
I said Elise.
Okay.
I don't know, just the worst like
yeah,
saying.
girl of many names. I guess, but not by design, but because of people. But yeah, 10.2k attack, great start. One of the higher on 4-stars as well. Perks of being Avenger, I guess. Double arts, double quick, totally fine because she really is all about spamming her MP. Not so much about face card damage, but yeah, the MP can hit very hard. Gains cards, the arts cards are great, or fine rather. Everything else just okay at best, but again, it's still good enough for her game plan. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns, and then a dodge for 2 hits, 3 turns. So, is this the same skill that Summer Kama does? I just realized. Like, FX-wise? It's exactly the same, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It might be a different name, but I'm pretty sure FX-wise is exactly the same. But yeah, it works. Again, much like how I said with Kama, I like that it's a dodge instead of an invul, because, stuff like Castoria, Proto Merlin, stuff like that, because they have invuls, you can stack it. Yay, cool. Bonus. Second skill on the 6-turn cooldown. All enemies get a 1k curse for 3 turns on use. She gets a taunt for 1 turn. Then she gets this on defense debuff buff for 3 turns. So whenever she takes a hit, the enemy gets minus 10% defense down for 3 turns. And you get 30 battery on use. Very cool. And those defense downs, there's no limit to them. It's just there for 3 turns. So however many times she gets hit, however many of those she applies. Yeah, very good. And the curse obviously gets even better later on. But yeah, just key right here. This is a key part of her gameplay. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 120% instant kill success rate up for 3 turns. That's the one effect about her that no one really cares about. But then 35% crit damage for 3 turns can be okay, but I still feel like crits are not really there for her all that much. But 35% anti-servant power mod for 3 turns. Spicy. Very spicy. On an Avenger as well that has a lot of coverage to begin with. And 35% is not even a bad number. So yeah, that's like that's a lot of targets right there. Anti-servant. They took like the best part about Lancer and gave it to her as well. Very fortunate for her. Great skill set for a 4-star actually, very good. Passes, we got him. 16% increased MP gain on damage taken. Even bonus value with considering she has the taunt as well. Very cool. Allies besides her get minus 6% debuff success or debuff resistance. Not a huge deal though. 6% crit damage can be okay if you actually go for that crit route again. 4.2% gauge per turn is like the highest of that rank, and it's makes her even more spammy. Great. 7% quick up also can be helpful. She has 2 quick cards that are not complete trash. 8% crit damage again, sure, and then some flat damage, which doesn't really do anything. She's anti-Lancer, which totally fine. You know, basically anything here would be okay as long as they're not like Moon Cancer, I guess. So, and it being a common class is good as well. The MP then does damage to one enemy, does 150% super effective damage against cursed enemies. 80% chance to instant kill them, which again, because she's a boss killer. Maybe some crazy people will use him for farming as well. In there, you could see a thing, but you're probably just going to bring her for raw damage anyway, so you might not even need that. And then also before damage, she gets 10% arts for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. So no ramp up, but even more damage and refund. So yeah, it's really about the power mod against servants and the super effective against curse, both which, you know, not only is the servant one super accessible, the curse one is very much self-sufficient and enableable. Is that even a word? I don't know. But there you go. Yeah, she's very good as a 4-star. Just definitely competes with a lot of 5-star single targets too.
I don't even think it's necessarily the power mod, because realistically, the power mod is essentially, when you think about it, a 35% MP damage buff, right? Because that's how they're calculating the same there, right? So it's a nice number to have, but I don't think that's what I think it's the extra damage against curse thing that kind of does it there.
Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of like at least A+, and then probably EX.
Probably EX is a 4-star, right?
Well,
I have like 17 of these on an A.
Yeah, because of Ibuki.
I have several NP5s. It's
I mean,
kind of gross.
Well, it's a great banner gameplay wise, at least.
yeah, she's just kind of big. Honestly, kind of boring, but just big MP damage. I don't
Boring, but really, really good.
Yeah.
I would say EX is a 4-star. For sure. Can actually do better than a lot of 5-stars too.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Good. All right, the next 4-star is a Pretender and a Welfare at that. We're going to talk about Eliza. Also added to this in this latest batch with Ranmaru as well, but also did not get a buff. I didn't expect her to get a buff at least. I think, you know, she already has some more stuff going for her, but yeah, rip Ranmaru once again, of course. But yeah, Eliza next. So AoE, Buster, DPS, and a pseudo support. I guess she's got some stuff going, but I don't know. I don't think she even farms that well either, unfortunately. Even in her own event, when she released, I remember she was kind of struggling, even though they kind of tried to tailor the highest farming node specifically for her, but even then it wasn't very pretty. So yeah, that if that doesn't say much, then I don't know what does for her farming. 9.6k attack is just above average among her peers. She's double buster, double quick, which I think is totally fine. No worries there. Her 1 arts card is great. Her quicks are also okay for gains. Excuse me. She farmed everyone perfectly. Did she though? I'm talking about 90++, like the highest node. I don't remember ever. I remember trying her out and then I had to swap her out because I couldn't 3-turn. Did she? Really now? Was my comp just bad or something? I remember it being all that good.
I think she's just okay. She's not.
Maybe I need to recheck then.
She's just a wave 2 clear because it's like wave 1 big saber, wave 3 big saber. So like it's just.
Alright, I guess maybe I misremember then.
Broken.
But that was mostly because she had the huge damage boost for her own event. Then, if anything, I feel like. So that might be an exception. I'm not sure how. Okay, well, we'll see the numbers as well. But yeah. Anyway, first skill at a 6-turn cooldown. The party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then we have some checks. So, lawful alignment allies get 20% crit damage for 3 turns. Neutrals get 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Chaotix get 20% MP gain for 3 turns, and then allies besides her get a Mount Liang trait for 3 turns, and then she herself gets 500% absorb for 1 turn. It's not a bad skill. It's cutesy. Can do stuff. And for herself, she gets the MP gain.
Wants to be Han so bad.
Oh, what was that?
I hate this skill because it's like Hans.
She got it first, dude.
It is a very similar thing to Hans's
know.
buff's first skill, yeah. I don't hate it though.
He's better
It's
at
not bad.
being a short person that's good at the game.
Alright, second skill and 6 turn cooldown. All Mount Liang allies get 20% battery. So again, if you just order skill 1 first and then this, then it's basically a spread 20, because she herself has the trait as well innately. And then all Mount Liang allies also get 2k max HP for 3 turns, which again should be everyone. And then, I guess there's a demerit, all Mount Liang allies get minus 20% debuff rest for 3 turns as a demerit. Not a huge deal unless you're against some really annoying debuff RNG enemies, but not a huge demerit, all things considered. Just a nice thing to have it spread 20 on a welfare, honestly. Still very rare. Third skill on 6 turn cooldown, she gets 30% buster and quick for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. It's a decent DPS skill for all her, main card types. It's fine. Honestly, for a welfare, it's a pretty good skill set, I want to say. Kinda can be used with anyone. Obviously, the first skill effects will depending on who you bring, depends on what you get. 9% crit damage on the passive, cool, and then 6% arts and crit or star generation. It's alright too. Not a whole lot going on in the passives. She's anti-assassin, which is really unfortunate, being a pretender. Not a good case. She does AoE damage on the MP, minus 10% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns after damage. And then before damage, she gets 50% star gen for 1 turn, and 10% MP damage for 1 turn on base. And those scale up to 150 and 30 respectively on max overcharge. It can generate some stars for sure, being a 9-hit buster with that buff. I feel like I kind of struggle finding uses for her, to be honest, because I feel like she can do things, but you probably will have better options sooner than later, if not, as is already. And her own damage, am I a hater? I don't believe in it. I just don't see
she's
it.
not very good.
Yeah.
I only use her in like welfare only comps for bosses because mine is grailed.
And if you wanna, she would have to be tied to multi-core because her own single core is really, it's double Oberon, so you can't do that. That sucks.
Yep. So she's pretty mid. I don't think you would need a alter ego. No, I don't think you necessarily need a pretender to deal with alter egos. And just mid.
I agree. I don't think I've actually used her since her event. Like really. Like I maybe like poked around like maybe once or twice like as like a joke just to see like something on her, but like I just don't think she has really much value. Like she's a free pretender.
Like there is a lot in her kit, but again, even for free stuff, you can probably still do better nowadays.
Yeah. She's just my main like cheese unit for like welfare and free to play only comps because I have maxed out a pretender class score and I grilled her. So like I did a run with like free to play only against like the big Olga, and then she cleared like 2 bars. But that's literally has nothing to do with anything she has. So yeah, I don't think she's like,
She's sort of just like numbers. Like she doesn't
exists.
have any she doesn't like have anything particularly unique. She's got like 20% charge for the team, which is cool.
Her star
She has
absorb
team
isn't
buffs.
even 3 turns. She's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, she is a pretender, so I think that's more so for like the first turn when you NP because you're supposed to make some stars with the NP.
Oh, true. It's a 9-hit MP with a star gen boost.
Yeah.
But like I don't know, man. She's just mid. Like I don't think you ever use her. Like I my verdict on should you buy is you shouldn't buy. For
Like I agree,
she's
there's
fine.
nothing really bad about her, but I just don't really see a case where you would really bring her over other options.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Well,
She suffers from
she
not
is
having
this-
anything unique or too interesting going on with her. She just has
Well,
good stuff and not enough of it, I
think
guess.
I think the
3
Like, she has
situation
punch
decent
where
skills,
you,
but the numbers just aren't like to the point where you're gonna really use her.
I think the situations you use her is when you're comparing her to like a 3-star AoE. In which case, like, yeah, she can probably handedly, like, she outdamages a lot of the mediocre ones. Like, she's
Yeah,
gonna
and she has
outdamage
the-
Hector, for example. I think.
And party charge 20 is a lot more rare in like a free to play.
Yeah, it's nice. I would say C plus to B.
Better than Ranmaru, I think.
Yeah, that's why C plus to B.
Yeah, but I don't think she's as good as Lobo.
So C
Right?
plus.
Yeah, I could do with C plus. That's fine.
This is still only one good Liz. What the fuck? Well, I mean
What's
welfare.
the good
Sorry,
Liz? Oh, the Rider Liz.
Rider.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, back to 5 stars, and yeah, we have another AOE Arts Looper. This time a permanent though. It's Nido Alter next. So 12.6k attack once again, much like her peers. It's good. So you get that 5-star Avenger attack, of course. She's triple arts, which is interesting. But honestly, sure, because I don't think phase cards all that, impactful for her DPSing, so rather just MP spam more. Granted, her gains on base are not the best, but they're not as bad as they might seem. They're fine, especially considering there are 3 of the arts cards. The quick one does suck though. That sucks. Alright, first skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% buster and arts for 3 turns, and 2k healing per turn for 3 turns. It's an alright skill. Just a basic, but it gets the train going. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 100% battery. There it is. Then the party gets good alignment for 1 turn. Then party gets 40% increased buff success rate for 1 turn. And then all enemies get evil alignment for 1 turn, and they get minus 20% buff success rate for 1 turn. So they can actually whiff their buffs, which is funny. Can actually lead to some interesting scenarios. Obviously not reliable, but yeah. Pretty cool stuff. The 100% battery obviously makes her very flexible in farming as well. MP on command. Third skill on 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, and then there is a 60% chance to give all good alignment allies a dodge for 1 attack 3 turns. Also a debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns, and instant kill immune for 1 time 3 turns. They're all 60% with individual gambas. Yeah, so it's nice though, because you also get this 40% buff success rate up here, so it's not like a travesty. Granted, these don't align with cooldowns, so sometimes this could be up when this is not up. But honestly, if you whiff those, even on boss, because obviously farming, they're kind of irrelevant. So it might not be the end-all, be-all if you don't land those. But, you can probably still want to land at least the debuff immune and the dodge, because they have some longevity to them. It's an interesting kit. I don't hate it. It's alright. 2% buster up. Not a huge deal, but cool bonus. Avenger passive, so 15% increased MP gain on damage taken, and then all allies besides herself get minus 5% debuff res. Pretty small demerit. 10% crit damage. Again, crits are not really a huge thing for her, but cool. 3.5% gauge per turret also could help. And then flat damage, even though it's the highest rank, is still flat damage, so not very impressive. She's anti-caster, which is fine on an Avenger, DPS. It's a common class, neutral case, we take it. Then the MP does damage to all enemies, 150% super effective against man attribute enemies. Then there's a 50% chance to instant kill all enemies, and another 100% chance to instant kill evil alignment enemies. So again, it's not a bonus chance, it's like Arjuna Archer, where there's like 2 different checks, I guess. For what it's worth. It's still not great, obviously, but yeah. And luckily, they're both after damage as well, so if you're farming, it's not a huge deal. Also, before damage, she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn. On base overcharge, scaling up to 30% on max. So no ramp up, but a bit of a boost there. So yeah, I guess we're going to be comparing her to Spishtar and Kama, right? Because, they're like the trio of these Avengers. I think she's nice, because while her refund obviously sucks in comparison, she has the 100% MP on command, and then she has some AoE stuff too.
So she's useful to have, but like, so mine is 120. So, but I have a lot of AoE 120s to compare her against. And I would say amongst my AoE 120s, she is definitely the weakest.
But at the same time, she's also my most used. I agree with Rio, but at the
I
same
do
time,
use her a lot though, like
because
here's the
she's
thing.
just a big Nidocris. Like you
She's
just
a
use
big
her where
Nidocris.
you use Nidocris. This is kind of like okay.
She does
sure,
more
dude.
damage than OG Nidocris though, so she's just a better Nidocris. It's just big Nido.
Yeah, basically.
and
Like,
the
so
two
she's-
insta
she
kills.
She does
checks.
cost more, but yeah, still, I would, yeah, basically.
Yeah,
But
just
she's
big
also
Nidocris.
general pool, so like I don't know, like you're gonna get like I've gotten so many copies of this character. I have like
But yeah.
NV9 or something.
It's crazy.
I mean, I think I got her to bond 12 off of one node, the QP node on Bleach Earth. I literally don't use her anywhere else.
Yes, here's a fun fact for NA. There's a node. It is the one you probably
It's
will
so
run
dumb.
once you're good on materials. And like for Bleach Earth, it has good material drops. But once you're good on material drops, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to the QP node and you're gonna farm that. And the way you do that is by doing double Doman Nido Altar, and you're good.
Nido
And
Altar
that's how
actually
you do
gets.
Is it? Do you
gets-
instant kill them? I haven't run that node much more.
Yeah,
though.
you insta kill.
Yeah.
You
Oh
insta
yeah,
kill
that's
the
what
whole
I
thing.
had a feeling it was gonna be instant kill related. Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. Well, I mean, I don't think she can fail the check actually, but she can physically kill
She
them
can't.
with Doman
Mm.
because, but it doesn't matter because she cannot. Like you.
Oh yeah,
you
she's
only know that
chaotic evil,
because
so she still gets the Doman buffs anyway.
Yeah, but
See,
yeah.
The funny
Her
thing
critting
about
is
that node,
bad.
the funny thing about that node is there are two other Avengers here you can use for Wave 3. One of them is Summaris and the other is Jufu. And both of them always kill it.
Yeah,
I
but they don't have
use,
100% battery.
But Jufu has team battery.
I
how are you
use.
gonna
But I
get
assume it's
AoE?
like they're talking about running only bonus Cs on the party, because you don't need
Yeah.
damage or gauge Cs, so you can min max your gains.
Node. It only drops as much QP as the 40 AP QP node. The bonus to it is
You get
that
way more
you
bond,
get
right?
The dust. You get
Oh,
the
and
dust
yeah,
and
you
the
use your
bond.
storm pods, yeah.
And so, because it's for using the storm pods on, so like you want to be efficient.
So
with
so
it.
Rio, what actually makes it better than now you're being able to use a storm pod on a QP node?
Well, the bomb.
Actually,
Isn't it
no,
higher?
no, you're right. Yeah,
Well,
it's
yeah,
it's
isn't
easier
it
to
also
insta kill.
higher
Actually,
QP drops?
I think it's slightly higher, and
No.
also
Maybe
is
it's
it not?
slightly higher.
I think
don't
it's
it
slightly
is.
higher. Maybe it's like luck.
think-
Maybe it's like always the max drop for the 40 node. Is the, but I don't know. But it's actually easier to farm actually now I think about it because you can't insta kill the golden Ginaco thing, in the big QP node. So it's actually easier to farm. Anyways, that's beyond the point.
Yeah, the anti-attribute scales well with her own attribute, right? Being Evan?
No, it's the reverse. She has a scuffed anti-man.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because
Someone in
she
chat was
is
lying
shy.
then.
She's Sky, so she does less damage to man.
Yeah.
And so the anti-man
she's
kind of
stuffed.
just makes her do like normal
1.3
damage.
something. No, 1.3 or something, right? It's not normal damage, but yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's higher than normal, yes, but
Oh, actually, I lied. One big part of my bond was turning enemies into evil for Phantasmoon during the Neko arc.
Okay, I don't get what he
lied.
said then. Like, why is he saying it's a good thing? Maybe I'm stupid.
That's a bad thing. Well,
no,
okay,
he
the
was
good
saying
thing
something
is,
that's a good thing.
like,
Maybe I'm just stupid, but I can't read
Well,
what he's saying.
It removes
so she
part
can't
of the
get-
issue of her being Sky. So like
So,
even if
yeah,
she's
she can't get
fighting man
counter-traded.
where she's being
Oh, that's
counter-traded,
what. Okay,
she
I
technically
get it.
doesn't get really counter-traded because
Well, it depends on how you
has-
see it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still feel like you'd still rather not have that, but okay.
Yeah, I agree.
You
I think it's a
you'd
negative.
rather not.
Yeah.
Yes.
You'd rather be
But-
neutral or have the better advantage, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
I think in general it is a negative if it's screwing with your anti-trade. But yeah,
So she
I
should be
don't
at least
know.
B plus, right? But the question is she the same or is
Yes.
she A tier?
Look, do you want this to be based on like actual usage? But because the reasons, again,
All I
really
know
lame.
is
The
that if
reasons
she
because
goes A,
She is
people in
she's
YouTube
the
comments
best
will
to
maul
use.
their ass. If she's higher than Sakura and Rin, they will
She should be, though.
literally
She's
report this
better, though.
video.
So like her use cases are easier. She's easier to use with that 100% battery. She's more convenient. She's easier to get. Like
I agree,
and she
honestly.
can-
I kind of would like to
she
see her
has
in A,
weird
honestly.
uses as well. The turned evil thing I have seen used in raids, so I actually think she can be an A. For sure.
You know what? I'm
she's
gonna
the
do
most
it.
useful.
People were gonna be mad at
she
the
is the
placements of these
best.
two anyway. Watch me. There you go.
she's the lowest damage, but she's the best to actually like use.
Because here's the thing: if you want to use a universal universal AoE arts looper, we have better ones in other classes. Like the Avenger ones are actually becoming, in my opinion, the weakest ones. Like if you're comparing them to Berserker, comparing them to Ruler, both Rulers are better than them, and you're comparing them to, I guess, Space Arrest specifically, then they only win against Berserker because Space Arrest, the biggest weakness I think is she hits neutral against Berserkers. But yeah, like if you're looking for an AoE arts universal looper, Avenger's the worst class, kind of now, which is
Maybe not the
sad to see
worst.
because-
So just take her utility.
Yeah.
Plus, she does give evade to Castoria, and like that's the thing.
I thought
guess.
we didn't ever have to worry about Castoria dying.
No,
Well, we
but
don't,
more
but it's-
evade
it's nice- it's a
fine.
nice
It
bonus,
stacks. So
Ah,
now
okay,
you can
so
have
now it
6
matters.
hits between MVs. You look at look if you're gonna bring it up, I'm gonna
What?
bring it up.
What do you mean Castoria? I never use her with anyone other than Dolman. What do you mean?
All right,
Actually,
well,
no. I
you know
literally
what?
said
Yeah,
that.
you better-
Well, no, I
better
lied.
keep
I
this in
literally
mind
just
when
said I
we're
use
talking
her
about
with
Marie Alter.
Phantasm.
Alright, but yeah,
Sure.
we'll go with A for now. Frick it, dude. Whatever. Okay. We'll see how the reception is gonna be like, but you know what? It's fine. At this point, people are already gonna be mad about several things as is. Can't please them anyway. Alright, let's talk about the next 4-star. Another permanent, actually. And the latest of this list on NA. I think everything after that, yeah, it's not out on NA yet. So next up is Tlaloc, because I can't for the life of me pronounce her actual name. So I'm just always going to call her Tlaloc, because it's 10 times easier than whatever the abomination her actual city name is. Does anyone know how to
I
pronounce
think-
that?
Yeah, it's funny because like if you like break it into parts, you don't actually like it's very just
Tenochtitlan?
like as it's read. Yeah,
Tenochtitlan.
yeah, Tenochtitlan.
I think you all said it in a different way, so I'm just going to give up.
Yeah.
Okay, look at the kana.
Bro, it's scum. That's so... even in Japanese, it's so freaking hard to read, man.
Tenochtitlan. Yeah, I'm gonna
She's
go with
not.
that.
She's not even Tenochtitlan though. She's Mexico. Oh, is this spoiler? Oh my god,
Tenochtitlan.
There you go.
guys, she's.
Well, there you go. I'm just gonna say Tlaloc because it's easy. Anyway, yeah.
Tenochtitlan is
AO,
the name everyone
Yeah.
uses.
I do like these kinds of names though because like you just break them apart and then they're suddenly a lot easier to say like Huitzilopochtli. Like
Oh, yeah.
Bless you, by the
Yeah.
way. Bless you.
thank you.
Oh, were you saying a name just now? Oh, I couldn't tell. Anyway, yeah, let's talk about
water.
Tlaloc then. So yeah, AoE, a quick DPS. I guess you can kind of farm with her. In fact, some people are even using her currently on NA right now. If you're farming 90 plus, there's some comps with her as well, which is kind of cute.
Really? I'm
Yeah,
surprised.
90 plus that is not 90 plus plus, but yeah, because it's more efficient if you do that with 6 slot instead of 5 slotting 90 plus plus. So that's why most people are running it, because the current 90 plus plus is so bad. But yeah, anyway. 8.7k attack, kind of low actually, even among her peers. Not that there's a lot of comparison, but yeah, if I had to guess, she's probably the lowest then, most likely. Double arts, double quick on the deck, gains cards, they're okay. They're okay. There you go. First skill, on a skill cooldown, she gets 30% battery, then she also gets 10% more battery per turn for 3 turns. Then she gets water map for 3 turns as well. There you go. Not bad. Makes sense. A lot of MP battery stuffs. Second skill on 6 turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, sure hit for 3 turns. Then all enemies get -1 gut status on them. And then if you happen to remove a guts from them, there's a 500% chance to apply a 50% defense down for 3 turns. What a juicy debuff. Very niche though, but man, if you do land that, oh, that feels good. That's a hell of a big defense down. And it's AoE too, in case you happen to remove more than one from an enemy. Honestly, even without that, it's not a bad skill actually. There's some utility and some damage on a decent uptime, so can't be too mad. But if you do remove stuff, then it actually becomes really good. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% quick at arts up for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns. The full party gets minus 2k damage taken for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Wow, that is juicy. So unless they crit you really hard or hit you with MPs, you will basically take 0 damage. Very fat defense cut there, or damage cut rather. I like it, it's good. And with this, she can get 50% crit damage from these 2 skills combined. Not bad. Fastest, we got 12% arts up. Cool, even if it's not her main card type, she still has 2 decent arts cards. Flat damage is whatever. 20% increased crit damage on water map, so basically 70% from her own kit now. Cool. And then party members besides her, she shares the love, they get 8% arts up. She doesn't get this one, but the others do, so that's pretty cool. That's a nice passive, actually. Cool. She sent Avenger, which is a full neutral case in a rare enemy, so ooh, not that relevant, I would say. Then the MP, so before damage, if you have a water map, which you probably will because of her first skill, she gets 20% increased MP gain for 20% for 1 turn. Does damage to all enemies, then also party members beside her get 20% MP damage for 3 turns afterwards. And then before damage, she herself gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn. But yeah, hers is 1 turn, allies get 3 turns, and it scales up to 40% on max. It's an okay MP, you know, does some damage, and then it's not the hardest to loop, obviously, either, so that's nice. It just doesn't hit very hard.
But shittier.
Yeah. It just doesn't. She just doesn't hit very hard. Is the thing.
Yeah.
It's a decent MP, but it is funny looking at that in Lohi.
Yeah, maybe they got some inspiration for this for Lohi. Yeah. What do you guys think of? I feel like she doesn't really have a lot of use, unfortunately. She's just kind of doesn't do enough, I would say.
I'm glad I'm not crazy because I always thought she was kind of mid, and I
think she is mid. Sadly, I like her, but I think she's mid.
I think she definitely needs a buff because
she could have used one during
unfortunately,
Road to 7.
Instead of buffing her, they released a terrible summer version.
Yeah, tune in next week for that.
You know what? I actually like the summer one more than this one.
I think they're both kind of the same power level, if anything.
Me,
yes, because the summer one is funnier. The summer one is funnier. I think the summer one has like more comps I can play with. This one is just kind of like, oh, AoE quick looper. That I think ramping partners is an interesting idea, but
she is useful when you run into a boss that like uses guts. Like that is
that's not
big
bad
use case.
Oh yeah, does it remove? Does this work against red guts? I assume no.
Yes.
Does it? Oh, it does. Okay, it's still considered a guts. Okay.
Yeah.
Because the icon was different. I wasn't sure. Okay.
Yeah, the only reason I knew is because I do see people use her against like super Kamazots as like a big damage buffer when they're like damage rushing him. And it also, of course, deals with the guts, which is really nice.
I think that if you're looking for someone to enable Waterfield, she's like your best flex pick for that. Like,
because Melt's sure not doing that. That's a throw.
Yeah.
How about Hibiki Shikagi?
Oh, you know what? Actually,
I don't know, but they're more expensive. This is a permanent 4-star. She is permanent. I personally think the world would be a better place if Cagliostro was the permanent instead. But yeah, it's But anyways, sorry. This is my weird take. But
it's
yeah,
incredible that they finally made a water-related character that isn't arts.
Yeah, it's blue. You would think so, but I guess first and foremost, she is like a city or whatever. So maybe because of that, I don't know.
Yeah, I think her gameplay is a little bit mid. Unfortunately, she's trying to be support for sure. I mean, it thematically makes sense as well. She's a city, she's supposed to support her people, but like I don't think she doesn't really do enough. Maybe if they gave her more supportability, maybe she would be nice to use.
I feel like we're
Or
usually
charge.
too harsh on her. I don't like. I know her
Are
NP
we
damage
though?
isn't really that incredible,
No.
but she
I feel
does.
like she doesn't.
crit and spam
You don't have a
pretty well.
reason to bring her a lot though, like anywhere.
I mean,
Maybe against the guts
like,
bosses, but
it's the
that's
same issue as with alter egos.
I
At least
Well, no. The thing is, alter
I think
egos
she's
and
just
the
mid.
thing with the alter egos is that it's not so much the class. Is alter ego's general power level for some reason is just.
I also think while I don't
than
love,
most
I don't
All
love
Stars,
either
though?
the Pretender
like
or Alter Ego,
Passion,
but Alter Ego still is
Okay,
better
Passion's
because
bad.
casters and assassins kind of suck as DPSs most of the time. Knights usually have better DPSs anyway.
True, that's also
So
that's a better argument.
that's why I
That
prefer
do be
Alter Ego a little bit over Pretenders as a DPS.
Like, what was the bit for the while? The best assassin is an alter ego. Like that
Yeah.
really was like for the first 5 years of the game. The truth.
But that's kind. I feel like if we're gonna be talking about comparing to like low stars,
It's
I
just
feel like
Zerg.
that's a good argument in favor of pretenders that are AOE because there's a lot of shitty night class AOEs.
I mean, I agree. I think she's just mid. I don't think she's like particularly good or
Oh,
particularly
I don't think she's bad.
Yeah.
I
She's
just
definitely
wish she
a
was
lot better
better.
than a lot better. Is it a lot better? Probably a lot better than
Her-
Baby Liz, right?
Really? I was about to
Yes, she is.
suggest C plus.
No, I think she's better than Bayless. The problem is her design outstrips her her skill set. Like her
I mean,
design is very good, except for third
I
ascension.
have never found a
But-
way to utilize her very well. But like, didn't you say there were people using her legitimately to farm? Maybe. I
I've seen
just
people farm with her, but
I
a
haven't
lot of the
She
time,
experimented
can
enough
single
with
it
her.
core with Black
is-
Grail.
I guess. I don't know.
a lot
Like
of the time I
C.
see her for like the support function.
Oh no, not C plus.
Um,
Sorry. B.
B.
I could maybe barely see a B then. You're fine.
B. Maybe.
I'm okay with
I
that.
mean, yeah, because like like
B for
Dante's
barely good enough.
Yeah.
I like yeah, like I don't know. She has some party. I don't know.
All right,
I
sure.
don't use her enough.
I just
which is sad.
I just like her. Like I've used her. I used her a lot more when she was newer. I haven't used her so much.
I remember
recently.
using her when
remember
she came
you
out in
did use,
JP.
Shit.
I
Here's
did
the
remember
fun one.
you using a farming comp for
Yeah, I used a farming comp for her.
yeah.
And like, cause like it's not like she's impossible to work in, even to like multi-core, because like, you know, she can do some stuff, but yeah, I just wish she was better. She's one of those units that I think would be like they could probably do one buff and it would fix her. Like for example, make her NP damage ramp and give her some other effect like an Andy trait.
Wow,
on her
it's
NP.
it oh NP trait maybe, yeah. Anyways.
I'll go with B for now.
Yeah, Summer Kuro.
But yeah, next up, I guess all the rest of the servants will be new
oh
to NA
boy.
then, and the next one is not too
I don't think
far
she's
away. I
as
guess the next
controversial
two, in
anymore.
fact, are not too far
I
away.
don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, I don't think she's as
But yeah, this
controversial,
is this is the controversial servant of the list, I guess, every single time. Well, she hasn't been in that many lists yet, but yeah. So yeah, Summer Kuro time. She's interesting. On base, she's like a single target quick DPS, but no one really uses her to DPS, I want to say. Like, her kit is very counterintuitive to DPS, and you can do it. She even buffs herself and whatnot, but I feel like...
She has universal anti-trade technically.
Yeah, I guess,
weird.
but... Okay, we'll get to that later, but yeah. She's mostly used as like an interesting farming support, but then there's the whole, party costing and whatnot, and... Anyway, I'm not gonna click the FA. Fuck off, chat. Okay. Anyway, 9.8k attack is just below average among Avengers, but still okay for a 4-star in general. She's full quick. Yep, full quick. All green. Her gains cards are actually pretty good as well. So there you go. At least MP should be a bit spammable if you go that route. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and then the whole party gets this on-attack buff for 5 attacks, 5 turns. So whenever they hit an enemy per hit, they get a manuscript buff, which, you'll see what it does later, I guess. And then she herself gets a different bonus on-attack buff thingy for 3 turns. So whenever she's using quick cards before damage, she gets 10% crit damage for 3 turns, including her MP. Not that it really matters for the MP, but it's going to be nice for the follow-up phase cards, basically. Yeah, there you go. Not a bad support skill, especially when you see what the manuscripts do, I guess. Then the second skill. This is the reason why I'm not a huge fan of her as a DPS, if anything. But yeah, on a 7-turn cooldown, targeted skill, target ally gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive. Then she gets this revision buff for 1 time 1 turn. So after 1 turn, she moves to the last slot of the party, and then whoever is the first on reserve come. It's basically like Crane. Everyone else gets pushed forward. She goes to last, and she pushes the everyone else more left. Also, this is, I believe, different from Change Order in that this also shuffles the deck. This also does a full reset of the shuffle when it happens. It does not keep cards, yeah. So it's a bit different to order change like that as well. So yeah, it's basically a free I'm out button, which, you know, that is why she can be used in farming very flexibly, I guess. Third skill on 5-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then all allies get 10% gauge per manuscript buff on them. And then it also removes all the manuscript buffs, including her own, which kind of a shame, honestly, because of her MP if you go down that route. But yep, there it is. Big batteries, of course. Again, keep in mind there's ally MPs that do damage also. That's why you get a lot of this, because it works with this too. Okay, so there's the skill set, very interesting. At least for supporting, I guess. We get the Avenger passive, 16% MP gain on damage taken increase, cool. 6% minus debuff rate for, or debuff resistance for allies besides her. Not a huge deal. 8% crit damage on her, actually not bad. She is full green after all, so it's if you do DPS with her, crits are actually a thing she can do a bit, even without absorb. She gets 3.5 gauge per turn, that is, cool. And then another 7.8% crit damage. What a weird number, I never realized that actually. 7.8, that's what B minus is in this one? That's so weird. I thought they were like 0.5% increments, but I guess not. Alright, sure, but it's good. She's anti-caster, which is fine as an Avenger. Common class, neutral most of the time anyway. Alright, then the MP. Damage to single enemy, and then does bonus damage per manuscript completion stacks. Can stack up to 10 times for 100% bonus. Also reduces the target's tick by 1. And then before damage, she gets 10% quick up for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. So a bit of ramp up there too. The MP doesn't remove the stacks either, unlike the third skill. So it's like the cash-in moment. So if you DPS with her, you might want to hold on to that stuff, I guess. But I feel like, again, maybe you can DPS with her. Maybe I was a bit too harsh on that. But I feel like most people would just use her in this, this farming thing. Okay. I just don't like the second skill for DPSing.
So
Just
the
don't
way
use
you
second
DPS
skill.
with her... So the way you DPS with her, you go ahead and you use her third skill when, like, before you start ramping up the stacks.
Yeah,
so
just for the MP damage, right?
What that does, that means for the next 5 turns, people can build up their stacks, and then you can have your supports get up to 50% charge in 5 turns.
Because it is with the Pen 5 on a 4-turn cooldown, or 5 turns, so it lasts long enough.
Yeah, and also
the only unfortunate thing is that
also if you use a card on turn 3, you're going to have it until like turn 8, so it's going to last until the next cycle, unless it's that exact turn. It is a bit annoying that it's attached to her super effective, but it is manageable. That's why it's recommended you just immediately pop that, and then you could just stack it up.
Yeah.
A Brave Chain gives her almost all of it anyways.
Now, just to make sure I'm not crazy, because so it isn't possible for her to really get 10 stacks, is it? Because her skill,
it's 5
unless
attacks.
you like have some wacky card RNG, because it's 5 times 5 turns. So like if you get a card on turn like 1, 2, or 3, or 1 or 2 of the first cycle, there's no way you're gonna have them by the second cycle by the time you build up enough. So like it's really hard for her to get like 200%. 150% is feasible for sure.
Yeah, you would need card shuffle. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
it's
10 would be
Yeah,
really
it's-
hard, but it's still fun if you get some of them, I guess.
It would be pretty
Yeah.
cool if there wasn't like a limit to how many times she can stack it on herself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
should
know
do that.
why she has a limit on that, because she should be able to just get, full anti-trait. I don't have a problem with the second skill, really. Because if you don't need it, just don't use it, right?
I
Yeah,
don't like
also-
having a
it doesn't
dead
have any
skill, but I
offense
kind of
tied
get
to
what
it.
you're coming from there, yeah.
Also
Plus,
another thing
if
you can
you're-
do with her second skill as a DPS, you can set up like two parts of the team where you have like the front two, and then you have her move to the back, and then like I'm assuming you'll have one support die somewhere along the way. Then she'll come out with two fresh teammates, and
Well, here's
you can still
here's
have
another
her out
funny
there.
thing.
Just dodges and
if you run frontline only and say the enemy's about to
Yeah.
AoE MP and kill
Just
everyone,
true
you
dodge.
cast that on herself and she can dodge out. The
just true
frontline dies and
dodge.
she just comes in on her own. That's super niche, and that's like a gimmick thing. But like it's
if
funny.
there's like if there's like an MP that has a buff removal or something, like she can hide from it, or like a devastating debuff on break. But again, like mainly people are gonna use her as the
Oh yeah, should we talk
support.
about the Bonsi too?
Oh
Yeah, the
Bonsi-
Bonsi is overrated.
If it worked as what people thought it worked, like it would have been better. Like if it just gave
Yeah,
3 stacks, it would have been way better.
Yeah, if it gave you
Yeah.
3 stacks upon entering the field, like immediately,
It's just
then
party
that would
30
be
charge for
crazy.
free.
Yeah, it's every time she
Well, I
appears,
mean-
she gives 1 stack to everyone, right? For 5 turns?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 would be
You have
crazy.
to like back and forth
Yeah.
to get the full value.
Yeah. Like here's the thing. There's only I've using her in a farming comp as like a slot in. If you are trying to run 6 CEs or even 5 CEs with a damage CE on your main DPS, you will not have the cost.
Yeah.
It's just unfeasible.
If it's all 5-star Cs, yeah.
If it's all 5-star C, except for the team I run with her with. There is one farming team I use her with, and it's not for the battery. It's actually
It's
just for the extra damage, because the team I run her with is Kazura, her, and then swaps out to Geronimo. So everyone's a low star. Like it's 2 5-stars, but then a 4-star, and then a 3-star. So like the cost is low. That's the only farming team I can use her in, and that's it. Like it's not even for the battery part. It's literally because I don't need plug suit, and I can have her leave the field and put Geronimo in, right?
It really is just. No, you want to finish first?
It's just really not a great farming unit. Like she's useful in like boss fights because she does give. You can have her on the field for a turn. You build up some stacks with like an AoE MP. You pop off a battery and then she gets out, right? Like that's fine. But like, I just don't like farming. I just don't like normal farming teams with her. I don't think they work. I don't think.
They only work if it's like a single core team, and then for them to work, it hinges on how, like, what is the front, what is the first wave like? Because if it's less than
enemy
3,
count matters.
Yeah, because they're hit based. Yeah.
And it has to be the first wave. Otherwise, like if you have her try to charge you on turn 3, she's just a worse 30 charger. Like you can just bring basically, like you could bring Zhufu and she would do better and be cheaper. So like if you need 30% charge on turn 2 and you're willing to sack your damage on turn 1, then like that's when it can work. But that's like that's only going to be that won't be an issue if you're using like Black Grail, and she'll enable Black Grail, but Black Grail isn't what everyone wants to use, because sometimes they want to use drops and optimize for that.
My view of the servant.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. My view of the servant actually did go up a little bit. Because like, she's a free card shuffle. She's actually a good guts giver in certain comps because she fucks off. And also like she's not a horrible servant to throw into your team if somehow you're not running full full what am I trying to say? If you're not running like the full plug suit thing, because like I think that the overrated thing is the like allowing her to allowing busters with 50 charge to run BG. I think that is the big overrate thing with her. But like if you want to throw her in a farming comp where you don't want to use plug suit, maybe you can come up with something where like Rio said, she's just like adding more damage. She's not a horrible servant to include because she overlaps a lot with the 20% bond CEs because she has like she's like living human, she's animal, she's she has a third one.
Got a costume.
Oh yeah, she has costume.
Yeah,
so she can like triple dip on those. So like farming her bond is also nice. So like there's a lot of factors that make her.
It wasn't like
actually...
that when I farmed her to bond 10 in a day to test out the CE. Which funny story. When she first came out, people didn't understand her bond CE.
Yeah, I remember. I think in my first impression, I was struggling to understand because it wasn't like super clear as to how it works. At least I think on Atlas in the game.
Clear, and even like on like in Japanese posts, I was looking, people weren't sure, and I was like, you know what? I have a free day.
You're like, I'll do it myself.
A single day, and now people use it as a weapon against me. But I learned,
it actually I used it in the court of law to convict you.
Wow.
Yeah, they make it seem like I'm some kind of deranged person. I think I still think she's very like.
You try it in a court of your peers.
Yeah, I feel like she still should place fairly high, but maybe not like top tier or anything like that.
Yeah,
I think because like I think she's like as far as like having on your account, the value to have just a copy on your account is very good because there are places to use her. There are times to use her. So she's one of those things where if you don't care about using her as a DPS, which she can function as a DPS pretty well, actually. I've seen a couple things with her, but mainly just having one single copy is all you need. You're going to have 5 anyway, because you're going to roll for Castoria, because you're all sheep. So you're going to have 5 copies. But you know what? Take what you get.
Yeah, I've definitely used her a lot more than I expected because like in Minturn and stuff where I need a free shuffle and I want like and I don't want to use a card slot. I want to use a Brave Chain. So she's a nice like extra damage booster.
And honestly, you know what's funny? Most people will have a 1 copy because she's on Berserker Castoria's banner.
Yeah.
Because people are gonna roll on that banner. But if you're if you are a truly based individual, you roll that banner because of Summer Suzuka. Okay, that's my take there.
Oh, it is split.
It is, but it sucks. It sucks because I'm gonna go for 10 Suzukas. It's gonna suck so bad. I know I'm gonna get like 3 times more kudos than Suzukas. It's gonna happen. It is what it is, though.
I actually
remembering that.
Wait. Can we take a look at? Okay. Well, which one?
The one where
is she gay?
Yeah,
are they gay? That wasn't even.
The other one was pointing.
Oh, underage.
Well, no, she wasn't, and she is pointing to her underage, and
it was supposed to be like overrated and like are they good or something, and then I just had like because like YouTube just at that time they just came up with the test and compare thumbnail. So it's like 50-50 which one shows up. So I just like made people like have a double take because it's the exact same thumbnail, but the text is different. Anyways, but yeah, I think she's still.
I think I would go with the A tier that you just did.
Yeah, I definitely was very harsh on her because I really hated how the community like hard focuses on
I'm guilty of that too. I was like, people like, oh, she's the great, she has revolutionized the farm meta again. Ruler of farming supports. Like, no.
Here's the thing, I was part of the problem. That's why I hate it so much. Because when she first came out, I made a video called like the new Buster meta or some shit, and then like I showed Kukulkan doing like 5 million damage on wave 3, and everybody just went fucking crazy.
As long as they see big numbers, the neuron activates.
Yeah, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't have spread that.
I, on the other hand, always thought it was garbage. Yet here I am now using her more than ever because I'm lazy.
Yeah, it's not that bad to just include, like, it's just that one thing that is overrated because like again, there's a lot of good to have in the character because her buff numbers are not horrible, right? Like it's got crits as well, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah,
it has crits
too.
It's crit, attack, and MP damage.
Like, it has like has everything. Yeah, so like for Minturns, I do use her for like a free shuffle sometimes.
All right. Anyway, let's talk about the next 4-star from the same event. We got Summer Balvanshi. There she is, or the priestess, Sir Priestess, Kerr Priestess, because it's probably Kernanas, but yeah, there you go, all the names.
Wait, where did we end up placing Kuro?
I did flat A, because we were kind of
A.
talking about it on and off.
Okay.
Otto's just
Yeah.
Otto's probably playing like Team Fortress 2 or something. He's
Shut
zoned
up,
out.
man. Stop
Well, there
being
you go.
right.
Yeah, we did a flat A. For
Oh
anyone
my
else listening
gosh.
in, we did a flat A. There you go.
Here's the thing, Otto. I think it's actually skill issue because like I never disclose this stuff, but like a lot of times I'm also just playing Counter Strike, but I don't.
I didn't know you played CS. That's cool.
I
Alright.
suck
Yeah.
at it though.
Yeah, sometimes
he's
when you're
addicted to
talking, I can.
gambling, so he'll.
Sometimes when you're talking, I hear this while you're talking.
We do. We hear your mouse
Fuck.
clicks.
That's
I had noise canceling up this time, man. Whatever.
But yeah, anyway, let's talk about Summer Bob. So AoE, Buster, DPS, Soloist, yeah, thing.
Yeah.
Spinny
team,
Cernanas. Yeah. 9.8k attack puts her. I already lost my notes, Odo. Just below or above average when it comes to 4-star pretenders. Again, not that there's a whole lot of comparison anyway. Just double Buster, double arts. Pretty cool deck. Gains pretty good on those arts cards too, so no big worries there. First skill on a 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack and defense for 3 turns. Then, this is a cool effect. All their region buffs that are HP, MP, or star get extended by 3 turns. Very cool. It doesn't work with like passives and other... Well, I guess passive will be permanent anyway, but anything that's unremovable you can't do. Like, you know, something you might get from like a story battle or something. Also, all enemies on the flip side, their dots get extended by 3 turns. So poisons, curses, and burns. And again, doesn't include unremovables. Very cool skill. This gives you a lot of cool team synergy as well with certain servants. Like, you know, Edison, for instance, Merlin, stuff like that. There's several servants that could work really well with her with this extension. Cool skill, I really like it. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 1 enemy buffs gone. Then they also get minus 30% debuff rest for 3 turns, minus 30% crit chance for 3 turns, so that's basically all base crits gone unless they buff their crit. Then they also get minus 1 tick every turn for 2 turns, so for 2 turns, they don't MP. Presume, unless they battery up, then they, I guess, could if they get a big battery, but oh well. It's cool, that's a lot of delay. And then she gets 30% battery on use. I like this skill a lot. It really cripples one enemy. Like it takes their buffs and then gives some nasty debuffs too. Very cool skill. My only gripe might be because she's like AoE herself, you know. Would be maybe nice to have this on AoE, but it would probably be way too strong on AoE. Maybe some of these effects would be nice to see AoE, but oh well. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% Buster, or not Buster, MP damage up for 3 turns. You get 15 stars on use. And then allies who have this unique Wrath of Enshrined Deity buff get 20% MP damage for 3 turns. And also gives them 20% gauge too. Very cool, and we'll see that once we continue here. Her unique buff that she gives out. Cool skill set, honestly, even before we see the rest. I very much like her skill set. Nice, nice. So yeah, that's 40% MP damage potentially with the new buff as well. Passives, we got 25% debuff rest, great. 12% quick up. Well, it's okay. I guess for her 1 quick card. 4% arts, pretty cool. And then the weird stuff happens depending on her ascensions is what you get here. This is the stuff I don't really like though. So on Ascension 1 and 2, she gets 4% crit damage against man attribute, but if you're stage 3, you get 20%. Like, okay, cool, I guess. Like, why? And then another similar passive on stage 1 and 2, chaotic and good allies get 5% MP gain.
That has more text than the entirety of Artoria's kit.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, obviously, because chaotic and good, there are 2 sides of this alignment tree. You can get this twice. So if they're chaotic and good, they get 10% MP gain, otherwise 5 per. And if you're Ascension 3, they get 4% per. So it's a bit nerfed there, I guess, on the flip side, compared to the other one. And then all Ascensions, there's this, the whole party gets the on defense buff, including sub-members. So when they get attacked, they get this special 10% crit boost, crit damage buff for 1 turn. So again, with this, you can make use of the 3rd skill. Very cool. So it's just permanently there, this on defense buff. Cool. I still don't like the fact that like this is not a big difference, this second passive, but the first one being like 5 times better, it's kind of stupid, I want to say, but oh well.
They should have made it a bigger difference on the
like
on
to
the second
favor the
one.
first
It should have
ascensions
been
on
like
the
10% each.
yeah, this is a minor difference and
versus
this is a
4%
big
each,
difference.
so-
Yeah, it's weird, very weird design. She's also anti-berserker on the append, that's great, very good for damage. Right, then the MP, that's a lot of lines. So, before damage, she gets 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So remember, these are things that can be extended by her first skill. Does AoE damage to all enemies. Also, that's super effective, 150% against the man attribute enemies. That's just flat normal effect. Does a 2k curse and poison all enemies for 3 turns, and minus 50% attack for 1 turn. So again, those dots can be extended too. And then before damage, she gets 20% buster for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 40%. So no ramp up, but man, that is one loaded MP. And that 50% attack is very cool. That's why she also has that cool solo potential as well, because that reduces the enemy's attack by a lot. For sure. I think she's very cool. She's a very cool servant for bosses. Very cool.
Yeah, depends on if you like alternative playstyles, I would say, because like her teams are pretty. Like the only like really good.
She's not like
partner with
super
her that
fast,
is-
right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can
She's
still use
sustained.
her in like normal buster looping, which she has anti-man for, but like that's just kind of whatever. And she is you want alternative playstyles. The only good one that sort of fits with it is Merlin, but also having cooldown reduction with her is very good because when you reduce the cooldown of that skill 1, then you can technically make buffs permanent, and they would keep on
Yes, 'cause
stacking on each other. Because
the
the
funny thing is
duration will go beyond the cooldown of the skill 1. So before they run out, you would be able to extend them a second time. So they would just keep on stacking. Well, that's not a very easy thing to achieve. It would like I think the easiest team for that is like Edison plus Tamamo plus or you can run double Bavanshi,
Or you
but
just
that
run
one's a
2
little
of
bit
her.
harder.
Yeah,
I think that
you
team
just
has
run-
that team's it takes a little bit longer to get
It
the engine
takes
up.
longer to get online, but its engine is stronger once it's up.
Yes, if you get online, it is better.
You get the MP with 2 of them
100
twice a turn.
attack
The
then.
funny thing is the poison and curse. Yes, they're there and they don't have any amplifiers. But if you're in a really long fight, they never wear off, and you get
And they keep
so
on
many,
getting higher.
and they keep on getting higher. And so, like, eventually, it may only be 4,000, dot tick per NP, but after like 40 NPs, you're ticking you like 80k
Almost not
damage
like
dot
a
a
slow
turn.
play.
So here's a question. Do you still use skill 1 before the first MP, or do you wait?
I
Oh,
wait. I agree.
You wait.
That's
Yeah,
the one
you gotta
awkward
agree.
part, if anything, then.
I mean, yeah, but like
she's a setup unit though. Like she's a unit where you're not going like if you're not using her as like a farming thing, you're going in to set up an engine, and so you just sequence things. So your first turn is going to be a little bit lower damage. Plus, you're not really there. Like the extra damage isn't really the important part there on that one. It's the extension of the buffs there. So I think
in certain
she's
fast solos,
one of the more fun units to play.
In certain fast solos, I will pop it first because I run her with double Habertrot, and that's like 10k heal that gets extended to like 5 turns or something. But like usually I would greed because why not? And like it again, this is just like more of a alternative playstyle servant that you build a team around. So like if you only want a standard AoE buster, surprisingly not horrible because like again she has like anti-berserker append, she has anti-man, and her buff, she has like her skill 1 and skill 3 are damage buffs that affect the MP that is stackable. So like surprisingly not horrible with double Koya and plug Oberon, but yeah, it definitely her full potential is if you enjoy this weird slow burn kind of build your own.
It's a very
Cernunnos
sustained playstyle, really.
Yeah, where like the enemy now, like if you're like, oh man, I hated when Cernunnos tortured me, where I don't get to do damage to him and he heals to full and he just spam dot. Well, you can technically build your own Cernunnos and torture some boss if you want to, but
Yeah, Cernunnos at home.
Yeah,
it's a fun little thing.
Yeah.
I would
And
like
the
to
MP
point out
animation is
that,
funny as hell.
there's also some other pretty cool servants that she synergizes with. Like a good example, like Hans gets a lot out of her because he
Yeah.
has
Oh, yeah,
so
the
much
MP.
stuff that's per turn.
Yeah,
The NP, and then also his third skill gets extended,
Mm-hmm.
Just
which
heal
helps
and
her
start
spam her
generally.
NP more often.
Yeah,
There's
start and
also
then-
Pope Joan,
Oh yeah,
who,
true.
even though she doesn't have like a lot of synergy per se,
But he has
her
20 per
charge boost
turn.
is just so massive.
Yeah, that's
that-
crazy.
Oh yeah,
That would be
yeah,
crazy.
you
dude. No, that one comp where you do double Bavanchi and then like Tamamo for cooldown reduction. You can start with Pope Joan, and then that 20 charge per turn you can keep.
That's
forever
crazy,
if
actually.
you
I
don't
want to
fuck
try
it up.
that
yeah.
now.
You can, yeah, you can
So-
keep it forever. You don't fuck
Wow.
it
So
up, but you might fuck
here's
it
the
up
thing:
because it's
you can
it's RNG. I
it-
think.
if you sequence things.
Like not just you.
So
but
like
I fucked it up
whoever
multiple times.
your middle is. So if you sequence things of a Balbon in the front, your support in the middle, your cooldown support in the middle, and then the second one at the very end. If the boss is able to take out the ones that apply other buffs, you can fit in like 2 or 3. Like you can use. I usually use Habitat to put a regen heal on the middle person because they're not going to have. They're not going to have.
Oh yeah, they're
their
not
own
gonna have
regen.
the Bavanchi buff.
They're not going to get the
things,
Babanshi
yeah.
regen, so you put that on them so they get a regen that's permanent.
Yeah,
the
it's a
thing gets
big one
going.
too. Yeah.
And then if you can put in like Pope Joan or something for them to get like NP charge as well constantly, and then just have the other Bob move in at the very end.
Yeah, that's
And then
just
you
so
start
fun.
the cycle. Like
Oh, man.
I'm glad
because
everyone's calling it Bob.
yeah, well, the Bob on sheet.
I
like,
saw
it's
I saw
just-
it on a weird comment. It started with a weird comment who cannot spell her name, so they just called her Bob. And I was like, what the?
Yeah, just forget,
But
dude.
it's pretty
Yeah.
funny.
And now there's a podcast named after her. Crazy.
Mm.
Uh,
But I will say though, again, this is like a pretty cheese. Like this is.
Yeah,
I
we were
don't
just
think
talking about
most
fun
people
stuff, if anything.
practically- Yeah,
Yeah.
but then again, I do think it's important
But it's
to
a game.
emphasize.
It's a
Well,
game.
yeah.
You want to have fun sometimes. Sometimes you want to just do a funny, stupid run that's like interesting to do. That's dumb. So I think she's like more fun than a lot of. I kind of like
Yeah.
these type of units like KP and her and.
I
you
would
know,
say
these dumb
she's probably
ones
like
that are,
B
like,
plus to A or something. Like otherwise.
No, I was gonna say A
No.
plus.
Oh,
It was
really?
A plus.
Interesting.
Because
also-
okay. The one defense.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna finish this quickly. The one defense I have for her is like again, her normal performance outside of cheese is not bad. Like she can like her normal Buster Loop. Like again, she has 2 stackable skills, and she has especially after a Pen 5, she has anti trade on MP, and she has anti Berserker Pen. Like that, she's an okay Buster Looper. Like genuinely, and she can run a little bit weirder stuff because she also stacks the regen on her MP. So there are some weird. I don't know if it actually matters because you have Oberon anyways, but yeah, she can run some weird stuff with Buster Looping. But yeah, I think the one thing preventing me from like not actually putting her pretty high is because I think outside of the cheese, she's still pretty good. But
All right.
Okay, so she is actually pretty solid as a support, like even outside of like being her own DPS and stuff, because there's a lot of servants out there that get a lot out of like having their own charge extended or their stars per turn or heal per turn extended. Like an example, like you could use her to support like Summer Debrinia, for example, who has stars per turn, heal per turn, charge per turn on her third skill. And getting that for 6 turns, that means it's basically up all of the time. Then also she has the charge delay on that on the second skill, as well as the buff
Oh, yeah.
removal and then
Yeah,
debuff
true.
success. Like
Yeah,
it's
this is
a
a good
really
skill.
good enabling skill.
she can also solo. Again, I feel like we did already. We don't have to bring up too much about
It's
her
like,
solo,
well, we
but
didn't- We didn't really mention like the 50% attack time. We kind of never meant that. Never has come up.
No, I
But
didn't mention it during when I
that's a
covered
big
the MP.
thing.
Oh
though,
yeah,
but
yeah. That also like helps
Yeah.
the whole team live. So it's
Yeah.
I guess yeah.
really
It's
good.
pretty anti-Minturn though. But yeah, she's fun. I think like it's hard to get her killed in most cases, but again, like it's not for everyone. I would say like if you're not happy with just a standard AoE Buster Looper and you also hate like this kind of alternative playstyle, then not for everyone. Not like
I still feel like maybe A+ is that, but I could do A for sure. Is it
I
A+?
mean, I personally would like to put A+, but
Are you all in
would
unison
too.
for A+?
I'd be
I-
down for A+ as well.
Because she's just so like she's good and unique, and her uniqueness is a good uniqueness. It's not unique in like, oh, they have a gimmick, doesn't do anything good though. Her gimmick is good.
you can do a poll if this becomes really
No,
controversial.
I'll just go with A+.
upset by it.
I'll go with A+. That's fine.
I'm
Cool.
not particularly upset with
Yeah,
all
that's
that,
fine.
but
I'm not mad about that. That's fine. All right, there you go. Summer's Bob.
Now for the
We'll
dark
just go with
horse in
that
this
now.
race.
All
I
right, it's
think
time
she's,
for a 5-star Avenger again.
More
In
like
fact, we
four.
have 3 of them in a row actually with this. So yeah, let's talk about Ushi Gozen from Samurai Remnanto. So yeah, AoE, quick. I want to say DPS because for farming numbers definitely don't look very nice. Maybe if you hit anti-trade they can be okay, but otherwise I feel like she definitely shines more as a DPS than a farmer. Yeah, 12.4k attack, great. It's not as high as some of the other ones, but still high overall, of course. So can't really complain too much. She is full green, including the normal cards, all green. Her quicks are actually very good too, which is funny. She can generate a lot of stars too. And her arts card is good. So gains, definitely not really an issue. In fact, of all Avengers, she probably has some of the better gains. Face card wise, that's cool. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% anti-demonic power mod for 3 turns, and then 50% anti-earth attribute power mod against servants for 3 turns, and then 30% crit damage for 3 turns. It's a shame that it's obviously tied to servants. Maybe they didn't want her farming numbers to be better or something, but oh well. At least again, it's a common, attribute, so her DPS potential is pretty cool with that. And there can be even some cases where they coexist, demonic and earth servants, that is. So not too shabby. You
it's
can
a
even get
lot.
100% there.
I would say most demonics are Earth, right? Other than Ibuki. Ibuki's like Sky.
Yeah, maybe. You might be right. Not a bad skill. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown as well. She gets 30% quick and buster for 3 turns, and then this on attack buff for 5 attacks 3 turns. So whenever she's attacking with quick cards, she gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns. It also activates before damage, which is cool. Also works with the MP. Even if MP can't crit, it's still going to be nice for the follow-ups because it's not tied to just normal attacks. So you can get what is that? 100% crit damage from this. Not too shabby. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 2k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, 30% MP damage for 1 turn, and 50% engage. So there you go. Now she can also do some farming if you're into that with her. But otherwise, kind of a bursty skill for both some MP damage and some crit stuff. I'm not a huge fan of the cooldown though, but it is what it is. It's a very offensive kid, needless to say. Which is another reason I think one of her weaknesses also is that it's the defense is missing here, which I'm not a huge fan of. But yeah, if you want offense, there's definitely a lot of it, for sure.
Well, she left her armor in Samurai Remnant. Of course she
True, I'm so sad about that. It's such a cool design, but oh well, it is. Hopefully a costume someday. They should keep the filter on too, because it's epic, the voice filter. Anyway, 14% increased MP gain on damage taken, cool. Minus 4% debuff for some allies besides her, not a huge demerit. 8% crit damage, great. 3.8% gauge per turn, cool. 12% buster up. She only has 1 buster card, unfortunately, but yeah, it's cool for that 1 buster card. And then some flat damage, but also 20% quick crit damage, cool. Because flat damage in and of itself is kind of bad. So the crit is nice at least. She's anti-berserker, which is great, because she's going to hit really hard against berserkers as is. Then the MP does damage to enemies, minus 30% crit chance down for all enemies for 3 turns, 40% chance to stun all of them, and then also does super effective against Earth enemies. This one also includes non-servants, which is cool. So the standard 150 to 200 range. So if you're farming and it's Earth, then she can probably put out some dice numbers. If not, then probably forget about it. But if anything, again, she has a lot of nice stuff for DPSing because she's very crit oriented. Yeah.
So fun fact. So if you're taking her, like if you're doing a 3-turn comp against an Earth Servant, her turn 3 damage with the 50% CE that like traces, for example, that's what I ran the calculation with. She basically matches Dante's BBG damage with triple Scotty. So and like I feel like that's something that's worth being brought up because it's like once you have that much charge, if you have starting charge with quick, it's rare that you're not able to loop. So
I gotta say though, this might have been a bad week for her because, like, you know, Earth Day was this week and she hates the Earth.
damn.
The hot take here. Oh, sorry. But yeah, the hot take here is I actually think she ends up being more used than Dante's in farming because it's not easy for her to like do 3-turn looping. Not that easy. Well, you can use like Bright and stuff, but it is actually not that hard for her to MP once or twice. And in a multi-core setup, having a bigger battery and a very strong anti-trade, I think does put her much ahead of Dante's in terms of like a lot of use cases. So
I agree.
Because I have her at MP1. Well, if you're against Earth, she probably still out damages a lot of your AoEs regardless, because that's just she's just double dipping on that right on wave 3, where the damage matters. It's usually servants, and yeah, that's just kind of so. I think I definitely underrated this character when she first came out because like her refund really isn't the prettiest thing. Unfortunately,
I did too. I underrated her when she first came out as well. I'm like, oh, like the refund's bad, and I'm like, yeah, she's anti-Earth, but like, so what? I'm like, everyone's anti-Earth, but she dips so
having
hard
two
into anti-Earth. It's like, it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You know, if you hate the Earth enough, you get value out of it.
Yeah,
having
out of
two
all of
double dippings kind of.
here's another fun fact with her numbers.
If you say the Ibaraki thing again, I'm gonna kill you.
No, I mean
Okay,
that is one of the things, but I wasn't going to mention that. Thank you for reminding me though, because I might.
Oh my god.
So if we're looking at servants who are not being aided by craft essences or supports, she has the highest potential damage of an AoE servant. That is more than Romulus at maximum stacks. And also,
is it more than
I assume it's both demonic and Earth actives against servants, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's more than Malnobu. I think
Oh,
Malnobu is like 60k. She does like Jalter damage when she gets both of her niches and she has the curse scale up.
Actually, because you're triple dipping plus quick scaling.
Yeah, it's like 80k neutral at NP1 if you're and then you also have like a lot of the overlap also overlaps with Berserker, and she has anti-Berserker, so you get 30% more attack because why not? Like if you're up against an Earth Berserker, this is like the best servant you can bring to kill it.
Well, okay, damage-wise, yes, but the shit could hit the fan and she could die.
I'm talking about farming specifically.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine then.
And it is kind of funny. I've had this conversation with numerous people that get really confused when I say she is a really good multi-core servant, but that's because some people have an idea of multi-core where it's like you have to help the team and then NP.
That's
what's
obviously
most
preferred,
important is
that's
like
preferred because there are some units that like have big damage but don't do that, and they're bad at multi-core, like Melusine, Summer. But like
what's more important is being able to NP and justifying the NP, and she very easily justifies her own NP because she out damages some servants with like their single core damage. That might be an exaggeration, but like if you're up against again, Earth, like wave 3 has an Earth servant, she's just gonna slaughter it.
So I mean, yeah, it's not actually, but actually pretty good, I would say. Boss killer as well again. DPS.
I still would like to see some defense on her. I'm scared to use. I would be so scared to use
like
it.
defense, yeah, it would be great.
Because she's
like,
quick as well.
know.
I feel like she could just get absolutely decimated suddenly.
The crit resist, not crit resist. The crit rate down actually does a bit of work. Also,
I mean, as much as it can, but like,
yeah, because
Also,
she
I'd
doesn't
like
even
to
have
point
defensive advantage
I'd
most of
also
the
like to
time.
point out,
I mean,
just because, okay, people and
just because they have
I
an
mentioned
evade
this.
doesn't mean they have better survival. I know what you're gonna say,
I
right? Is that what you're
wasn't.
gonna say?
No, I was actually going a completely different
I
route.
completely apologize.
Yeah, yeah,
Nice.
that's twice now. Sorry. So I mentioned it with Riku as well. We're at a point where we can boost quick cards to a damage threshold where like it doesn't matter if it's a quick card or a buster card, and if you can boost a quick card so strong that it you can like use quick cards and buster cards and stuff. Like if you can,
She
boost it
hits
that
crit
far,
cap
why
though.
would you
That's
use
a
a
problem.
buster card?
No, she hits crit
Yeah,
cap.
but
big problem.
yeah, but like you
But
use like
I-
Cosler drop and stuff. You
Oh,
can
true.
mix
Yeah,
up the
Cosler
buffs.
drop.
The buff
Yeah, Cosler
types.
drop is a really good glow up for her min turn, at least I would say. I can't say anything beyond that, but in terms of like min turning, she's Cosler drop really
You
made
cut
her
out for
top
like
tier.
5 seconds.
Oh, I heard
no,
it.
you
Interesting.
cut out.
Maybe
I
your
think
internet
he
had a
was
fault.
fine. You cut out. You might want
How's
to
crit
check
cap?
your internet.
Not enough anyways. 500 is easy to hit.
Huh.
Again, okay. I made a video on that, but just to tell you, class score gives 70% passive.
No, he's asking, is it enough to clear what you need to
Oh.
clear?
How is crit cap not
Well-
enough? Oh no. I'm just saying like it's
Like
it's
if we're
diminishing
bringing up
returns.
super recollection quests, like obviously that's a really high bar to
Yeah, that's
reach,
like the
but-
highest of the highest.
but it, like that is
Look, okay. I'm joking with the
Olympics
crit cap.
versus,
I'm
like,
joking. I'm joking with the crit
like
cap, but yeah.
the NBA.
What do you mean you're joking? You made an entire video on it.
Yes, I made an entire video saying, yeah, that's why I'm mad because Koyan Dark can get to 800% crits when she actually can.
So
Dude, she gets
for,
to
So does the
600%
Koyan
for the
Dark
on turn
ranking,
2.
I personally I would lean towards A, but maybe could see it A plus.
Nah, she's
Is
not
it just
Nobu.
A?
I don't think she's Nobu or Jolter tier. I
She's
think
not
it's A.
no, but she's
Yeah.
right below. So
yeah. I could understand that. Like
Unless later we
Even-
move Nobu to EX or whatever, but that's
yeah,
if
like,
Nobu goes
current-
up, I think she can go up. Is the thing. That's
Yeah, we'll
that's-
see, I guess.
I think that's
Yeah,
the
'cause-
appropriate argument.
yeah, they're both there for the same reasons, but I'd say that Nobu has a better like kit because she has like the buff removal resist and the invuln and
Yeah.
And I would
Buster's
also
four
say
things that I
like
work with generally.
yeah, I would also say like the big power mod thing is especially like disgusting when you pair with like Koyan Light and stuff where you just have like so much burst damage for no reason. So yeah.
Also, I guess worth noting is that because Ushi is tied to an attribute, Nobu isn't, then she can also benefit potentially from man attribute from Koyan as well. But yeah, again, that's just nitpicking. But yeah, we'll go with A for now. And then next, we have more 5-star Avengers.
Nobu has Sky though.
Here we go. It's Kita-shan's favorite. We got Marie Alter next.
Hey.
I guess Aro is also an enjoyer. I like the first Ascension a lot. I love the drip. The others, I'm not a huge fan of these. I'm not a dress enjoyer, but first Ascension, amazing drip though.
You don't like the milkers, bro?
Bro, there's more to life than just sacks. Okay, anyway.
Damn.
Yeah, but if we're gonna enjoy life primarily with our eyes,
Yeah, but I like some. Dude, I'm of the. This could be a hot take. I sometimes think more clothing on girls can be way hotter than less. I'm serious. And
Oh, yeah,
dude,
I mean,
like this is a very
I
nice
could
design.
understand that.
So,
like
yeah.
if we're talking about like Alice, for example, because
No, I
but
agree with
that's,
that.
like, the
I actually
expectation there.
hope never mind. I'm gonna take it.
Hey, I guess we should
say
cover
anything.
the servant first, but yeah. So yeah, Marie
this is
Alter.
this is a tangent and a half.
We have a lot
here.
of interesting
I was about to
topics
say
today.
something about Lilith, but
Yeah, AoE, arts, DPS, Farber, extraordinaire. Once again, high attack, of course. 12.7k, because, 5-star Avenger. Good start. Just double arts, double quick, and her gains on base. At least for the arts cards are okay. Everything else could do better, for sure. But the arts are okay. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery, then she gets 20% MP per turn for 3 turns, and then this on defense buff for 5 times 3 turns. So when she gets hit, she gets another 10% gauge. So it's all about battery, this skill. 3 different battery acquisition or gauge acquisitions things. Cool, it has a game plan. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. All enemies get cursed for 3 turns for 5k. Then she gets 30% curse power mod or anti-curse power mod for 3 turns, and then 30% art stuff for 3 turns. So very similar to the Summer Ares thing, except that hers isn't super effective in this case. But still cool that it's self-enableable, and you can also run command codes, of course, to help with this, the uptime and whatnot. Granted, she is AoE, so sometimes it can be a bit hard to uptime it on like multiple enemies, but maybe you can bring some other servants. Like she's like Doman synergistic, for instance. There's options. Third skill on a 7-turn cooldown. She gets invul for 3 hits, 3 turns. There's the famous Marie thingy. Then the full party besides her gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, and it's a 3k party heal on use as well. Very nice defensive skill, honestly. Pretty cool. Granted, you can argue how much is this needed on an art servant, but still, at least on a vacuum, it's a great defensive skill. A bit high on the cooldown, yes, but FX-wise is pretty good. It's an alright kit. It doesn't, do anything revolutionary or anything like that, but it's not bad at all. We just got the Avenger passives on the passives, so 17% increased MP gain on damage taken. Cool. 7% minus debuff for some party members beside her. Again, never really a huge demerit. Only in very certain scenarios it could be annoying. 6% crit damage. She's not really a crit servant, so that's kind of whatever. And 3.6% gauge per turn is always a nice little help there. Why not? She's anti-rider, which is totally fine as an Avenger, getting a neutral class. It's cool. So then the MP. You had curses, we got him. So enemies get a 1k curse on them for 5 turns before damage. Very cool that again, it's before damage. Jacques gets this when, by the way. Then does a curse amplifier on them. 100%, 5 turns. Also before damage. Not that that one really matters, being before damage. Drains ticks of all enemies by 1. Cool. 60% chance to instant kill them all. That's like whatever. I guess maybe there could be some fun. Although it's 60%, so it's not very high. So, And then before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. So no ramp up, but it's something. I like the guaranteed tick down on AoE on an arch. That's really cool. And the fact that again she can kind of apply her own anti-niche. Granted, the power mod is 30%, so it's not super high, and she has no other like big niche. But it's nice because it's going to be constantly out there unless the enemy is immune to debuffs. I think she's all right. I don't know how you guys feel about her, but I think she's all right. She's pretty good.
I think she is a side grade to like
aggressively
Summer
okay.
Aggressively okay.
Yeah,
I like that. I'm gonna steal that.
I think it. I think in reality the use case is like similar to Summer Comma. It's just you pick your poison, or I guess curse in this case. It's just like
Heyo.
they're like the same-ish kind of servant.
I think she's the safer option of the two.
Oh yeah, if you're doing challenge quest, she's definitely the safer option. I do like Summer Calm a little bit better in farming, because like she has big burst damage. Summer Calm also has like weird supports that you can use, maybe Europa and the post buff Steno, maybe. So like, because she's also divine, right? So like I personally prefer Kama, but I can understand it going either way. So I don't particularly think she's that much better than Kama though, or even better like straight up. So I'm not 100% sure about that. Yeah.
I think more people will find her easier to use.
She has a smaller battery though. Does that matter?
She's one of those servants where you just press the buttons and press your MP, and that's it. You just keep pressing it.
Yeah.
She technically has more battery
on defense, right?
Yeah,
Well,
when she gets hit,
also
she gets bonus as
recharges
well.
it, so
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
no,
it's
no,
20
yeah.
per turn as
So
well. So at the
she
minimum, it's
effectively
like
has-
70% over turns.
yeah, it's like 90% instead.
I think her base gain is lower because of that, but yeah, base.
Oh wait, yeah,
refund, I should
90. I'm
say.
stupid. I can't count. 90 minimum if
Yeah.
unless they're removed, and then 10% for every hit on the 3 turns as well.
think
I guess
actually
it caps at
tested this
5 though, but
because-
yeah, it's like absolute maximum per use is 140.
I think I actually tested this because my theory is she would be better against lower number nodes because she has like flat charge instead of better refund. But I actually think that's not the case. I think they're like basically equal because I tested her against like a 2-2-1 node or a 1-2-1
Yeah,
node.
because the refund
I
itself is
forgot.
probably not the highest.
Yeah, versus Kama. So I like the theory was like, oh, Kama would be better against more enemies, she would be better against less, but I think it's very close. So it just further proves like, well, I guess I shouldn't say prove, but like further like pushes the point of I think they're just so similar in terms of use cases. Not really like play style, I guess, but
Here's my main complaint against her is her materials are awful. She
Mm.
wants bloodstones at like level 3. I'm not giving her bloodstones.
oh yeah,
I don't
that,
know
that
how
was
for
pretty
that
I
was-
went a while without maxing her skills. I grilled her to
mine
100
is
and
still
gave her froze before I
3-3,
maxed the
like
skills.
mine's like 10-3-3 because I'm not spending that. I'm sorry. I
Why
have
didn't you
too many
farm
other
the
things to
recent
level.
event? I think I got my
mean-
bloodstones back to like 85 with the recent event or something.
I think I did.
Because
I think I have like 150 now, but still,
Oh, see, that's nice.
it's a matter
Yeah,
of principle.
I get it. It's her. She's just okay.
I think she's better than
not
okay, but nothing
solid.
amazing.
Like, I
Yeah.
think she's better than Spishtar.
I would like her on bosses more than Spishtar at least. For
Well,
sure.
yeah, but like, look, Spishtar is only
she's-
getting the credit because of the card type change. Because like, if
Yeah,
again,
she gets
Art
a lot of
Spishtar should be lower
flexibility
than all of them.
boost.
Yeah, but
How about Kama? I mean, Myst already said her versus Kama, but like, how about you, Otto? What do you think? I'm just trying to get more opinions. I'm not trying to say whose opinion matters
I
more.
think they should all be on the same tier because they're all kind of the same.
That's closer to my
I don't
take
like
as
that.
well.
I don't like that, especially since your favorite got placed above them. All right.
Who?
It doesn't matter just because
Uh,
my
need
one
a
turns out to be
Chrysalter.
more
But-
useful.
But she is more useful though because of the insta kill and like, look, I already said it's a very lame reason that I use her more, but that's just because she's big Nidocris and Nidocris is useful. Like, what are you gonna do about it? It's somebody's calling me for that.
This is a plot by Big Nito, which is now a.
Well, to be honest, I
organization,
could place them
apparently.
like literally all in the same tier, including Nidocris. I don't mind that.
No, we don't need to move Nito. We're good.
Yeah, I think I'll just go with this for now. Like same there, but maybe I don't know. We might do some shifting later on too. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Did Otto die just now or something, or there was some background noise there?
He died of cringe.
Oh.
yeah, I died with Rio's perpetually bad takes.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Perpetually good takes.
Mm.
Yeah, tell that to the rest of China.
Ooh, bringing
Yeah,
it back
what-
again.
what-
Round
China's
4. Is it 5 maybe? Maybe 5.
It's not ruler week, but we're still fighting about rulers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, I guess the next 5-star Avenger from the same story chapter, and this is a spicy one, of course. Very cool game design here. We got the big Dantes, the Count of Monte Cristo. So, single target, quick DPS boy. I guess you can probably even find some uses for him in farming, but especially on bosses. Oof. 12.7k attack, great start, very high. He's double buster, double quick, which I would say is pretty much perfect. Very cool, and his gains cards also great. So literally, I have nothing to complain about stuff up here. Great. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% buster, quick for 3 turns, and an invul for 2 attacks, 3 turns. Great. Basic, but great. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns, then this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever he attacks the target, they get a 500 burn on them for 3 turns, which is very relevant for later on too. He also gets poison immune for 3 turns and debuff immune, like a generic one for 3 times, 3 turns. So poisons definitely won't touch him, but even normal debuffs, it's going to be hard to debuff this guy. at the same time. Great skill, especially when the anti-burn thing comes into play later. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and 1k absorb for 3 turns. Yeah, great. And we finally, again, have some good uptime on those crit stats too. Great. Yeah, great kit. It's good. It kind of has all the tools he needs. And it only gets better when you see the MP. So, Avenger passives, 19% increased MP gain on damage taken. Bonus, I guess. 9% minus debuff for his own allies beside him. Not a huge deal. 12% crit damage. Great max roll on there. 3% gauge per turn. Also cool, but he kind of, doesn't really need that most of the time. But hey, it's always a bonus. He's anti-Avenger, which is like one of his worst parts, I guess, because, it's kind of a niche thing, but sure. He works there too. Then the MP. So, before damage, he gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn. There is a 500% chance to stun the target for 1 turn. Great. And then he does extra damage on the target based on the amount of burns on him. 10% per stack, maximum 10. And also does, or has a 500% chance to apply a 500 burn on the target for 3, or a self rather, as a demerit. Not a huge deal though. Again, you can easily cleanse that or run command codes or whatever, so it's fine. And also, on overcharge, he does a minus 10% defense down for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 30%. It is after damage, but again, can serve as a ramp up. And man, this MP is ridiculous. Like a guaranteed, unless they're immune, you're guaranteed to stun them. It's ridiculous. Considering how spammable this is as well, it is pretty ridiculous. And with burn command codes, you can definitely ramp up his damage really high too. And his stats are great. His deck is great. His numbers are great. Everything about this guy is great. He's like like one of the best quick DPS in the whole game, I would say. I don't think that's an exaggeration. 10 hit MP as well, so you get stars and whatnot. Yeah, I don't think I really have nothing bad to say about this guy. I think he's just, really good.
So every single tier list, there have been many moments where we have mentioned X servant has an effect similar to Monte Cristo, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch of servants where like, oh yes, this servant is good because they are similar to how this works. And this is the one where it does this one.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, not a hard place. He, unfortunately, much to my despair, is good.
Yeah. Needless to say, he's very good.
I do hate the stun on NP, but that's my own personal demon.
Oh god, no. I see where this is going.
Well, like it is kind of annoying. So it makes him really good for like when you want to like just go at something.
Mm-hmm.
But man, if he fails a damage check and you can't move anyone else in, you're just kind of stuck. But then
like, how does this servant exist? He has everything, and then his numbers are great too.
Yeah.
How does this servant exist?
It's like ignoring.
He's so overtuned. Like this MP alone is insane, and then the kit is great, and the stats, and the cards, and the everything. Like I can't think of really any bad thing to say about him. And he's chaotic evil, so there's Dolman too, of course. Yep. Does anyone else want to add something, or we're just gonna move on?
I don't really have anything to add to this.
Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah.
Right, but we still have one more servant from the same story chapter, the guy whose MP may or may not give Caesars. So let's talk about the 4-star pretender known as Cagliostro. I like putting some spin on it because it has a funny name. It rolls off the tongue nicely. So another count, of course, because, a lot of counts on that chapter. So AoE, arts, pretender, DPS, and a bit of... We can farm with him too, I guess. He's full arts, very cool. Attack is, kind of average, but not too bad for a 4-star. So yeah, absolutely as blue as it gets when it comes to cards. And sadly, his cards on base, the gains are not very impressive, but kit obviously helps with that. So on that note, first skill on N, 7-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery. Then he gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and all enemies get confused for 3 turns, with a 30% chance per turn to seal them for 1 turn. Pretty cool. Obviously has a high cooldown, but yeah, this helps with getting his MP because his base gains are just not very good. Second skill on a 10-turn cooldown. Yes, 10 turns. He gets a guts for 1 time 5 turns, and this is the highest guts revive in the game. It's a 10k revive. Yep, That's the highest right there. And then he gets this on Guts activation for 1 time 5 turns. So whenever a Guts is activated on him with this, he gets 30% MP gauge. Although it only works 1 time. Then you have to use the skill again. But yeah, 30% battery for Guts activates. And then he gets 30% MP gain for 5 turns, which definitely helps with those not so good base gains. Yeah, a lot of downtime though, needless to say. There's still 5 turns of effective downtime, not counting appends and anything else. But yeah, it's you can easily come back after a 10k revive. So it's not like, oh, you're still gonna stay alive for like 1 or 2 turns. No, you can fully stabilize with that if needed. Third skill on 6 turn cooldown, he gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever he normal attacks, one enemy gets a minus 10% buff success rate, down for 10% for 1 turn. Again, it's going to make enemies potentially with some buffs, which could be amusing. Not super reliable, but not a bad effect for bosses, honestly. Sadly, doesn't work with his MP, of course. Would be cool because he's AoE as well, but can be a thing that can help you in some boss battles. Not sure how I feel about the crit, though. I feel like he doesn't really have a lot of crit stuff going on at all. He's like literally as anti-crit as it gets. But sure, I guess I would have probably chosen a different effect there. It's an interesting kit. And again, not even a lot of 4 stars even have these big batteries. So that's cool. Gets a passive, so he has 30% increased star generation on arts cards. That's a cool passive. You can actually generate a bit more stars, considering he's full blue. 10% debuff is not bad. 10% debuff success rate up, cool. 10% buff removal resistance. That one is unreliable, it's just a bonus. And then 10% arts crit damage, which again, maybe not the most needed thing for him, but okay, sure. He's anti-Avenger again, because there's a lot of these in this list. It's just a neutral case, which is a rare, so it's not that relevant. Then the MP, so before damage, removes all enemies' defensive buffs. No niches on that, very cool, just gone. Does a minus 20% defense down on them after damage for 3 turns. It's just flat, no scaling, but hey, cool ramp up for bosses. And then he does super effective damage with the MP against lawful enemies, the standard 150 to 200 OC range. Pretty cool, because again, he's a pretender, so he definitely has some coverage. There's a lot of lawful knights in the game, probably more so than cavalry. Oh yeah, there is for sure. So it's a good niche for him, I want to say. I think he's good as a 4-star, but nothing remarkable. He's just a good 4-star. That's how I kind of see him. Are there any tips and tricks I'm missing with this guy?
He is.
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't used the guy like more than a couple. I've used him a couple times, but like not more than a handful of times. Like
his MP is just not very pleasant to look at. Is my problem with him.
Pleasant to look at. And like so, like I just don't want to use it.
Yeah. And if you're streaming, it's really bad for your bitrate.
Yeah, my bitrate. Yeah. No. It's, I don't know.
I think he's totally fine though. Like he can actually work. He's just fine. A nice AOE arts DPS and can farm with BG too. Like he's still good at the very least, if not, even if he's not amazing. And the large coverage on his super effective is nice too.
He's like a slightly worse AOE arts berserker.
At least for damage, yeah.
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 I don't know. Plushie, Otto, what do you want to stick this dude?
Not much to add, I guess.
I mean, at the end of the day, he is an AoE pretender. He's an AoE arts pretender. He doesn't really contribute much anything new, I guess.
Yeah, sticks to the same.
He's not bad by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. If anything, I like him more on bosses, because a lot of his stuff on his kit doesn't really do much for farming. You can still do decent farming on him, but I feel like bosses is way cooler on him with all the defense downs after damage, skill seals, etc. And guts can be useful too, the big guts. I would say B plus to A as a 4-star. Maybe even A. Is he A?
B plus seems appropriate.
Mm.
Yeah, looking at the other 4 stars in there, I think B plus seems appropriate.
Yeah, we get
Sure.
Hephaestion on A, which I guess they're semi-comparable, being the same class and
I
arts
think
focus.
Hephaestion's more useful.
He does have the nice
because
utility of the
just a
buff
bigger
removal, or the
class
defensive
coverage.
buff removal before damage too, which is universal. Hmm. Oh yeah, it's Splashy Alive. People are asking on chat. Or maybe he just doesn't have comments for Cagliostro.
No, he's just playing CS so hard.
He's locked in.
You wouldn't even believe it. He's locked in. It's his
Interesting.
rank up match. I don't know if CS does ranks, but like,
It does. Most people play ranked. The casuals are kind of pointless.
really.
Yeah, people
I
with
thought, like,
competitive
people would
games,
be
people
afraid
hardly
of,
ever
like-
play casuals unless they play like with friends or something that are lower ranked.
I thought a lot of people would be like afraid of ranks because like, oh, what if I?
No,
play
that's the whole
badly?
point why you play
People
those
would make
games. You
fun
want to
of
get good. You want to flex your rank, bro. That's the whole point.
Oh,
Anyway, I guess we can start with B plus for now.
yeah, B plus, and if Plushie comes back alive, we can.
Yeah,
point
we
out
can
if he
discuss more.
wants
Yeah.
to argue.
He's good. Right, so now these four should be brand new to this list. I'm pretty sure Cagliostro was the last one that was in last year's list. So as if I tried to check, I'm pretty sure none of these existed in last year's list. The Shufu one was the only one that could have, but no way. Summer was already after we finished all the lists, so yeah. So yeah, we have one Avenger, which is Shufu next, and then 3 Pretenders. So the last Avenger of the list goes to Summer Shufu. So we got a single target buster DPS. Very interesting. Quite the contrast to her alter ego variant. She is like done sitting around. Now we rev the chainsaw, I guess. So attack is okay. It could be higher. If in fact she might be the lowest of the 4-star Avengers on attack, if I had to guess, or at least one of the lowest. But as a 4-star, it's still okay with her class mod too. She's double buster, double arts, which I think is totally fine. Her gains cards, the arts in particular, are actually very solid, and her quick is okay too. But yeah, the arts cards are actually great. She is, or the first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns, 30% battery. Just a very generic but solid DPS skill, sure. Can't be mad about that. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 10% gauge. Also 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, and overcharge for 1 step 1 time 3 turns. Pretty cool support skill. Helps herself too. Gets everyone's MPs a bit easier. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets 120% instant kill success rate for 3 turns. 30% MP damage for 3 turns. And then she gets 3 separate power mods against all the dots. 20% each for 3 turns. So against anti-poison, anti-curse, and anti-burn. So if you have all the dots, that is 60% power mod. And at that point, hey, that's not bad at all. 1 is like whatever, 2 is decent, and 3 is like, yes, okay. So yeah, command codes can also be a thing with her, for sure, in addition to supports and whatnot. I like the skill set. Maybe could use a bit of defense, but otherwise, not too shabby. She has some interesting Avenger passives, I guess. It's a bit different. So 19% increased MP gain on the damage taken. Then allies beside her get minus 9% debuff for us, again. Not a huge deal. 12% crit damage can be okay. She can actually do a little bit of crits as well. She will need supports for that though, but you know, it's nice to have. And then High Servant does nothing, and then she has the same passive as OG, so she does, or she gets minus 20% attack against Guchan faces permanently, which is fine, I guess. It's maybe a small issue with this one because she's supposed to be a DPS, but it hardly ever is relevant, is it? So it's not a huge deal. She's anti-lancer, which is fine because again, as an Avenger, she mostly hits neutral, so having a common class is not bad. Then the MP does damage to enemy, 80% chance to instant kill them. If the instant kill succeeds, she gets the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. So it's very similar to the Cursed Arm buff, unfortunately. So as a boss killer, that's pretty not great effect, so whatever. But hey, at least the overcharge. She does super effective damage against man attribute enemies, the standard 150 to 200 range. So that's nice, at least, especially as an Avenger who has some decent coverage.
You know, I completely forgot that it has that extra effect of giving the team attack.
Yeah, because that never happens.
She's always the last servant.
Oh yeah,
to
on
MP.
insta
Like,
kill.
it's an 80%
like-
chance, and she has a 120 boost. It's still never going to happen on bosses. It would never happen on bosses. If they summon like
Okay,
ads, then
not on
maybe.
bosses, but
yeah.
but like in farming, yeah, it does have applications. It's very easy to get her NP,
Yeah.
and she also helps the team get their NP at the same time. Yeah, like 10% charge looks small, but then like you get the regen, and it's effectively 30% on turn 3. The overcharge synergizes with a lot of servants, such as Lohi, who helps charge her, and then she also increases her damage because when she uses her stun skill, she gives her 40% PMod. So,
Oh yeah, since the instant kill is after damage, instant kill doesn't work if the damage kills the target, right?
Well,
like it can't proc, can it? If they're dead.
I'm
not sure actually. Wait, does the note say it actually? Let's see. No, it just talks about the chance to kill stuff. Okay. I don't actually know. That's an interesting thing. I don't know. I think it could be either case.
look, it's already blowing my mind that it gives the whole team attack.
Yeah, it's a free charisma if it happens.
A few minutes ago.
Yeah.
She is, though, unrelated to that thing, though, she is actually kind of amazing. Like, her damage is so high.
Yeah.
Yeah, the super effective helps a lot. It's so nice. And then again, if you just bring the dots, then this is a lot of bonus damage too.
Was it like a non-grailed copy? I know did the Wodime super recollection, but I think it might not have even been max leveled or something like that. Like I just remember like she did something wacky, but like against man she does a ton of damage, and then she has like the power mod thing. I don't know. I think like as far as I think she's underappreciated as far as the 4 stars go.
Yeah,
like a 4-star from that summer. Not like there was a lot of 4 stars that summer, but like
yeah, with like 2 dots, I think. Yeah, with 2 dots against man, she does the same damage as Jalter does. So
yeah,
like it is really impressive damage.
And it's kind of easy to do. Again, you just have to fight man attribute, which is common, and then you can bring the dots easily from like command codes and whatnot. Or supports can help too. If anything, I think she's even better than Ed Shan from the same summer.
I think they do different things.
Yeah, I guess. But like power level wise. Is Plushie? I'm actually concerned. Did he actually like pass out or something?
Did he fall asleep?
I think he said the same thing since we started covering Cagliostro.
Yeah. Plushie, we can't hear you, by the way, if you're trying to talk.
Oh, he had a phone call, did he? Oh, okay. Maybe he's still busy with that. Okay, that's fine.
It shows how much attention we're paying to him.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't hear that? What a bad friend.
But yeah, Shufu, I think should be at least an A. But is there a case for A+?
I think A+ is warranted.
Yeah. She might not be as good as like Summer Aries, but she's not super far behind, right?
Oh yeah, no, she's like around the same level. Like she doesn't have like the easy actually I think she might be for like when you get down to it, like I think she might be better in some circumstances.
Yeah, depends, I guess.
Yeah. I'd say her kit, like, for challenge quests isn't as impressive, but, like, for farming, like, she is perfectly geared for farming.
Yeah, I would say she looks a bit more appealing than Aries, for sure, at least. Yeah, she's good. Shufu faces are eating good. They're both placing high on their tier list. Good.
They're eating dude?
Oh, yeah, I probably misspoke. I had a stroke there, as always.
Oh, okay.
I meant to say good. I don't know what I actually said, but yeah. Alright, next up, we have 3 pretenders to round out the list. So, from the Lohi event, we got Santa Abigail, because we need another Abigail, and this one is an interesting case. Maybe not in the best way, but yeah, we got Santa Abby, so they were trying for another support Santa again, since Summer Martha happened, so another, like, support MP have her, but in this case, I'm not so sure because she seems like half TPS, half support, but yeah, we'll get to that, I guess.
Yeah, an attempt was the right word, I guess. But like,
yeah, there's some interesting stuff here, but yeah, we'll see. See, attack at 9k, actually, I guess, is not bad. There is some attackers. Again, she kind of wants to be a DPS dude, which is weird. Her HP is okay too for a 4-star, not too shabby. She's full arts, including the MP. Not the MP does damage, but yeah, it's, you know, support MP. So she can participate in a lot of arts chains. Her gains on base, the arts cards are okay, considering she's triple arts, so not too shabby. She doesn't get, like, Abby shafted or whatever you want to call it. Otherwise,
yeah, her gains are actually pretty solid.
Yeah, for a triple arts, they're decent. First skill on 6-turn cooldown,
yeah,
she gets...
not 0.33.
Yeah, not that. Thank God. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So, while this skill, honestly, itself is good, it's just like, why is it on her? It's kind of weird. It's like it's almost fully selfish. Honestly, the stars can be used by the team, but otherwise, it's like Miu PTSD all over again. Anyway, second skill on 6-turn cooldown, when she's fielded, or rather, when you, master skills are 20% better now for 3 turns. Again, this is very deceptive. It's not really an additive thing, right? Like, if your master skill gives like 50% attack, it doesn't give 70% attack now. It's like 20% of that, so it's not as big as it might seem. It's like the same as the Tez thing. So yeah, it's a very minor thing. Then she also gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns, 100% star gen for 3 turns, and then a dodge for 2 attacks 3 turns. So again, it's all self-only. Why? Why is this all self-only again? I don't understand. But then we get to the third skill in the MP, and now the servant kind of splits apart gameplay-wise. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% gauge, overcharged by 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns. Child servant allies get 2k max health for 3 turns, which includes her, and you get 20 stars on you. So there you go. There's a nice support skill for you, especially for a welfare. Cool. Okay. Alright, the passives then. She basically gets 20% debuff for us on the first one. Cool. 6% arts is great, considering she's full arts. She's got the foreigner passive, because she still has to be Abigail, of course, so 2 stars per turn and 8% debuff for us. Wouldn't say I would really DPS her even with Vango, and even if her 2 skills kind of want to imply that, but I guess you could have a support option there. And then she has 20% increased star gen on arts cards. Very similar to the Cagliostro thing, because I guess they didn't want to cripple their star gen being full blue, I guess. Not that it really, I feel like they could, because, you know, arts is not supposed to be known for stars, but, you know, it's still nice to have, of course. She's anti-berserker, so if you are planning on DPSing, there is a good append for it. Then the MP, so we have support MP. So again, another 10% master skill boost for 3 turns when you use it, which so you can get 30% total with this skill in the MP. Still not a huge boost though to anything, but cool. Free MP5, so the party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 3k heal on use. All enemies get -1 tick, and then the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns on base overcharge scam to 40. Like, I actually like the MP, I think it's good. But I just don't understand why the MP is full support, and the third skill is full support, and then skills 1 and 2 are full self only. Like, why? I don't get this part. Like, what were they going with here?
There's only one way that they could have kept the kit as it is if they make one change where it's acceptable. And that is the master skill thing. It needed to be like 100%, because instead of having any other supportive things, imagine if Atlas, instead of a 2 cooldown, was a 4 cooldown. Or your Arctic Mystic Code was 40% attack and 40% MP damage for a turn, right? Like, that would be worth taking a slot for, because there'd be some kind of teams you could make with that. But
it feels like it was like 2 people designing the servant and they just mashed ideas together.
Yeah,
like, because like Summer, I feel like Summer Martha is the Santa support done correctly. She's like somewhere in there. She's like a mix of like Miu and Santa Martha.
I prefer the idea of reducing master skill cooldowns.
I like that too, yeah.
I think that would be...
I think both, like, using the skills should be -1 master cooldowns, and using the MP should be -1 master cooldowns. Like, just that.
But instead, they let the guy in the maintenance closet design the servant, and you got...
Wow, we're at...
oh, you're back. Welcome back. Yeah, we're on Santa Abbey now. You can comment on the previous 2 after this, but yeah. You didn't miss a ton, I want to say.
Watch, it's been 5,000 years.
Is it a phone call?
Yeah, chat told us, luckily. because we missed it apparently.
-1 is nothing for a master skill cooldown. I mean, if it's on an NP.
Well, she's a slower
using
support
NP every
anyway,
other
not like
turn,
someone you would use in a speed run. So I feel like it could add up.
Okay. Here's the thing. The only Mystic code that would quote unquote be a little bit broken with it is Atlas. And that's just like worse Tamamo. I think it's completely fine.
Yeah, it would be
if it's
fine. It would be
cooldown
cool and
-1.
unique.
Yeah, exactly. Like what is this 10%? Like huh? No,
Yeah, it's like 30
it's
total with the 1 MP
Oh,
and
30.
the skill, so it's not
God,
much.
Why? It's so bad. Like I actually think the servants base. Wait, do we go through the MP already?
Yeah, the kit
Yeah,
has
you guys
been
go through
covered.
it.
Yeah.
I think like if you really want a like secondary healer kind of like Pro Merlin type of character and you don't have an option, I don't actually think she's that bad in terms of like the base kit, but her main selling point is just horrible. Like the main selling point is just, it might as well not exist. So I'm very conflicted on the servant. I think if you can borrow a support, or you have like Hamamo or Pro Merlin, whatever, you would not use her.
I just think just way too many selfish DPS things as a support.
Here's what I've logicked out for her, because she is a very strange servant. So I believe what they were going for, and whether or not you think they succeeded, I guess that's opinion. But I believe they were going for a self buffer that's able to share the spamming NP with the team. Because, like, you look at her skills, like, they all affect herself and her ability to spam her NP, and then her NP gives the whole team 50% crit.
Oh yeah,
Gives the whole team arts, like 20% arts. So you put her in a team with a couple other supports, everyone's going to be arts critting and using their NPs
yeah.
faster.
It's
It could be like a pseudo stall thing, yeah.
I already criticized Himiko for like a similar problem. You know what I mean? It's I think in
It's
that
just
aspect,
worse
it's actually.
I feel like Himiko
In
definitely
that-
has
well,
more
I
card
mean, I
potential
wouldn't
though.
say that. But yeah, like in that aspect, they are actually kind of, because they have like selfish buffs, but they also have like a support MP that is quote unquote spammable. I mean, Abby's definitely more spammable, right? But like I do feel like I'm generally not the biggest fan of these types of characters. But Abby is, again, she is free. I tend to give free units a little bit more credit. But again, her role is just kind of, I'm not sure. Like I would say she's like a better, like more durable, like kind of, I don't even want to say Hans, but it's just kind of like the spam healer kind of role, you know? Like again, like a mini. Well, I guess she's also Pretender, but it has nothing to do with how like it's a mini like Proto Merlin-esque kind of role character. She can even give crits, right? Or is it just herself? I think she has.
The MP is 50% AoE crit.
Her NP is
Yeah,
50%
yeah,
crit, 20%
exactly. All right.
arts.
Yeah. I remember her for being kind of an arts crit. So like I don't think it's actually that bad. Like
Yeah,
honestly,
it's really easy to have two NPs active at the same time, and at that point, the whole team has 100% crit and 40% arts. So,
her
like, if you're
problem
just
is,
spamming arts chains, it's going to do stuff.
yeah, but her problem is, again, like not with a lot of these types of, she doesn't have like the consistent like charge feeding, because like characters like Tomo and Pro Merlin, they also have the role of like they feed charge to like the other support and to themselves. So Abby kind of needs to use cards. So it's like still it's not.
Yeah,
as
I almost
good,
would prefer
but-
using Hans to her, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the thing is, when Hans uses his NP multiple times, you might get attack like 20%.
You can miss.
Times.
Yeah,
But
Hans
with
also
her,
doesn't
it's
really.
not just that. It's not just that. Also, she has it's like, imagine if you had Hans's first skill, but you could cast it every turn or every other turn.
Yeah,
That would be
I think
way
the crit
better
ramp
than
up is
spamming his NP
stronger.
over and over again.
Yeah,
And
the
that's
the
what
only
it
time
is.
the only time I would want Hans is if I want the defense up, like over her. Because like Hans actually has the same problem, unless you use the skill 3 on himself, because Hans also doesn't feed himself charge with the MP. Like he doesn't actually function completely like Merlin, right? Like so he's gonna like MP like twice, and then the rest you also have to use your cards. So not necessarily the easiest to spam still, but I don't know.
I think
I think it depends on the team. You might want either her
I
or
think
him. I
you
don't think
could
they're
go
completely.
for. I think you could go for more of a stall setup, but I think her NP is constructed in such a way where you can focus more attention on her and still be safe, because like it's really
mean,
easy to get her to NP back to back, and then
well, yeah, but
she
like if you're
drains over
focused,
and over again. She
but
has her own evade.
true. I mean, I don't hate her honestly. Like I just
I
think,
would
like,
say still want to like personally I would do like one of the B tiers or something. I think she's like kind of pales to Santa Bartha, even
Well,
if they
yeah.
are not like the
Yeah,
I
same
wouldn't
role.
I
say
think
she's like A
yeah.
tier, but
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
B
I mean,
is fine.
I can actually see B to B plus. Yeah, I don't think she's trash. Like again, I think the Mystic Code buff is trash, but that doesn't mean she's trash.
Yeah, she
See,
still
it's a
offers some
deceptive thing
other
because it
stuff.
makes it seem like that's the cool thing for her gimmick, but in reality,
Yeah.
that actually does nothing for you.
It's just a
Around
flavor
Pretender,
thing.
no, she's better than Pretender Liz. I think Pretender Liz is actually kind of just bro.
Yeah, I probably would prefer Abby.
Might be one of the hottest takes on the list, though.
Dude, because for multi-core, Pretender Liz can't get her own MP. It's like her party 20 charge is not good enough anymore. I feel like in most cases, and like honestly, her buffs when paired with like neutral is not that bad. Like neutral is like 20% attack and MP damage up.
Yeah.
But like maybe she needs a little bit more charge. Maybe her like if her third skill was party wide, then that would be good. Or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Plush, do you want to comment on the... I'm not sure if you were there for the Monte Cristo one, but I think you at least missed Cagliostro and Summer Shufu's placement.
Oh, Monte Cristo EX, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot to talk about him. Honestly, it was pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
But anything about Cagliostro or Summer Shufu?
Cagliostro, I actually like Cagliostro a lot. He is, yes, just another AoER slooper, so I guess it's a little bit disingenuous to rate him higher than
I was between like B plus and A personally.
But yeah, because he has a scalable and anti trait that with his MP, and you know he has a 50 battery. Like he's kind of a. You wouldn't feel like it's weird if his kit is like a 5-star, because he's just like if he was a 5-star, he's just a boring 50 MP charging looper that has anti trade, which honestly a lot of them don't have anti trade, which is surprising, I guess. But yeah, it's I think he is pretty good as a 4-star, but kind of like Duriel Dana, because he's story locked. So like people don't really have good access to him. Like he's not necessarily more accessible than some of the 5-stars even. So that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't really have him at high MP level because I didn't really roll for Monte Cristo because I don't care about Dante's.
I don't have him at all. I don't roll.
I think mine is like MP2 or something.
I don't roll for men. I hate men. Auto 2025.
Look, I've rolled for men in my chat before. All right, I respect my community a lot.
Yeah, if Cagliostro was, this is why I said earlier. I don't know if anyone caught it, but like this is why I said earlier. If Cagliostro was the permanent pretender instead of Talalak, people would have like a lot more comments on him. I feel like people would kind of tout him as the free to play, not really free to play, but like the dolphin kind of option for
probably.
But yeah, he's just not very accessible at all, unfortunately.
What about Summer Shufu? We placed her fairly high.
I think Summer Shufu's pretty amazing. Like anti-man, really good anti-trait, and like she has good party-wide stuff.
And the triple dot power mod.
Yeah, triple dot. Yeah, you can work with like Coin Dark maybe. But yeah, like I think her boss killing is actually pretty solid.
Yeah.
Also, I guess low he now.
And she can even be used in farming because of a lot of self battery and spread charge.
Yeah. I like pairing her with Smob because that means the charge lasts longer and they both get their NP bonus because they're both anti-man.
Yeah, Shufu's kind of a. I don't think a lot of people talk about her, but yeah, she's pretty.
She's
nice
extremely good.
Yeah, she's really nice for a lot of like just any anti-man. It's a single target, mean like both bosses and farming. So yeah, I think all these placements are fine.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, then we got 2 more to cover. So, 2 5-star pretenders. We're going to talk about the surprise drop of Phantasmoon. I still remember because I was visiting my family for Christmas and then suddenly I was like, what is happening? Apparently her event and she just dropped. I was like, yeah, I was not even home, so I couldn't even cover it. But yeah, she was a surprise release with a bonus Christmas small event thingy. So we got a single target Buster pretender and a very good one at that too, considering she just came out of nowhere as well. But I guess, maybe some favoritism in play as always. You never know.
Of course.
12.4k attack, very high. In fact, is that the highest pretender? I'm not sure, but it's definitely very high for a pretender. Very good.
Maybe is it tied with Pearl Burn or something?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's certainly
It's
very
scroll down
high.
to the very bottom.
regardless.
It'll tell you at the bottom of the page here in the trivia section.
Oh yeah, we'll
but
get
you're
there. I
gonna
guess.
spoiler NP.
Oh,
What about
for
the
heaven's
people
sakes.
who don't know anything about
True.
her?
Yeah, so we'll see that too.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Their lives lack meaning. I don't know.
Whoa. Oh, this got
NP
dark
is
really
so
fast.
Damn, dude. I don't even know these people.
Anyway, she's double Buster,
they don't
double
know
arts, which
Phantasm.
I think is totally fine. So her gains cards are also decent. Not amazing, but decent. First skill is 7-turn cooldown. She gets, or the full party gets spread 30. Great. They
Oh,
get,
boy.
full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns and also overcharge for 1 step 1 time in 3 turns. Yeah, if that doesn't scream multi-core, then I don't know what does. Very cool. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns, 100% extra boost for 3, or either it does get that, but also it becomes AoE for 3 turns as well, which again halves its effectiveness too. So don't expect miracles still for damage or anything like that, or gains. And then she gets another 20% battery, so that's 50% battery for her from these two combined. Very cool. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. You get 15 stars on use, targeted skill. Target gets 5k absorb for 3 turns, 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, 20% party attack for 3 turns, and 30% party crit damage for 3 turns. This is just a really freaking loaded skill. Well, like, what is that? That is crazy. Such a crazy skill, right? Wow. Just pure offense, very crit focused as well. Crazy skill. Yeah, it's a very good skill set. It kind of
Also-
lacks defense, if anything, but otherwise, yeah, pretty loaded. Cool. First passive, 17.5% debuff versus let's go. 10% debuff success rate up, cool. Bonus for landing debuffs more. I like that she has a blank territory creation, I forgot about that, so nothing there, I guess. Unfortunate, because her arts cards are, she has 2 of them. Yeah. No territory to be created. 10% crit damage, cool. She gets 5 stars per turn permanently, great. And then on dark map, she has a 20% rainbow. Very cool. Because I guess they wanted more Lohi liturgy or something, because she released before her. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that is
pretty
like
cool.
probably the most.
intentional.
That's kind of like the most blatant built-in
Yeah.
synergy. Like,
But
come on.
even if you don't get the rainbow, that's still 5 stars per turn, which is a very good for a passive, regardless.
Yeah.
Anyway, she's anti-assassin, which is one of the more unfortunate things about her, because it's not a very good case for a pretender, but oh well, I guess. Can't win them all. Then the MP, single target damage. MP seals the target for 1 turn, gives her another 50% extra boost for 1 turn, and then she does super effective against evil enemies. The base 150 to 200 OC range. She gets 20% refund on MP use minimum, scaling up to 40%, and then living human allies except self get 20% refund as well, or battery rather, scaling up to 40%, same thing. Yeah, it's a great MP. Great, and can be good for farming, especially if you had anti-evil, and nice for bosses too with the seals and the refund and everything. Yeah, she's really good. Very versatile. Farming, bosses, you can do both for sure. Even the crit potential is really nice, actually. Even if she doesn't have triple buster. Yeah. Yeah, what a surprise drop this servant was. Just came out of nowhere.
She was
Kind of
gone just as fast
unfortunate.
as she came.
Kind of unfortunate that I think she's top tier.
Yeah.
First single target with party's 30 charge and a mix of good buffs.
Mhm.
And I also like the skill 3 a lot. It's a very all-in-one crit skill. It's got
Yeah, it's one of the best crit skills in the whole game, I want to say.
Yeah, she is having less numbers because she's sharing it with someone else, but I mean, for her role, I guess that's not necessarily a bad thing. I still would have taken probably self-fit because like in farming, I'm not 100% sure if that's always going to be useful, but still, like it's just such a good skill set. This character, and the
It is nice.
anti-evil, is decently common as well.
Yep.
The extra attack again, as usual, in my opinion, bait, but she doesn't really have to sacrifice anything.
Yeah, a lot of her
for it.
gameplay doesn't really revolve
Well-
around that. It's just a bonus, if anything.
Yeah,
So
and she makes up
if
for it with
there's-
the effectiveness, kind of, not completely, but kind of.
I don't know when the situation will come up, but if you're doing a single target NP, but there's 2 enemies on the side, it technically is an increase in gain because it only cuts the gain in half. So if you hit 3 enemies,
Yeah.
then you're good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure I saw someone do that to cut like a turn from a min turn, but that's about it. And that also takes a very, very big arcoade, because only the extra attack is AoE. But yeah, I mean, unfortunate top tier again. You know, they gotta stop with these Tsukihime characters, man. Like what the. But yeah,
I also need them out of my FGO.
no, I'm not gonna do the Ben Shapiro thing.
I'm gonna.
I'm sorry.
No, I can.
Is
I'll
that
do it
copy
instead.
pasta from Ben
I'll-
Shapiro? No,
I don't know.
Oh,
We should-
okay.
It's like the BNF
That
show is
shit
not a
doesn't
human
explain.
right. Go back to Tsukihime. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyways.
I don't know if that's
Did-
Ben Shapiro, but like being an
Uh,
FGO is not alright. Go back to Tsukihime. Yeah, no.
But
We're gonna
anyways,
build a
Sounds
wall
like
around
people would
FGO and make Tsukihime pay for it.
and I think as a like boss killing DPS, yes, she doesn't have like survival, right? But
Yeah.
if you script things right, her self damage is still decent. Again, like I've seen people do apply evil, not necessarily as broken as some others because it's just a normal anti-trace skills that overcharge. And I've seen people obviously do just standard crit stuff, so not even that bad as a main DPS, but definitely more of a farmer.
Yeah. I assume it's a pretty unanimous EX as well.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, kind
I
of.
Maybe
guess,
one of the lower EXs, but still EX, I would say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
I would say
sure.
like all the others, maybe Ares, but yeah, the Count, Oberon, and Lady should be there for sure. And I think she's enough for EX still. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Very
I was like
is-
A+ to EX, but yeah, I think
Yeah.
I can understand both. It's depending on if you like farming. If you like
She's
farming,
just so
definitely is,
loaded,
like-
and yeah, farming is a big part of the game and whatnot. So.
She has the Tez. She's the single target character with Tez battery and better buffs. So like, I mean, like, what can you really complain?
Yeah,
about that
is
for
there any
farming?
other single target that has a spread 30? There isn't, right?
No.
It's all
No, she's the
it's not
first one.
supports or AoEs.
Yeah, this is what I mean by it made
mean,
like Summer Abbey,
kinda-
not Summer Abbey.
Well, not counting like
Base
MP per
Abbey.
turns, like instant battery.
Well, I
No,
mean, Jufu right there.
Yeah, exactly. I knew you were gonna go there, but yeah.
I mean,
Okay, that's
this
fair
is what I
though.
mean by like it was really upsetting because like I was banking. I was like, okay, Abby has been like so far seems to be one of the better party buffers that single targets that also has like good self damage and 50 charge. And then Phantasm came out like right after.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, never mind. Okay, well, fine.
There she goes. All right, let's talk
There she
about
goes.
the last new servant, someone who's still fairly fresh. In fact,
Oh.
unless I'm forgetting something, this is the latest servant on JP, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he is
yes,
still the
he's
latest
actually
servant.
the
Okay,
latest
and he will be very
That's
relevant
crazy.
starting next week as well, because again, we already know he's in OC4. So
In
doubt they're gonna
3
do anything with
days.
him though, but he will be in the stories. So yeah. So we're gonna talk about Dante. I have to do it every time. I'm sorry. I know it's cringe, but yeah, there it is.
Dante.
Dante. I love this game.
Dante.
What are they
Alright, so
buffing?
yeah, we have an
They're
AoE
not gonna
arts
buff
pretender once
We're going
again.
to
So
get out, bro.
if you think
the chapter,
Cagliostro,
the story,
but more interesting as a 5-star maybe. So attack deceptively low, but I feel his damage is actually surprisingly high still, even though his attack is not super high. But it's not bad either, to be honest. He's double
Yeah.
buster, double arts, and his gains cards on base are good. Especially the arts cards, they're solid. That's nice. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns, and a guts for 1 time 3 turns with 1k revive. So There's some Yui synergy as well, I guess, on command if that's needed. Obviously the quick otherwise is not very helpful for him because he only has one quick card, but you know, again, that's a thing at least. So sure.
Yui.
Yui.
Yui synergy.
Yeah.
I don't, which is ironic because I don't necessarily think he needs Yui for crits.
No, but it's just nice to have the option, if anything. Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to like to think of usage because the quick up otherwise is not that impressive on him.
Oh yeah.
All right, then
Yui
the
definitely
fun.
makes rainbows a lot better, feel better.
Yeah,
On arts.
for sure. The fun
Oh my
second
God,
skill is
this
up
skill.
next. So on a 6-turn cooldown, you get 20 stars on use, and then you choose whether you want to go to hell or heaven for 5 turns. If you pick heaven, your party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and 1k healing per turn for 3 turns. Now, if you're more of the burning sort, your party gets 20% buster up for 3 turns, 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, no map can be hell or heaven on base, right? They cannot exist.
No.
So it can. Maps can
not
only
until 4 days from
exist from
now.
this. But the funny
yeah,
part is,
maybe
you
we'll
could
get some of
actually
those,
bring
yeah.
2 Dante, and if the second Dante would get both effects if you pick the other map. So it is a cute little combo, I guess, because these are actually pretty significant AoE buffs here. So that's one way to get 2 of them if you want.
I'm willing to bet there will be some hell and heaven battlefields.
There could be an OC4, honestly, that are natively heaven or hell, yeah.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm
remember
pretty
to
sure
pick
there
the
hasn't
other
been
one.
anything like that.
Yeah, remember to pick the opposite one so you get like.
Yeah,
both
if you have
buffs, which
another
is
one,
pretty-
always pick
pretty
the
nice.
opposite so you double down on the other one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then you can have Bob come in and extend the duration on all of those buffs.
Oh yeah,
We
that's
shall
pretty
see.
sexy.
Not the crit up, not the bust up, not the
Yeah, but a lot of them though.
All the buffs that matter, okay? Like all I care
not
about
the
is
MP
charge
damage
per
up. It's
turn,
just
and
it's
HP
just
per
stars
turn.
for
Charge
me.
and heal.
It's just charge and the charge not
Yeah.
even party.
I can just
The
like
charge isn't
keep
even
going
party.
forever, dude. Who cares about doing damage?
Oh
when
yeah,
I
the
can
charge
do
per turn is
infinitive
self
damage?
only. I think I think I was
actually am a
talking
little bit
about the
disappointed
party.
by that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed by that. I feel like if the charge was party wise, he can be even better at multi-core. But anyways,
But yeah, it's a cool skill. I still like it, and obviously the MP will have an effect based on this too. Anyway, more fun skills. The third skill. On a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery, and then he gets 7 of these Sin brands for 3 turns. And each of these brands are basically special debuff resistance down. So he gets minus 70% debuff res down, and they cannot be removed. That's why they're a bit worse in that sense, I guess. But then he gets this on-attack buff for 3 turns. So when he's attacking, he tries to remove a buff from the enemy. So, and if there is a buff that he can remove, he does it. And if he happens to be successful, he removes one of these sin stacks from himself, and he gets 10% attack for 3 turns. Then he also gets an on guts activate for 3 turns. So if a guts activates on him, he also removes one of these sins and gives the same 10% attack for 3 turns. So in the case that the boss or whatever you're fighting happens to be buff heavy, you can get a lot of attack from this. But otherwise, it's mostly just a big battery that might give you a lot of debuff res down. So it depends. It's a bit mixed value for sure. And also, needless to say, the MP works with this too, actually, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
Because it's not limited to normal attacks. So potential AoE buff removal, which is nice.
It's pretty funny how like less than a month after this, they buffed Kuretsugu to have the same thing but better.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not limited. Well, he's not AoE, I guess. But again, if you're removing one buff from 3 targets, the sin gets used up really quickly, which can be a good thing, but also it means you can't keep on removing. So I guess
it's a cool skill.
Like, the debuff for no reason.
Like sometimes this can be really good, and sometimes it's just like kind of underwhelming-ish.
Yeah.
Depends.
Yeah.
Not a bad skill set overall, though, by any means. 9% crit damage on the passive. He's not super big on the crits, but it's cool to have. And then 5.2% arts up, great, because it's the main card type. That's it for the passives. Very tame, actually. Oh, my phone's about to go off. There we go. He's anti-ruler, which it's a neutral case, but sadly it's a rare enemy to fight. So, but I'm sure that's going to be very relevant for OC4 at least, I guess.
Yep. Again, the story.
Yes, indeed. So then the MP. So again, we have a map check. If you have a heaven field, before damage you get 50% sky attribute power mod. If you have a hell field, you get 50% earth attribute power mod for 1 turn. Again, both before damage. Then does damage to all enemies. Does a 2k curse on them for 5 turns. -1 tick down on all enemies. And then before damage he also always gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, count to 40. So he has ramp up too, which is cool. And he shares that very similar thing with Marie with the curse and the tick down from earlier. I really much like the tick down again. It's always nice to have. I think he can actually do quite a bit of damage, even without like a significant anti-trait on him. I think he's one of the better. He's the best AoE pretender. Not that there's a lot of competition for that in terms of damage.
Well, yes.
Again, it's maybe a bit
actually-
deceptive because there's not a ton of competition though. But yeah.
Well, I can actually give, at least in my opinion, a more useful comparison. I'm pretty sure against like neutral, if we don't consider traits, he does more than Summary Buki by wave 2, maybe. Let me check.
Okay.
Because like they're both 1.5, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he does slightly more than Summary Buki after some ramp up. So
yeah, so he's actually
will
fairly
say, though,
legit for
that-
damage.
that's nice. I mean, he does need to ramp up though. So it's not exactly that amazing. But you can also customize his anti-trade, so he technically has like
He has a bit of
Tesla
choice
coverage.
there, yeah.
kind of, not really, but
I do think it would be much better if his third skill, like on his MP, only consumed
cut out
1
or
stack to remove all the buffs. No,
hello.
I'm just.
Hey?
Yeah, hello.
Hello?
Oh shoot.
Oh, is he not hearing us? That's funny.
Oh, Plushy,
We can
we can
hear
still
you
hear
still.
you. Don't say
Oh,
any
oh.
words you'll regret.
Oh, okay. I can hear now.
Welcome
Um,
back.
Welcome
Yeah,
back.
Did you get? Sorry.
So I would say I wish that this didn't eat 3 stacks if you do it AoE on the NP. Because as it is, like that is useful, but it really limits it, and also it just kind of makes it effectively worse than Bargast's version and Kiritsugo's version. Like it's nice that they have this, but I don't know. I wish it couldn't get eaten up so fast. If an enemy spams buffs.
Is it that bad though?
Well, it's not really, but it is limited to only.
Well, it
you know,
depends,
the-
right?
the-
You
the
can get
amount of
30%
times.
attack up if you remove 1 buff from each enemy.
Yeah.
So it would give you more attack. So it
It's
really
more
is a trade-off. Like depending on if
Yeah,
you
it
like
depends on
the
how many
attack gaining
buffs.
aspect, or do you want the buff removal aspect?
Yeah, it depends on how many buffs the enemies are casting. Like enemies that cast like multiple buffs a turn, he's gonna like chew through it. Because like, I know you wouldn't use him because he's a pretender and they're a caster. But like the Gouda Gouda challenge quest that recently happened, like she casts like 3 buffs every turn, right? So like she always has like ample things to remove, you know.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
if it was not limited, it would be way stronger, but it is.
Again, this is like very unfortunate because I think a lot of his problems can actually be solved by just being a Buster servant. Because number one, obviously the one everybody's talking about, because like if he's Buster, he can easily be in both heaven and hell, like with skill 2, right?
I think
so
his
he would get a bunch
bouncy
of
is good,
buffs.
but again, it has the problem with the stats. But maybe with the grand system, this could be actually very good. Because it's 30% MP
Oh, yeah.
damage, and then crits
Crucible was
remove the
ended 5
brand as well,
times.
which is pretty
You're
cool.
right.
Yeah, but a second thing with like him being Buster is you can actually refresh the Sin brand thing, because like faster than if he was in arts. So I really like him. Like if you're running him in like arts team, I really like Tamamo because I think his skills really benefit from having shorter cooldowns, like even more so than normal skills, because he kind of wants it. Like he wants the second skill to overlap in duration because it's a check. So if you catch the final turn of the heaven field and then you cast the hell field, you get all the buffs, like all of the buffs at once again. So
Yeah.
and also like again the sin You can like refresh it so he can continuously kind of have some kind of buff removal. So again, cool
He really
servant. I
does
also
want cooldown reduction.
I also think his multi-core is fun. He has party buffs. Especially the hell mode with the MP
Yeah, it's
damage
like 30.
up.
You can get 30% MP damage too.
Yeah, and Buster. He pairs better with Buster, honestly, for
Yeah.
multi-core.
Yeah, because
But
crit is not the most useful thing there.
Yeah, luckily he is in the same class as Phantasmoon, so I actually think they're a pretty good combo. If you want to, well, I mean, low he's probably still better, but if you want to, so yeah, I think he's a good servant. He's like an AoE art servant, but made a little bit more interesting than.
Yeah, he's got some interesting choices and whatnot.
He's the best AoE damage dealer we have for pretenders.
Which again, maybe not the highest ceiling.
Which is not the highest ceiling, but it's good enough.
So
sure he's better than
A
Baba,
to
Chi, and
A
Boss?
plus.
Yeah, A to A plus.
A plus, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have very.
Maybe
strong
because
feelings.
hardly any competition, he could slide into A plus.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's the lack of competition
Yeah,
mostly.
it makes him look way better. But maybe in the
future.
future, we'll see if they release more like really good AoE pretenders.
Because okay, for like, Balvin is like a completely different like gameplay style there, right? So
I mean,
so I wouldn't
but
compare them
here's
directly.
the thing.
Cagliostro is his competition, and Oberon as a DPS. But Oberon as a DPS is suffering.
I think his competition is actually AoE Arts Berserkers, though. Which again, I think
yeah, kind of. It's the same damage mod too.
I do think it's impressive that he is actually, in my opinion at least, decently competitive when versing Summary Buki. So like he doesn't get completely rolled over by Summary Buki, which is something most servants can't really say. Like the AoE arts today here gets completely rolled over by Summary Buki, right? So I think it is actually a testament to like him being pretty decent. So yeah, I can see it.
I think it's good. I think it's nice that like we have competing with her is good, not terribly eclipsing, because I'm glad that the power level is
it shouldn't go above that at this point
in the game. They hit the peak, they gave us Castoria and they gave us Ibuki, and now it's just what different flavors and different twists on the same formula do we get, which is nice.
But yeah, I guess with that, we conclude the initial placements of all the Avengers and Pretenders on the list. So yeah, we made a block, by the way. I just realized that. But yeah, now we're going to take some time, not sure how long, to see if we want to move anyone around.
Okay, number one, after seeing everyone. No, after seeing all this, I think Mao Nobu's EX. I think after seeing all of this, Mao Nobu's EX.
So if Mao Nobu's EX, can we move Raiko up? Because because we had like the conversation of like she's just slightly below, like she's below her, but it's not that far. So like,
well, I think in a vacuum she's only slightly below her, but I think Buster is such a broken card type compared like for what
she does have the crazy numbers, right?
Yeah,
you want to put Mao Nobu up?
I would be willing to put her in EX, I think.
I'm fine with that.
Even if it's lower EX, I think she could maybe slide in there.
Now, what about the argument for Jalter?
I personally like Jalter in EX, but I can see why people are a little.
I'm a bit more hesitant on compared to Mao.
I'm okay with that, but I don't think I have the power to convince people on that.
Because here's the thing. I think I actually made a video on Destiny Order. Oh wait, no, never mind. I think Monte Cristo wasn't in there. Was Monte Cristo? Maybe he was.
I don't remember.
But I think like at lower MP levels, I actually prefer Jolter over Monte Cristo. Just because like upgrade MP kind of like at lower MP levels, its effectiveness is so high that it's like Monte Cristo with a couple of burns already, and I really like. But I can see why, because her survival isn't as good. She doesn't have this stupid guaranteed stun for most players, and she doesn't have the Invul Pierce. But I just feel like when used optimally, I can see her in EX, but maybe not for everyone, I guess.
What would you say, Otto? Do you think she's EX?
Wow.
You have to have
Otto,
one of these at least
Otto, I
every
gotta make
time.
the
Change
play.
history here, can't I?
Yeah, I mean, you
Wow.
should be
I
expecting it at
it's
this
fine.
point.
I am not completely convinced anyway. I'm not like hard pushing EX.
I would
Neither
see
am I.
maybe
I just
like
think
one
it
of the
was
lowest
fitting.
DXs, but it would be a push for sure.
I could see her being EX. Like she's still
Uh,
outstanding even now. Like what she does, it does seem pretty simple, but the fact that she does
Yeah,
it to the
she's like
extent
the
she
more
does,
extreme
and then
example of a basic servant, like a very
yeah, but
extreme example of it.
she also has that buff removal, not buff removal,
The
buff
block, yeah.
which is
yeah.
pretty massive. Like
I
I keep seeing it come up.
I do think every effect that she has. That's why like other than maybe like the second skill is pretty underwhelming. I think every effect that she has does help her a lot because of the star absorb that she needs, the star bomb that she needs from the MP. And
Yeah,
also
like the kit
obviously the big
synergizes even if
battery.
it's basic.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I'm ready to put her with
You know
Monte
what?
Cristo. Like again, she
I
would
can
be
do
lower
it.
than
I can
Monte
do it.
Cristo.
Even if I still think Monte Cristo's Oro better, but he was like the no-brainer EX, so she can be like a lower EX if anything then, because he's like a no-brainer EX,
Sorry,
really.
chat.
And if
Because we're
that's
not
the
gonna do
case, I
tiers
think-
above EX this time.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see it. Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't
And
even
if that's
paying
the case,
attention.
maybe finally Ushi goes in.
Yeah, does Ushi goes and move to A+.
Yeah, A plus is looking a little scant now, anyways. So
Well, even with Otto's bias aside, maybe there shouldn't be a full tier between her and Mao.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
we're just promoting everyone. That's kind of
Well, EX is a little crowd. I think that, yeah, okay, there. I think that's good. I think this balances out the list a little bit more because EX has a
Do you
lot
think
of people.
Kuro can go to A
Oddly enough,
plus or no?
no.
I think
No,
she's
okay.
fine at
the
A.
one EX I feel
I
the
actually use her in
least passionate
TAs
about
mostly.
is funny enough, the one I feel the least passionate about is Arise.
Phantasm.
But
Oh,
no,
Arise.
Arise.
Well, but she's the only 4-star, so
Is there
like 4-star wise, yeah.
is there a world where Marie and or Cagliostro are A?
No.
No.
is
I
there a
think-
world where Summer
I
Kama?
think the world where Marie is A is the one we're living in right now, honestly.
Okay.
I would not accept Marie being higher than Summer Kama.
Okay. What about Cagliostro?
I would accept them being on the same tier, but I still think that that
You think
Marie
Marie's
is
better?
handedly better than Spishtar.
Dude, imagine they're all gonna be A besides Space Time B, but people are gonna lose their shit.
I
They're
mean,
gonna go
Spishtar
crazy.
Arts. I still like the card type change, but
But again,
Yeah,
we
but
can
like-
just use the argument that hey, wait next week for Sparish. It's fine.
I think look, if you only use Spishtar and Arts, I don't think it's actually controversial that the
And people
you know,
will
the
be
other two can
nuclear
be
if
there.
Kama and Ishtar are not on the same tier. I swear, they will always go nuclear.
Kama's better than Nito. Kama's better than Nito on paper, but Kama's not more useful than Nito. It's just it has been proven. Every person I've asked that has both, they use Nito more than Kama. I'm sorry. That's like actually and it's stupid because Nito is getting all that points from like two nodes.
No,
One node.
she's useful for other things.
No, it's one node.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's literally just
here before anyone does anything stupid and says anything dumb.
I would not bring Neo to half the stuff I use Kama in. That's fair, I guess, if Kama's your main arts looper. Wow, maybe did we move too many people into EX? Is Phantasm in EX? Maybe, probably. Yeah, okay. Yeah, she is compared to.
I think so.
Yep. Wow. This is gonna be a spicy comment section because
Oh yeah, and honestly, I don't think the comment section is gonna even be
Make it
about the EX.
spicy.
It's gonna be about the B plus. That's what the comments are gonna be about,
Spishtar.
not the EX.
Really?
Oh. Why
You
are
guys
why you know what? The casuals love Spishtar.
They love
They
this.
got-
Yeah, but
Not
we aren't casuals. We're better than
Okay, now they're gonna be even
but,
more
like,
mad.
Okay. Here's the thing, though. I think, like, obviously, summary Buki and whatever. They obviously are better than Spishtar, but like, I feel like a lot of things that made Spishtar feel extremely bad. Not just Spishtar, Summer Kama, and Marie. I think a lot of the reasons that made them starting to feel really mid happens like hasn't happened in NA yet. Because like Melusine Summer made them feel so stupid. Melusine Summer genuinely made these characters feel like idiots, right? And me personally, I don't even think she's EX, which is crazy. And secondly, Moriarty MP buff again made these people feel like idiots. Lancer Ryoma MP buff made these people feel like idiots. And then we have Space Aresh, unless against Berserkers, made these people feel like idiots. I genuinely feel like there's so many AoE arts that has come out. Even BB Dubai. I'm gonna be real. BB Dubai
BB Dubai
probably
is such
made
a
these,
good DPS.
made
Actually,
these people feel like
I agree.
clowns.
No bias, by the way.
I like genuinely like BB Dubai probably made these people feel like clowns because BB Dubai is like, what if I do more than you guys and I have a second MP on top of that? Which is like, okay, bro, like why? Like it's BB Dubai is like 2.5 more servants than Spacer Star. I just don't understand. Like their kits are. I genuinely believe their kits are outdated. I think they need a buff. And like Marie Alter is like a return to form where like she's like, oh, you know, I'm like kind of.
I think the compromise would be moving Nito to B+, and that would be it.
no, I think Nito's.
No, that's the worst way to do it because then we can't say any of them are
buff
better
Summer
than each
Kama,
other.
Now fuck the rest. I agree. I think they should just buff Summer Kama and make her blue and then fuck
think of
the
the
rest.
engagement. If you put them all in the same, people will be mad. Look, people will complain, but people will complain
Kama should
more
be
if Nito's
A,
higher
she's
than the
No,
rest.
they'll call
Kama-
you a fence
Kama
sitter
should
who's
be A,
afraid to take a strong position.
Okay,
on it.
like I genuinely, I'm telling you, genuinely, after you've used like Summer Melu, Space Aresh, even post buff, like whatever, you wouldn't feel like she's that legit. Because like her first, like if you're talking about farming, her first 2-wave damage is just horrible. Like it's just.
I assume they're making arguments for her like DPS on bosses too because of the third skill helping too.
Her DPS isn't really that good. Like yeah, it's power mod, but it's okay. I think she's okay as an AoE arts, but like I just like unless you have a big copy, I don't really see why you would.
I thought you were gonna say something else there. You were saying, unless you have a big copy.
Oh, gosh, I agree. Pulling them low, she can get a buff. Murray isn't just a looper; she's a party charger. Is Murray Alter a party charger? How?
No,
When she takes
isn't she
hits?
selfish only?
She doesn't charge the party. No, maybe they mean
no.
charge drain because she does
Yeah.
like drain
Charge-
like the whole enemy team, which I think is
yeah.
like she actually has a modern kit unlike Spishtar. Spishtar just doesn't really has like the NP ramp, but that's it. Like unless you're talking about NP switch, but like if like then like we're talking about a different servant at that point.
Well, yeah,
And
you know,
how you play them is going to be vastly different.
Yeah, I think having 3 servants does actually warrant, because like before I rated her really low. Well, she's still not high, but like before, the reason I rated her even lower than all of these other options is because I assume she is always arts. But I actually think that's not very fair because it is her main gimmick, and the other forms are not complete dog shit. So like you shouldn't just consider ours, in my opinion. So I do think we need to give her some credit in that regard.
We're giving her credit by her not being lower than the rest of them.
I mean, okay, I don't think people can argue if she has nothing else. Like if her second skill doesn't have the transform, she would be lower than every other one. I don't think people would actually disagree with that. Like, yeah, maybe her damage is still fine with the ramp, but like,
fine, I'll say it. I think even as Buster, she's dog shit. Okay, like I don't think. I don't.
No,
like,
why?
That's a brave chain.
Why? No, like actually, why?
Because what does she
gets
contribute?
synergized.
It's just she has the NP ramp, but then
yeah,
if
and then
she's a Buster
even
servant,
better
she
with
doesn't
Oberon.
refund. Then she doesn't refund. Then it's harder for her to function, to do her one thing.
You can Buster Loop. I don't know, and like Buster Brave Chain buffing her already boosted extra.
Okay, now good. I will say you say she can Buster Loop, but like, you're gonna really Buster Loop with her and not someone better.
Well, yeah, Mao's better, but like she has the MP damage up, and
like
that gets double over.
Look, plushie.
What? And her arts damage is not that
Plushie.
bad after the ramp. What?
Which servant would you rather Buster Loop with? Space Ishtar or Gorgon?
Does Gorgon need
Because-
a 50 charge? I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Gorgon is 50.
Yeah, Gorgon outdoes Space Ishtar.
For Buster looping, I'd probably take Gorgon. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, she
Okay,
looks
yeah,
better than
even
Space
Rio will
Jam.
say that.
Look,
Yeah.
I was arguing against Gorgon.
look, but she has both.
Okay.
No,
yeah,
no. Plushie,
she
I'm
runs
tired of hearing this. She doesn't have both. She has one or she has the other. You can't use a Buster and Arts MP at the same time.
Yeah, no. Here's the benefit. Like, if you want to use all the support types, and you only want to invest in one DPS, that's fine. I think there's some merit. No? Is
Yeah,
there, like, no
I
merit
do
to
think the
this?
No,
versatility is
no,
worth something, yeah.
No, because at that point, like, you're going to stick with one. You're not going to swap back and forth. Like, okay, if
Why
I got
not?
Koyan and such.
Why not? I got
Because
Bond
if we're
15
talking-
Castoria, and now I
Because the
switched to
entire-
Bond 15 Koyan Light.
The entire point is the flexibility. Like, what? Then it's like, okay, well, I have all the pieces of the puzzle, and I'll just switch them around. I'm like, dude, just use a different servant at the point. You got Gorgon there.
Why?
He's gonna
I'm
do
poor.
it better. Like, man,
What-
Maybe
if
we'll
I'm
just leave him
poor?
as is like that.
what if you're
Okay.
dude.
Fine. I mean, okay, fine. I can
I
agree.
just-
Look, I wouldn't give. I have her grailed. I only have her MP4 because I got really unlucky with her. I haven't used her in 3 years. I don't give a shit if you put her one tier down. I genuinely don't give a fucking like. I don't give a fuck. Just put her down. I don't care. Put her out of her misery. I genuinely don't care. Shoot her
That
in
is
the head.
We're not moving
escalates
her
quickly
down.
every
We're not
time.
moving her down.
Are we moving other people up? No. No.
Is there anyone
I would
else we should
I would
talk
rather-
about?
I would rather you
Well,
send her to the 9th layer of hell before you move anyone up.
Whoa, meta moment.
No, I'm joking.
Well,
Like,
I mean, I'd rather use Dante's to farm sometimes than her.
what? No, really? Dante single core?
No, Dante's. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we're talking about single core. Like,
I
obviously.
mean, I guess he can BG, right? So
Yeah.
maybe
yeah.
he can BG Zerks.
Like, he's
would
got-
you rather use him? Maybe.
He doesn't have
Triple
to ramp
Scotty.
up his damage.
I
He's
think
got
we're just
better
gonna leave
damage
him
on
as
his
is.
one.
I
think
mean,
I'm gonna do
okay,
that.
fine. You can move. Do you really want Marie
You could
Alter
also
to be an
crit
A?
with him.
No.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
I think they all should stay together. I think
Marie
friends
Alter
stick
and Summer
together.
No,
Comma
no,
has
don't
to
listen
stay
to
the
Rio.
same.
He's just doing this because he wants his one.
I'm so
favorite to be
tempted
up
to
on top
put
of all the
Marie
others.
Alter into A, I'm not gonna lie. I'm so
He
tempted
shits
to do
on
it.
fucking Nita Alter all the time. That
Yeah,
your
and for
accusation
some reason
is
he's not
Out of
doing it
love.
now.
no.
Hmm.
Your
out
accusation
of
is
love.
wrong because Nita Alter is more used than these characters because she has 100 charge. Like it
She has
genuinely
undercharge.
is the truth.
She has insta.
She has insta kill.
She can
Like-
slot into a bunch of parties.
Like yes, it is Nita Alter being run because you cannot run a third Domon. Yes. So, you know, like
You're-
Also,
is her
we're
only
literally-
role?
Nita Alter
We're
does
We're literally
also
just talking about
arts farm.
Wait, Earth quote node. What the fuck?
She also does just arts farm, and she does fine. Her
Yeah,
damage is fine.
It's not. It's not like she can
people,
only.
people
do
act
that.
like she does like tons less damage, but like if you're doing like an event farm, and you're running no C or like you're running event CEs and you're doing everything, they're all close enough that it doesn't really.
Do you know who doesn't have super effective? Any of the other ones. Well, I lied. Summer Comma. Actually, yeah. You know what? Summer Comma should be an A. There you go.
Dude, I could honestly I could move Marie and Kama into A, but dude, the comments will be this video will get taken down.
Dude, like if they comment, then they're just gonna.
You know what? I'm
like,
gonna do it.
push
At
the
this point,
algorithm.
I'm literally gonna do it. Watch me. I'm gonna do it. I did it. Look at that.
let's
Thank
go.
you.
Look at that. I
Thank
did it. I did it, dude. I did it.
Are you guys?
It's a
actually
war
this-
zone now. It's a war zone.
Are you guys actually this emotionally tied to Space
Yeah, it's an
Star, or are
arbitrary
we all-
list that doesn't make any
Or
sense.
are we all thinking about the same
Nah.
commenter?
As a matter of fact, I think
Are we
I
all
am
thinking about the
quite
same
untied
commenter?
from her right now.
Boom! This is
I
a
feel
historical
like
event. The movement of the B plus.
Look, I'm just saying. I feel like at least half of us know there is gonna be one commenter talking about it. But
Oh yeah.
I mean,
again, I'm pretty
yeah.
sure no one's even going to talk
We-
about the EX. People are only going to talk about the Arts
We-
Loopers. I
we
can
all know
predict
who
the
that is.
future. All the comments will be about the Arts Loopers, 100%. And they will not
which
be
is
happy about
sad,
it, but it is what it
because
is.
Because
I feel like they're not
boring
amazing either.
Fucking design,
Yeah.
I hate it. I genuinely like. I literally have people in my comments like, "Plushie, I hate you so much. I hope Lilith is an AOE arts looping Avenger." That's the kind of stuff they curse me with. They're
That's
like,
very personal.
I hope Summer Koyanskaya is an AOE arts looping assassin. I
There
would
you go.
die, bro.
You know
Oh,
what?
actually,
On this note, that's locked in. I'm going to log it in. That's the list. Boom. Dude, it literally looks like an F. There you go. F. F, you can
double
think of
decker
yourself
F.
what that could stand for. But yeah, there
Kinda
it
like
is.
an E.
Yeah, sure. E. It's an E tier list because you know all the Space Star fans are gonna say it's an E tier list anyway. So you know what? There you go. There's your small dub. Okay,
Tell them
that
to go to
is
sleep for a
extra
week.
classes part 2, Avengers and Pretenders locked in. Boom. Enjoy it. Don't enjoy it. Hey, I'm not your dad. Do whatever you want. All right,
You're not my
there it
dad.
is. Yeah, shocker. Plot twists.
This isn't even like a take that I have recently. I think when, like, I forgot when Space Star got another raid up. It wasn't during the Sable Wars 2 rerun, but like she got another rerun. And at that time I was like, wow, this character probably really wants a buff. Maybe not an MP upgrade, but
Yeah.
a skill buff. I was like, at that time I was like, damn, maybe not an MP upgrade because she has 20% MP damage up ramp up. I think an MP upgrade for a servant like
Yeah, it would be a lot.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then they gave us the one that also had super effective.
yeah, bro.
Like, I
and
don't-
they
Yeah,
gave
but
that
I
to
mean, it could
Moriarty,
happen
and
then
they
because
gave
of that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Who
so-
knows?
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, I guess on that note, we're gonna wrap up. So hey, if you're watching this on YouTube and you somehow find it in your heart not to be too consumed by hatred of certain characters placed on this list, hey, it would be great if you
Consumed by
can press
hatred?
the like button on this video. It really helps out. And hey, do subscribe also not to miss out on future videos because we're still one more list away from completing these. So next week you're gonna see all the other extra classes. So we have Alter Ego, we have Moon Cancer, we have Shielder, and we have Beast. That's a big one too. So you're gonna see all of that next week in the grand finale. Also, shout out to my patrons on the screen right now, and Suit for being a big YouTube member tier supporter. That'll be it for me. Anything you guys want to say as well?
Not
Thanks
much.
for watching. I actually don't care how nice you are to
Drink
us.
your
It's if you're-
Ovaltine.
There you go. You're the
Again,
word.
God, how fucking old are you?
What?
again, if you guys want to see Summer
It's a reference to a
Kama-
movie. Wait, hold on. Do you know what it's a reference to a movie?
I'm not American. I don't know.
No,
I've-
the Auto. Do you know
Hold
what
on.
movie I'm referencing?
Wait, what was the quote? I didn't catch it.
Drink your Ovaltine.
I don't know that reference either.
Oh, it's a Christmas story.
So
no, I actually
there's
never
a
watched
movie
that.
called A Christmas Story.
Yeah,
and,
and
like,
it was
the-
made a
the-
long time ago. Yeah.
Okay, it's from the 80s, but you know, it's from before I was born, but that doesn't mean that the reference isn't good.
Fair enough. But yeah, also, hey, do subscribe to my co-hosts as well. They're great. They make a lot of good content, and catch Otto's Mobcast every Sunday as well. And if you can't catch it live on his Twitch, he will upload it to his YouTube channel as well. I'm
no
sure
idea
this
what
will
we're
probably be
doing
talked
this
about as well, because OC4 is not up until the next one. So yeah, if you want to hear more about this, then yeah,
Why,
tune in.
bro?
Fun times ahead.
I'm actually praying that the Lilith character isn't 4-star.
Yeah.
Please don't.
But yeah,
I think
on
she's
that,
I think she's gonna be a beast.
she could,
Please,
I guess.
because
She could.
please.
But yeah,
I
hey,
think
thank you so
John's
much for
gonna-
watching, and see you in the next video, whatever you decide to watch. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
There you go.
There we go.
Man, okay, it's probably not
Wow,
going to be as spicy as last week, but yeah, there's definitely still going to be some comments. But hey, you know what? I'm happy
Well,
with this.
people will just be upset about the Avenger, about the AoE Arts Avenger.
It's going to be AoE art. Yeah,
But,
it's going to be all about that.
But what are you gonna do?
Let's just hope all the
Newsflash,
Jalter
they all
fans will
suck.
overpower them. Like, hell yeah, my wife was back on top. Let's fucking go. You know? And let's get upvotes on those
Yeah.
instead.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Well, there you go. That was cool. So
I
next
do-
week, yeah, we're
I
gonna
do
have all
like
the rest.
the tacit admission that she goes and is better than all of them.
Yeah,
I
I think that's
mean-
fair.
What?
There's way higher
Look,
damage
it is what it
potential.
is.
Like having super effective is kind of important. Like having
And a
two
common
is
one
kind of
too. And she
ridiculous.
has coverage.
Yeah, big
And she can
coverage.
do
Like,
crit
when
crit
just-
crits too.
When you spec into something, it's funny. When you spec into it a second time, it's even funnier. But when you spec into it a third time, that's when it gets hilarious.
Who has that?
It's like,
Does anyone have- oh,
I
because
don't know.
demonic. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, triple
yeah,
dip.
demonic
It's just
servant.
like- yeah. So it's like, look, just triple down. Just being anti-earth is one thing, but you just keep doubling down on it. Eventually, it becomes like, you know what? You do you.
Yeah, we should give an NP upgrade to Caster Murasaki then.
What?
She doubled
She's-
down on
she's
the
a-
demonic and her
upgrade.
damage isn't that
We
great.
should
Well,
we
she's
should
just-
MP
she's a
upgrade
support.
Tonalico instead. Forget
Why?
that. MP upgrade Tonalico.
Why?
Ew.
Okay.
Because the
I
topic
don't
was
really
AoE
wasn't-
casters, I guess, and bias.
Genuinely, what can they even change other than like I don't know, cooldown -2 on skill 3? Like, let's just not give a shit anymore.
Make all the cooldowns lower by 1.
Wow. Okay, I don't think that's okay actually.
Well, yeah, there you go. That was a surprisingly long list again, considering this was short. But I kind of expected it to be longer because spicy servants in this one too.
Here's what they're gonna do. They're going to buff Neurocaster. They're gonna buff her NP, and they're gonna make it apply everything that Tonalico does. But she's gonna have an NP upgrade,
Gross.
so she'll
I'd
just
jump
be
on a
better.
bridge.
She's just
She'll
gonna
jump
get
on a
like
bridge.
she's just gonna get anti-divine or something for no reason.
Yeah. But hey, this was cool again. I always have a great time with these. It's just fun, just doing them. And hopefully the reaction won't be too bad on YouTube. But it is what it is. We just let it ride.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Yeah. But hey, I hope you guys enjoyed it too. And thank you for joining. And also, thank you, Plushie, as well, for being here longer than you were probably meant to be. Assuming you were meant to join later, you just stuck here eventually anyway. So that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I did take a
nice.
phone call, but yeah.
Nah, that's fine. I mean, you did a recap anyway, so it works out. But yeah, I'm not really gonna keep you guys here for too much longer either, because I assume we all have some kind of food plans. I know I myself at least have one. Although I'm gonna have to sneak in some food while the VOD prepares for my editing software. That's
I made
for
a
sure.
sandwich in the middle of this tier list.
Nice.
I didn't even.
Dude, last week
it
it went for so long and my render took way long. I should not have stayed up for that. The list went up like 3 a.m. I've never stayed up at 3 a.m. in years. It was a mistake. This time it should not go up until 3 a.m. for me at least.
Not to
this week,
spoil-
yeah, good.
Okay, I guess I
not to
should
spoil.
spoil.
No, go ahead. No, spoil it.
no,
Space Rash
I-
EX.
Wow,
I
shocking.
think there's
What?
no because somebody in chat was saying I think there's definitely an argument for Space Rush to be EX because
That's for
of-
next week.
Yeah.
but
Tune
that's for
in.
next week if you optimize it. Yeah,
Yes, indeed.
because dude, like, okay, just go to FGO wiki and read her MP at 200% affection. Like what? That's an abomination, dude. Like that shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
It just shouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, have a good one. I'm heading out.
Yeah. Thank you for joining and see ya next week again.
Bye, chat.
Goodbye.
Peace out.
Have a good day or night. It's,
Alright,
it's
I'm
9
gonna-
a.m. here.
I'm gonna
Peace.
curse Rio with the I hope the future 590++s are all berserkers and Space Rush is garbage.
Oh.
Alright, bye.
All right.
Bye.
See you. That was great. Okay. Good old curse of Ra there at the end as a bonus. Okay. Stego, how you guys feel? I assume there was some, Space Star fans in the audience as well that may or may not be very happy as well. But, it is what it is. Not everyone can be winners, I guess. There was a couple of resubs during this list. So, Mr. Tam, thank you for the 40 months and Nolly with 48. Very cool. Thank you so much, my dudes. And welcome back to the Go Gang. Very cool. How much to move Kama to A+? $100, but that won't be on the video. But, give me money anyway. I'll do it right here after the video. This will never make it into the video part, though. Pay up, Pavel, you bitch. All right, there you go. Okay. Your one MP5 120 pitch tank can make up for her faults. Yeah, there you go. That's the spirit. If only all of the fans thought like that, you know? You're like, hey, I have a great copy. She's amazing. GG. Instead of being like, oh, this list is the most invalidated thing ever. She sucks. Or why is she so low? It doesn't make any sense. These characters should all come down 3 tiers if she's here, and you know, stuff like that. Just be like, hey, I have a great copy and she works. Yay. That's good. You're done for. Yeah, I know, man. I know. YouTube comments. Can't wait to see them. But yeah, after this stream, I'm gonna immediately download the VOD and prepare it for rendering and uploading, because it's gonna take many hours. But hopefully, again, not 3 a.m. this time, because I still want to get it up before I sleep, ideally. But yeah, tomorrow we're still back. We're gonna be back for one more stream. We're gonna play the Sunday games of Persona 5 and I almost said Elden Ring. Skyward Sword, and maybe with some Pokemon White as well, depending on my evening plans. We can maybe slot that in tomorrow that I didn't play yesterday. So it could be a triple bonus with some overtime. Yay. Next week you're going to see a bunch of FGO lottery. So if you want to farm with me, you're welcome, because we're going to have a lot of those streams next week, including the Sunday stream potentially being a very small subathon as well for the big finale. So a lot of that next week as well. So tune in if you want to hang out and farm and whatnot. But also the finale of the tier lists as well, of course, on Saturday. Yeah. Who's the thumbnail of the videos? Paige Star? I can't do that, bro. I can't put her on the thumbnail. I don't know. We're probably going to put some maybe new... I tend to put new servants that come out on NA. Let's see. Anyone is super exciting that comes out this year? I guess that... Wait, is OC2 next year? It is, right? I might still put Monte Cristo in the thumbnail for the Avenger. Not sure who I'm going to put for the Pretender. Or I could just farm clicks with Jalter. Jalter is always clicks, even if she's old. She got a glow up, so yeah, I could put her on the Avenger, honestly. I could. I very well could. Here you go, move to 80 plus. Burn the video. Bro, you gave me like nothing. Okay, you know what? Here you go. Watch this. Zoom. And zoom. There you go. You're gonna take a screenshot, I know it, but yeah, there you go. Enjoy. Thank you for the donation. Very cool. Easy scam. Anyway, yeah, that will do it for me. So hey, for today, thank you so much for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits and the tips and the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here in general, hanging out. Again, sorry I can't read too much chat. I mean, I read the chat, I just can't reply to it too much during the list, but I do read all the stuff you guys tend to say, which is hopefully cool. But yeah, back to normal stuff tomorrow, and then a lot of FGO next week. Oh, yes. So if you missed this list and you want to recap with timestamps and everything, it will be up hopefully before I sleep today. I'm going to work hard on it, so stay on the lookout on the YouTube side with timestamps and everything. Yes, indeed. So with that, hey, have a great rest of your Saturday or Sunday, wherever it is you're at. Your weekend in general, of course. Have a great one. And I'll talk to you guys hopefully tomorrow as well. Same time as always. Take care, and bye-bye.